is underway. Now then, slower traffic in front. Sweeping around the majestic Spa-Francorchamps.
Good afternoon and welcome to Le Mans Virtual Series. I'm Duncan Vincent and we are in the hot seats together, guys, for the 6 hours of Spa. This will be a sensational round number 2 for the Le Mans Virtual Series. After Monza, which was just a couple of weeks ago, the teams have reset, reboot, and are now ready for round number 2 from the iconic circuit in the middle of the Ardennes Forest. As you can see, this place needs no introduction. The World Endurance Championship last visited here at the start of May, and the weather played a little bit of havoc with us right at the start of the race. We're lucky enough today, we have the Goodyear blimp back in shot as well, and right now the weather conditions look absolutely fabulous. Iconic circuit, iconic corners, and it always gives us great racing. It's a fast-paced circuit, exactly like Monza, so expect to see high top-end speeds here, and we'll hopefully find out from some of the drivers just exactly what their thoughts are. The calendar is on screen. Monza has happened. We are now at Spa. We have the Nordschleife coming up, which will be rather interesting on the 13th of November, and the Sebring 500 in December. We obviously have the big race, which is a 24 hours Le Mans Virtual, which will be the 15th and 16th of January, and that will be held live at Autosport International. So here we are in the studio, and I am lucky to be joined by Chris McCarthy. Chris, round number 2. You were at round number 1, but this is round 2. We're at Spa.
Yeah, round 1 was so good, wasn't it? It was so exciting coming into a brand new series, the Le Mans Virtual Series, $250,000 up for grabs in prize money. So you could tell by the racing in the first round that there was a lot at stake here. You know, people were so keen to get off to a good start. That did cause 1 or 2 incidents, which mean we have some of the teams we were looking at as possible favourites down the field in the championship. So we've got teams here that are looking to try and extend championships leads, but also teams here with no points, and we talked about it in qualifying yesterday for those of you that are with us. When you don't have any points on the board going into the second round, it is very frustrating. So yeah, 6 hours of Spa, couldn't be a better venue, could it? Everyone loves Spa. We got 6 hours to enjoy it. I can't wait.
Spa has something for absolutely everybody. Now we've got a little bit of a VT, and it's Lewis McGlade, our other commentator. He's going to take us through an explanation of the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Le Mans Virtual Series explained. The event will be run on the R-Factor 2 platform and includes a 38-car field, which will be up to more than 50 for the series finale, multi-class driving between Le Mans prototypes and GTEs. There'll be driver changes, dynamic weather and day-to-night transitions. The season would begin at the Temple of Speed with the 4 hours of Monza before we head to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for round number 2, a 6-hour race, and then the 8 hours on the legendary Nordschleife. 500 miles, the only distanced race as we head to Sebring in North America, and then it's the big one, the 24-hour of Le Mans. The rules of the series include that each team must contain at least 1 professional driver, which will be up to 2 for Le Mans. Each driver will have to meet minimum and maximum driver times. Teams will work to create their own setups to optimise performance. Full simulation includes the use of fuel and tyres. Mechanical failures such as engine and brake failures will be included. Damage will affect the car but can be repaired in the pit stops, and stewards will oversee on-track action and will apply penalties if required. The prize pool is $250,000 across the series, half of which will be in the series itself and half of which will be applied to the 24-hour finale. It'll be split equally between each category, and the top 10 finisher receives prize money according to the positions in the series standings.
What a sensational prize fund and a sensational series that we have here. The Le Mans Virtual really taking esports racing to the next level and bring it to you guys at home on all these great platforms in which you can watch us today. But Chris, as far as circuits go, if I had to tick a list of circuits, Spa is right at the top of my list. Yourself?
Yeah, I love Spa. It provides everything, doesn't it? You know, it's such a challenging circuit. High-speed corners, low-speed corners. We've got the Kemmel Straight, which provides lots of overtaking. So I think you know, to do 1 or 2 laps around there is hard enough. To do a sprint race around there is hard enough. To do 6 hours, that's even harder. I mean, Monza was catching people out over the course of the 4 hours we did there. So 6 hours at Spa, you know, it's going to challenge the drivers to the absolute maximum.
We've both had a shot in the simulator as well, and we both struggled a little bit around Spa. So let's have a look and see what happened last time out at Monza.
We start here at Monza, and we'll end up in January with the 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual. That will be at the Autosport International show live in Birmingham, and you can be part of that. The LMG2 cars fan out 3, 4 wide behind Chris McCarthy. This could be carnage, but they get through. Michi Hoyer in third. In the second of the yellow and black cars just squeezes through. 2 more BMWs coming steaming down the inside. The Porsche from the outside of the front row is going to get hung out to dry a little bit. Things are hottening up. The 2 Proton cars are towing up behind everybody
big incident
else.
there. That's a battle for second as well, and we've seen an incident.
Here's the move for the lead then, down the inside, and the Proton car is right there as well. Does he make it through this time? He does. Mitchell de Jong takes the lead.
They've got a lot of heads looking at stuff, and FDA, whilst they're a well-prepared outfit. Oh, big moment from Gordy March. That's our race leader, and he's round, and he's hit as well. Oh, the Jota car. Oh, no.
And was that, it was 91, is the, no, that's the Axel Motorsport Porsche that hit him, I think. Sammy Davis Jr. just pulls the mirror out of the back of the Ferrari. I don't need to see what's behind me. That's exactly what you need, but down the inside, that's a good move.
Managed to make the move stick. Oh, that was naughty. That was very naughty from Niklas Nielsen.
In esports, and Jonathan Aberdeen throws it down the inside there in the bi-collars, and Yi just about holds on now.
Let's see what he can do. Lorenzo Benito down the inside of Sammy Matty-Trogan, locks up the rears ever so slightly on the brakes, hits the curb as well, and runs through the first chicane. That is the position done.
The Porsche goes outside, inside, makes it over the curbs, eases the BMW into the gravel, nearly collects the Rocket Sport car. Danny Juncadella is going to bring the car to the line. The checkered flag is out.
Checkered flag.
Victory for Danny Juncadella there in the inset. Matt Backham for the 91 Porsche eSport team. There he is in their race room, and they take victory. Real Team Hydrogen Racing, the winners by, in the end, just 7.8 seconds from GPX Rebellion Esports and Floyd by Collars Burst taking 3rd place. Alpha Industries by Collars Burst in 4th. In the GTE class, Porsche BMW, Porsche BMW, BMW Porsche. It's almost as if nobody else showed up, but 7th place for the Ferrari. And then where did D-Station finish with the Aston Martin in 12th position?
So a great review of what happened at the 4 hours of Monza, and let's take a quick look at the championship positions. Effectively, the championship positions are how you saw them finish on track at Monza. As we can see, the Real Team Hydrogen Redline, top of the title, top of the championship, but also provisional pole today. It'll be interesting with GPX Rebellion Esports and Floyd by Collis Burst in 3rd place. They're chased by their teammate in 4th, and then there's another Rebellion team down there in 5th place. As we go further down the standings, teams that we're seeing a little bit out of place, we would imagine the number 8 team, the R8G Esports team, only with half a point. They got that purely for being there and finishing the race. So BMW Esports team, or Porsche Esports team, sorry, top of the GTE standings ahead of BMW Team Redline. Proton Competition, BMW Team GB, and then BMW Team BS Competition down in 5th place there. As we go further down that as well, there wasn't much of a rate of attrition from round number 1, but we do expect to see the Red Bull Racing Esports team charging their way through here just now. So we've talked about the ASI show. Let's go and have a proper in-depth look at what ASI is. It's a place where you want to be, guys. You want to buy your tickets and come and join us for the virtual Le Mans Virtual Series live show in January at ASI. We can't wait for it. It's going to be something incredibly special. It's going to be a big production, and we're taking over a large part of the hall at the show. Now we've got a lap of Spa, Chris. We've got Stoffel Vandoorne about to take us round. That's pretty special for us.
Yeah, home driver. So, yeah, couldn't be a better person to show us around Spa.
So, Stoffel Vandoorne, let's see what you've got around the Spa circuit.
So here we go for a lap of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Into turn 1, Lesur's hairpin, probably the slowest corner on the circuit. Down the hill. Through Eau Rouge, Radiant. Quite easily flat out in these LMP2 cars. Where we're gonna reach at the end of this straight or maximum speed across the circuit. Braking for Les Combes. Very technical section of the lap. A lot of different driving styles possible here. Into the Bruxelles hairpin. Corner with no name. Exit wall is always very close there, easy to make a mistake. Through the fastest part of the lap with the double left in Pouhon. Into the Pif-Paf chicane. Chicane where you're trying to carry as much speed as possible. And into the final part of the circuit, third sector of the lap, where we've got the karting corner and the go-kart track on the right hand side. Very long back straight with Blanchiment. And into the final big braking zone of the lap, the bus stop chicane. To close down the lap of Spa-Francorchamps.
Okay, hang on a minute here. Did you see how cool and smooth he was in that steering? You saw me attempting that in the sim rig yesterday, and I looked like I was all over the place. How good was that to watch?
Yeah, and you weren't talking, so yeah. He did that all while talking as well. But that's how cool they are, these guys. You know, we mentioned the Autosport show. We're going to have drivers at that show as well, so you're not just going to be going to watch a race. You're going to be seeing some of these guys, names like Stoffel Vandoorne, on the stage. So you know, that's going to be absolutely fantastic. He's going to be racing in that 24-hour race as well. So who knows? We might even see him rock up to the NEC and compete there. Who knows?
It will be very special seeing these big names coming to the ASI show, but yeah, impressed with how he drove there. Now let's go and have a look at qualifying from yesterday at the 6 Hours Spa and see how things unfolded. We bring you live pictures now from the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. They're all bunching up at the bus stop chicane here, trying to get a bit of clear track. Great to see an Aston Martin on the grid. Great to see D-Station, the proper team, do it as well.
Yeah, we did a vote actually on our Instagram page as to what the favourite livery, and the Red Bull livery was the one that won that.
Great onboard shots here, and just listen to this. Does he lift? Not on your life. Ooh, over the curbs there, up towards the line. Where does this put Matt Backham on the times as he crosses the line? And he goes P3 with that one. Here he's doing his famous line in towards that corner. It almost looks like it kind of upsets the car on the way in. Half a second down at the second sector. He goes across the line now. And where does this put him? It puts him up to P8.
Max, I'd say.
Is that the Romain Grosjean BMW just coming right out in front? Right out in front. Fastest of all through the first sector. So he really is throwing the gauntlet down.
Kevin Siggy was 4.5 tenths quicker than any other BMW out there.
Yeah, BMW Redline on pole from Porsche Esports Team 92 and 88 Proton Competition in third place. If I'm not mistaken, this is the round one winners. If I'm thinking that's Real Team Hydrogen Redline as they come across the line just now, and they go into provisional pole position.
As well, we'll see how they go.
Car facing the wrong way, coming out of the... Is that the number 8 car? Is that the number 8 further in the lap?
That's a very good first sector as well for Kuba Brzezinski. It's exactly just over a tenth off. Oh, spin.
Oh, that's the number 8 car, is it not? Have I got it right this time? Towards the bus stop. Let's see him there. He's on the right-hand side of the screen. Look at him lift himself up as he hits that brake pedal. Pop, pop, pop. Couple of gears for Simoncic. Where does this put him in the standings? He goes up one place. Yeah, that thing was dancing about as he went through the top of Malmedy area, the Kemmel and Malmedy corners. Look, he's corrective oversteer in the middle of the corner again there. The dash towards the flag. He's laying the brakes. Does he get it in? Yes, he does. Look at the force he turns that in there.
Run a bit wide, I think, into the end. It's going to hurt him on the exit, that.
Is an improvement in time. Oh, he misses out by 600ths of a second.
Right, now let's see what they do as they get across the line. They do make an improvement up to 5th.
It is the real Team Hydrogen Redline on pole position again from GPX Rebellion Williams, and Team Redline 1, 2, 3 in 3rd position. Fabulous qualifying session yesterday, and it was filled with a little bit of drama. People spinning it. We didn't expect to go off, especially that number 8 car, which caught us by surprise actually. They need to have a good race today, but that's not a good way to start it, Chris.
No, I mean, one thing that we saw from qualifying yesterday was, because the track's so long, 7 kilometres long, over 2 minutes well over 2 minutes in the GT cars, they didn't have a lot of laps. Monza, they had a lot more time to set times. A 20-minute session almost is cut in half. So they were going out and just doing one lap and then coming back in again. So they had to go for it on the lap that they had. They couldn't be conservative, and I think that's why we were seeing people spinning. And then that put the pressure on them even more when they were going out to do their final run, because some of them didn't really have a good time on the board. So I think that's why things got a little bit mixed up at times.
And the pit lane is so long here at Spa. It's completely different from what the Formula 1 teams use. It's a long pit lane. The drive-through time alone is a minute, so you've got to add a stop onto that. But that time in the pit lane, it does upset the qualifying, because it's only a 20-minute session and it's gone in a heartbeat. Yeah,
when they do a 24-hour race at Spa, it's the exact same pit lane. It's 62 seconds from start to finish. And if you want to take tyres and fuel, that takes 112 seconds. So pit stops, very, very long. You do not want to get a drive-through.
No, you do not want to get a drive-through. You don't want to get a drive-through anyway, but especially not here at Spa. Now, the weather in the Ardennes Forest can sometimes throw a curveball into the mix. And there are different types of tyres that we can use here. So let's catch up with Lewis McGlade, and he'll talk us through all the types of rubber we can use today.
We'll take a look at the tyres for the Le Mans Virtual Series presented by Goodyear. The whiteboard tyre is the soft one here, and this one is expected to be used by most of the teams and drivers up and down the grid, having the highest level of grip and the highest level of degradation. The yellow-walled medium tyre might be good for a double or a triple stint later in the race, but expectation is we're not really going to see too much out of this tyre here today. And then finally, the hard tyre, green sidewalls, rare to see it, but if a team can use it, they can really go the distance. And then finally, one tyre we didn't see at Monza, but we are expecting to see here, the blue-walled wet tyre. GT stint lengths are expected to be 22 or 23 laps in the dry, with them going a lap longer on each in the wet weather conditions. Over in the LMP's stint lengths, down in 16, 17 lap stints in the dry, 17 to 18 in the wet. A drive-through around here will take roughly 60 seconds. Once you add the stationary time, we're expecting pit stops of 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Now, Lewis covered the wet there a little bit, Chris, but it was very quick. Now, we have had a look at the weather forecast, and there will be changeable weather towards the mid-end part of the race. So it's going to be business as normal, but then the wet tyres are going to come out. Who knows what's going to happen? Yeah, well, we were speaking about it before the race. What do you do with your strategy? Do you just go as if this is going to be dry and then take the wet as it comes, or do you adapt your strategy, take a bit of a gamble, and then hopefully that pays off when the wet comes in? So it sounded, we're speaking to some of the teams, it sounds like some of the teams might do that. They might just gamble a little bit in the hope that the wet does come. They might go shorter on their stints a little bit, go quicker on their stints. And then, of course, when the wet comes in, everyone has to change anyway. So, yeah, it might buy people some time, and I think it's going to change up the strategies a little bit. The thing about Spa is in the wet weather, yes, the rain comes down. It does clear off the circuit quickly, but you do get a lot of rivers. You get rivers at the bottom of Eau Rouge. You've probably seen that over the years, and it can be very, very tricky. The top of the circuit, the top of Kemmel Straight, Malmedy, and even before you go into that extremely fast double left long corner of Pouhon, you don't want to catch a river at a place like that. No, it's going to, when the rain comes, it's going to be
be really, really tricky. So they would have been doing a lot of practice in the wet, so they're absolutely prepared for when the rain hits. They know exactly what they're doing.
So there we go, that's our weather update. Let's go and have a look at the national anthem, which is just about ready to start over at Spa. Things are getting very close to the start of the race, and I can't wait. It's always good to see a national anthem, so let's get the Belgian one right now.
À toi nos cœurs, à toi nos bras, à toi notre sang, ô patrie. Nous le jurons tous, tu vivras toujours grande et belle. Notre invincible unité aura pour devise immortelle le roi.
So there we go, the national anthem has been done. Chris, a little bit emotional in here. This is our first time working together on Le Mans Virtual, but we can't wait for the start of this race. Qualifying yesterday was just a precursor to what we are going to have today. I did ask you for predictions yesterday. You got a couple of them right, and you got a couple howlingly wrong. What's your thoughts for the race today?
I'm nervous to give some more predictions. Now, what we can say is that the top three in LMP are on the front two rows. Floyd by Collis on the outside. We've got Team Redline up there, and I think after their performance at the first round, I think that Team Redline are going to be one to watch here. So, yeah, in the prototypes, who knows? All the top three in the championship are right up there. So it's hard to give predictions over the course of 6 hours, really. But what I would say is it's going to be a very intense race.
So we're not far away from the start. We will come back and we will be ready with the formation lap when we come back for the 6 hours of Spa. So don't go anywhere. Keep yourself involved on all the platforms and all the channels, and keep in touch with us through various social media channels as well, guys. We can't wait for the start of the race. It's not far away. Preparations are very close. Let's take a look at today's starting grid, and as ever we will start with the prototype grid at the front of the list, and it's Jeffrey Riedveld on pole from Marcel Chinchink in the Rebellion Williams there. Then we've got Bono House and Tom Dillman in the Floyd by Collis Burst car. Beautiful colour scheme on that, reminiscent to what they race in real life. Peter Burliak and Irene Jodowski in the number 8 car there. Erin will be desperate to get some points on the board today. And then Brent Viscal, Fastman, and Alessandro Ottaviani in the Panis Racing car alongside him. Team WRT, we've got Arne Schoenvliet, and then we've got Kuba Brzezinski in the number 1 Rebellion GPX eSport car. We there have Red Bull Racing, Dennis Jordan and Risto Capit in the R8G car. Risto Capit has been giving us lots of information through this. And then Team Fordzilla with Nuno Pinto and Mal Racing Michele De Alessandro alongside that car. 15th Yas Heat Josh Ladd, and then we have got Bora Milan in the race Clutch Alpine in 16th place. Nabik Aslam and Ibrahim Khan in the Axel Sport car and the Jota car alongside each other, and in ARC Bratislava Dennis Attack and Rocket Sim Sport we've got Devin Browner.
Rounding out the field is Rory McDuff. Then we come to our GT cars. Kevin Siggy leading the way for BMW Team Redline. Next along, we have Tommy Usgaard for Porsche Esports, and then Proton Competition, Charlie Collins in that. Then Kevin Vandoorne in the other Proton Competition car, Mac Backham for Porsche Esports as well. Next along then, Jonas Ravio for BMW Team BS Competition. Ones to watch there, Martin Stefanko in the other BMW. Then Brad Philpott, one of the pro drivers for Team Project One, alongside another pro driver, Johnny Edgar from FIA F3 in the Red Bull car. FDA, Geordie Veers is going to be in for them. GR Wolves from the Molyneux, Turka Hakkinen then Bram Bieler for Team Project One. Then we have Miko Nassi for Axel Sports next along. And behind that, Florian Lebigue in the Tesla RHG esports car. Toshia Najima for D-Station. Then Ryan Cullen, ex-GP3 racer for GR Wolves. And Ramez Azam for Simset Esports. One to watch is Ramez, very quick driver.
And let's have a look at the weather as well. The race start, well, it's going to be lovely, as you can see, for the race start. But then the weather starts to creep in. As we get to around about 40%, the weather will change. And then here comes the lovely Ardennes weather rolling itself in. We will have rain. It'll start showery. It will increase and intensify. But then the sun, Chris, will pop out for the end.
Yeah, that's going to mix things up, isn't it? What do? Yeah, we're expecting rain to come. 90% chance is not guaranteed, but it's likely that we're going to see rains. When the GT cars, that's going to be in their third and fourth stints. It could come right in the middle of a stint, and that can really mix things up. So, yeah, I'm looking forward. We're going to have a bit of everything. The first time I ever commentated on a race at Spa, it rained, it snowed, and it was dry. Who knows? It could be something similar here this afternoon.
Let's have a look at the tyre graphic on screen as well. As Lewis told us earlier on, white for soft, yellow medium, and green for hard. And the blue, that signifies water, the blue for the wet. Look for the white and the yellow tyres to be the predominantly most used today. I can't see anybody running the hard tyre in this race. But we have got 8 real racing drivers starting this race, mixed in amongst most of the sim racers which are starting. And yesterday we spoke about this along with Lewis, Chris. The sim drivers really in there to try. The teams have probably looked far enough ahead into the distance and said, right, we've got rain coming. We need to maximise opportunity at the beginning, then get the real racer in, and then the sim guy at the end. Very similar, reminiscent to what we saw at Monza. As we now look at the onboard cameras that we are going to have for today, you can see we're running through the onboards just now. We will have number 70, sorry, Jeffrey Riedveld will have an onboard camera, and we're on board with that car just now. The Real Team Hydrogen Red Line car, they were the winners from round number 1, and that's one of the cars with the onboard camera.
Yep, we're also going to have a look at Tom Dillman as well in the Floyd by Collis car. Tom Dillman, of course, those guys are going to be starting on the second row. Jerne Simoncic as well. So Floyd by Collis there, Jerne Simoncic in that car. Very quick team in the opening round. You know, 2 cars running very highly, so looking forward to seeing how they get on.
Yeah, very highly. So that's Riedveld and Dillman. Then we need the next onboard camera, which will be P1 in GTE, the number 71 car. It's Kevin Ziggy that's going to be giving us the onboard camera in that one, and he has been extremely fast all the way through it. We go on board with Van Buren just now in the red line car as we go through the sort of end of the lap. Now you can see the cars very close together. They will hopefully separate a little bit further apart for the actual race start. Race director Eduardo Freitas will be chatting away in the ear of the drivers, just giving them little updates. And we've also got Bren Rossiter-Turner out to my left in the studio, again in race control, actively keeping an eye on everything, Chris, that goes on here.
Yeah, we're building up now, aren't we? Coming up near to Blanchimont shortly. If we stayed on board, those LMP cars are just going to shoot off into the distance, and then we hope that they hope they all get through Eau Rouge okay, and then we'll pop back to the GTs, and they had a frantic start last time. Mitchell de Jong was making plenty of passes last time around. He's going to be there in the 91. So yeah, watch out for the Porsche team as well. Let's hope we have a clean start up in LMP, and when we come to GTEs, it's going to be very quick. Watch for the Red Bull team as well in GTs. They are in the Corvette. Johnny Edgar is going to be on the move down the Kemmel Straight at the start. You can't miss the Red Bull car. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how Johnny gets on. A little bit different to what he's used to in an FIA F3, but Duncan, 6 hours is about to get started. I can't wait for this one. It's going to be a cracking race.
Yeah, here we go. The pace car leads us in towards the bus stop for the first time of asking this 6-hour race. The P prototype cars at the front here, led by the championship leaders and round 1 winners. Real Team Hydrogen Red Line. Through they come with Jeffrey Riedveld at the helm of this car. A lovely controlled start as they all come out at the bus stop, and we wait for the 6 hours of Spa to go green here today. Live racing down towards the La Source hairpin we go under green flag conditions, and let's hope everybody behaves themselves at this very tight bottleneck. Couple of cars diving up the inside. That's the WRT car with a little bit of side-to-side contact maybe with one of the Colles cars, but thankfully everybody in one piece as they head down towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon for the first time of asking. It's the 70 car that leads the way. They go through Eau Rouge, and we come back towards the GTE battle, and it's BMW and Porsche as they come across. The BMW wipes the nose off that 92 Porsche as they go through La Source hairpin and accelerate down. A little bit of contact further back there. It looks like the Tesla R8 car, if I'm not mistaken, the 888 car bouncing off somebody, and that's already some manoeuvres getting made at the top of the Kemmel Straight. But thankfully, Chris, what we can see, everybody, unlike in your cup race yesterday, has got through the top of Radion.
Yeah, that was a completely different scene, wasn't it? But this is a 6-hour race. That was a 45-minute one, and a nice, clean start from everyone so far. That's what we wanted. They're all underway, but we are seeing positions being changed. One of the Proton cars there. This is a battle for the lead. Proton trying to go around the outside here of Team Redlines, and the Porsches are queuing up behind.
Yeah, that's a big manoeuvre around the top of Malmedy. We're about to go 3 wide into Brussels, but the BMW holds it on the inside. But this is still side-by-side sim racing, side-to-side contact as they come to the corner with no name. And that put the BMW off its entry line just a little bit there. So now there's one Porsche in the lead and the other. And the 92 car's trying to come up the inside there. But look at who is in 5th place already in the GTE. It's that Red Bull car, so Johnny Edgar all very much up there at the front as we come back up towards Blanchimont for the end of lap number 1. Green boards and flags are very much waving as the 6 hours of Spa is underway. Let's get a replay now as we went through. Oh, there was a spin.
No,
there was a spin. We missed
WRT.
it. Oh, very lucky. Fordzilla managing to thread the needle as WRT. And was that the caution car again?
I think that was the R8G car, wasn't it? Again, unfortunately, we'll get the timing. We'll get the lap times as they come across the line. But you
somebody in the pits. Yep, somebody has dived for the pit lane. Whether that's to correct a little bit of damage, we have got a car.
Race clutch Alpine.
Yep, in the pit lane as the GTE battle are coming through. Now, is that car a crabbing as it comes in pit lane? So must have been involved in that as we got a change of second place. Down the inside comes the 92 esports Porsche, but the red line BMW saying no, 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 that's not happening here. Drag race away, and look at the Proton car, the competition Proton car pulling away at the front in GTE just now.
I've got to say, they moved forward smartly. Both their cars did last time. They finished on the podium in 3rd place. We did say in qualifying yesterday that BMW is going to have a sea of Porsches all queuing up behind, but keep your eye on that Red Bull car because it is incredible. Oh no, that's 2 cars off. The Malakar is off, and I think was that the Simsa car that might have been
the Jota car, I think.
It was a Jota car off, yeah. So unfortunately 2 more cars off, and a lot of teams that hit problems last time hitting problems again this time as we're side by side for second.
Yeah, second place. That's going to change just now, but I'm looking for the afterburners to kick in that Red Bull Corvette.
3 wide.
Coming up the straight here as we go 3 wide over the crest of the Kemmel Straight there. And the 91 car leapfrogs both the BMW and his teammate in towards the top of the Kemmel Straight as they go through Malmedy, where we saw a couple of P2 cars, the prototype cars, scrabbling about on the grassy. Let's get a replay just now. What happened here as they come through? Well, it's the Malm car. Oh, it touches it. Yeah, touches round the axle. And then the Jota car, oh, just nowhere to go, Chris. Trying to avoid, and then that's a bit of damage on that car as it bounces off the tyre wall.
It's teams there that had problems last time. You know, we saw Panis Racing with a DNF. We also saw Race Clutch Alpine as well finish right down the order. So similar teams who suffered last time. WRT were in trouble last time as well. They had an engine go on them, but BS Competition, 4th in this queue, have managed to get ahead of the Red Bull Racing car. BS Competition got themselves into the lead in the early phases back at Monza, so do watch out. We did suggest after the first round it was going to be a BMW and a Porsche war, as Martin Haven suggested. It was almost as if no one else turned up. The BMW that was on pole, Kevin Siggy, was getting slightly ganged up upon, but he's got some backup now from the BMW. BS Competition car, Jonas Ravio making his way through the field.
Yeah, just super impressed with Charlie Collins in that Proton Competition Porsche just now. He's not just hit the front in GTE, he's hit the front and bolted. He's decided that I'm off with this, I'm not hanging about here. It's great to see the Corvette involved, it's great to see another car involved, and Ferrari really the ones who are struggling in GTE just now. As we come back up to the sharp end, still the 70 car and the 123 car leading the way as we pick up with the Romain Grosjean car, which currently runs in 8th place just now. But there's the lead that Charlie Collins has built up in a couple of laps, because that's seriously impressive stuff.
He's on the white tyres, isn't he? So
yep,
he's on we're expecting him to go softs all the way. I was just thinking, you know, was there a different tyre strategy? But no, it's just pure speed that the Proton car has. They're absolutely bolting away at the head of the field now. So they have a gap of around 3 seconds over the rest of the field. Absolutely incredible stuff. And then the 2 factory Porsches behind, and then the 71 next along after that.
And Kevin Vandoorne, I saw there on his lap chat, was in the pit lane.
Battle for 4th going on there, side by side in the background. Red Line and BMW BS Competition.
Yeah, that Red Line BMW is slowly slipping backwards, isn't it? It's maybe just not got the ultimate pace which you would like to have at this part of the race, but this is super impressive in the GTE battle just now. The 8-8 Proton competition car through the bottom of the Bruxelles hairpin before he comes up to the famous corner with no name, as they like to call it. But yeah, has that been a change of position further down for that BMW as we go split screen just now?
Yeah, it has. You'll see them just in the back of picture. There we go. So there's the blue and white BS competition, red line.
The next car to get that red line car is Johnny Edgar in that Corvette. After a scintillating start, Edgar has got eyes on the prize, and that right now is the back of the red line BMW. But yeah, plenty time in this race still to go. You can't win a 6-hour race at the very beginning of it, Chris, but you sure can give yourself a bit of a headache if something goes wrong. And we've already seen cars off the circuit, bouncing off tyre walls, collecting damage, which is not good.
We're seeing the opposite to what we saw at Monza. We saw at the Monza, you know, that the BMWs were very, very strong at the start of the field, almost too strong to keep up with, and then it swapped later in the race. So I slightly worry for the BMWs at this stage in terms of going for a race win, because the Porsches have slotted into a handy lead. But look at the Ferrari. We haven't really mentioned much about the FDA esports team. They're starting to get a move on now. They're past Johnny Edgar, so it's Jordi Zwijs in that car, and now staring at the back of Kevin Siggy in that BMW car. So we didn't see a huge amount of Ferrari. They were solidly in the top 10 last time, but going well this time. Here's the Tesla and D-Station going side by side into bus stop.
Yeah, D-Station getting a little contact in the side of the door. They won't like that. That's not needed, and let's hope that's not done any damage to the Tesla BMW as they go across the line towards the La Source hairpin. But I'm also looking down here. Johnny Edgar is only one of 7 other race drivers who's in here, so he's been pitched against some pretty heavy-hitting sim drivers, and you've got to remember, you've got to think that that's going to put that Red Bull car out of sync for later on. So when they've got their race drivers in, you know, they're going to have there'll be the sim drivers back in as we go on board with Najima as he goes through D-Station. He goes through Rouge and Radion. Track limits getting kind of observed there, but look at the speed that Aston Martin has up the hill here as we go full 3 screens with him. He's getting squeezed onto the white line. He's on the wrong side, but he's maybe on the cleaner side off the track for braking. Najima trying to make this manoeuvre stick. Can he? He's left a bit of room on apex, which means the Tesla car must still be there, but he's got the move done, completed it, and that's a little bit of redemption for the side-to-side contact at the bus stop. Yeah,
good move that, Najima. You know, we said a D-Station car, you know, fairly new faces, you know, compared to the experience that the others carry. So, you know, good to see them getting up to speed. They're definitely already made a step forward from what they did at the first round. So, you know, this is a team, particularly towards the end of the season, but this is good for them because that Tesla car was up in second in the race at the first round before they had a little bit of a coming together. So, to now be ahead of that Tesla car is a very good start to the race for D-Station.
Florian Lebig at the wheel of that just now. I'm a little bit concerned that Kevin Vandoorne is in 38th position just now in the second of the Proton competition cars, and he's a lap down. So Rory McDuff, Ibrahim Kam also having a little bit of an issue there. We should actually mention something that's a little bit unique towards the broadcast today, because the GR Wolves guys, they are obviously in this together. There's two teams, but it's where they're actually broadcasting and where they're actually racing. They're at the football stadium for Wolves, Chris.
Yeah, they're at the Molyneux. I mean, Wolves are...
That doesn't mean much to me, I'm sorry, at the Molyneux.
They're not playing at home today, so there's not going to be a packed stadium. They're playing away against Aston Villa, but yeah, it means they've got the place to themselves, essentially, and, you know, Wolves backed this team going into the 24 Hour of Le Mans virtual last year. It was a real great link-up. Yeah, it's great to see that they're getting more and more behind it. Wolves really do push those guys online and on their website. Here they are, you know, fantastic livery, same as the kit that the Wolves FC team have. And yeah, it's you know, great to see a football team linking up with a motorsport team.
Real Team Hydrogen has a 2.6 second lead over Team Redline Bono House, who's got himself up into second place. Now we had a Marcel Chinchink who is sitting in third place. Charlie Collins continues to put a rampant pace in at the front of GTE. We've got to say that. 2:13.4, their fastest lap of the race, and he's just stretching ahead with every lap, every corner, as we see one of the Wolves cars. And this is live from the Molyneux, which is a football stadium, in case you're not football oriented. I'm Scottish, you can understand that football's not much of a national sport for us up there.
You'd just about be the Faroe Islands.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Let's not go there. It's too early in the race for us to fall out just now. As we pick up with Fordzilla, one of the best names in all of motorsport, down towards Eau Rouge. He's chasing one of the Baicoles cars just now, I think. And the Fordzilla car, it's becoming a powerhouse in sim racing. Lewis McLeod and yourself were talking about on the way in the car this morning. Fordzilla, really, they've got a bit of everything. Yeah,
if you're an IndyCar Series fan, the champion from this season, Alex Palou, is going to be racing from them throughout this season. So all the drivers you're seeing here, if you're new to Le Mans Virtual, aren't the drivers you're going to see for the entire season. Teams have up to 5 drivers. 2 of those have to be professional drivers, and yeah, we have some huge names, and Alex Palou is just another one of them. But you know, they've really separated themselves in the different leagues that we have in esport. Of course, Le Mans Virtual, they have a dedicated team for that, and then they have dedicated teams for all the other championships they race in. So you know, they're becoming a real force within motorsport. I remember when we saw them in Le Mans esports, and they weren't quite the powerhouse they are now. So over the years, they really built themselves up, and they had a bit of a bad race last time. Unfortunately, they had an incident in pit lane, which is not something you want to happen, but Nuno Pinto, I've known him for a little bit of time now, and yeah, it's good to see him bringing that car into the top 10. Let's see if he can make some progress.
And he's putting Bent Viscal, a real racing driver, under huge increasing pressure as they come on towards the Blanchimont through Stavelo part of the circuit. Now, there's a good few cars in the line here, so what I would imagine the Team Fordzilla guys will be push. It's important that they do push this now, because they all know what's approaching them towards the latter part of the race, and that's a bit of inclement Ardennes weather. So important right now to try and make as much ground as you possibly can. Some drivers, like in the real world, some drivers will love the rain, some will excel in it. Oh, big moment there for Bent Viscal as he come out from the bus stop. But it depends who wants to drive in the rain as well. Plus, you've also got to take into a factor the stint time, you know, the minimum and maximum driver time as well. You don't want to keep your expert rain driver in when it's dry all the way through, and then you can't use them later on. As a bit of a move further down here, is that the 888 car of Florian Lebig? It is. He's been put down a place here. Demore replaced by the 66 Ferrari. The 66 Ferrari manages to sneak through in that one and make a good move up to the top of Malmende area on the track just now. Was it 66? It was Azam in the Simsa Esports Ferrari there. Not many Ferraris in, but thankfully we have got a couple of Ferraris in here.
Yeah, and it's good to see the Ferrari Driver Academy back that team as well. So, you know, great to see. You know, we want to see different cars battling away. We've seen the BMWs come into play this year. Here we go back to this Fordzilla fights down the lower end of the top 10 in the LMP classes. They now come through No Name and make their way down towards Pouhon. So Nuno Pinto, of course, I think that's him. Is that him having just passed? No, he's got Dennis Jordan behind him, and he's got the F2 driver, Bent Viscal, just ahead of him. And that's the beauty of the Le Mans Virtual Series, that we put these esports drivers against real-world drivers. And look, we have an even fight on track.
Kuba Brzezinski just up the road from Bent Viscal. So Bent Viscal doing a cracking job here under increasing pressure from Fordzilla. But yeah, you're saying that just at the back of that, we have got Dennis Jordan coming in, and he's been giving us some great intel through our third man, he's like one of the main men. Lewis McLeod knows everybody when it comes to esports.
I was just speaking to him there, and he's just messaging us. He's our third pair of eyes until he comes in at the end of the hour, and you know, he reckons that Kevin Siggy is saving fuel. Likewise are the 91 and 92, but he did remind us that, you know, the 91, 92, 88, they all race together quite frequently, so they would have gone easy on each other, if you like.
Bit of traffic already for the front-running P2 cars. That's a big dive up the inside into the source. Maybe not needed. The blue flags are a-flying. The D-Station car would have seen that coming. Moves out the way and gives only a car's width there, because it wasn't even a prototype width there. That was half of a prototype, as Real Team Hydrogen Racing still leading the way from Team Redline, GPX, Rebellion, Williams, and then R8 Esports, R8G Esports now up into 4th place from Williams Esport. Panish Racing, who deserve a good meeting there. In 6th place, he had a disastrous Monza. Didn't get very many points at all. Sacre Bleu, the French team, won't be happy with that one, as we now go on board with the number 8 car. Again, look at the traffic here. It's so busy when you start to catch traffic, and this is an intensified battle. Was that contact on the way in towards Bruxelles?
Yes, that was Williams Esports. Thought they saw a move down the inside of Erhan Yayovsky. It was just them trying to get their way through the traffic. Of course, that Yayovsky car, that R8G car, needs a clean finish, and a good one as well, to get their season back on track. I know it's only been one round, and this is a chance they can try and take 3rd here. They're right behind that that real-time hydrogen car just ahead of them as they now come down towards Piff Baff. But I think down to bus stop we could see a move made here, but the traffic just keeps coming all the time. 38 cars out there, so there's going to be plenty of it.
The question is, why is Jeffrey Riedfeld not 2.5 seconds up the road? Why has he not still got his lead? He's now down to 3rd place. So we've got Bono House leading from Marcel Chinchik. And then, yeah, this 70 car looks a little bit on edge. It looks like it's maybe got something not right. It's sideways in a few places. It's under huge pressure from Jajowski just now as they come round towards Blanchimont, and something just not quite right. He's gone from 1st down to 3rd. There's about to be a change into the bus stop, one would imagine, up the inside. No, they're both strong on the brakes. The FDA Ferrari's in the way there as well. Oh, side to side. Hip and shoulder, if that was a touring car race, a slap to the side there, but no position change just now. But what has happened to Real Team Hydrogen Redline? Yeah, they've dropped down, haven't they? Don't forget, that was the team that started on pole. The team we're on board with started down in 6th place, so you know, you wouldn't think that they'd be fighting with each other at this stage of the race, but that RHG Erhan Yayovsky sees a chance here to make a move, and oh, this is going to be a bit scary. They're catching a GTE car going down towards Eau Rouge, and yeah, that was almost close your eyes, and we just about made it through in one piece. And now Yayovsky to the right-hand side of screen is about to make a move. This is going to be a change for 3rd place. He might get a bit of a push from the Williams as well. In fact, the Williams is going to draw side by side. We're going to be 3 wide into Les Combes, and Erhan Yayovsky goes into 3rd. Yeah, good move from Yayovsky there. He sized up what was happening as he went in towards Eau Rouge and Le Radion, and could position himself with maybe a little hesitation in the throttle to get back on it sooner and give himself that bit of room. But having said that, he was on the white line on the left-hand side. There was not a lot of room there. I'm just wondering if the 70 car is maybe already in a saving mode. He's maybe wanting to go a little bit longer on stints, because we have found out from the prototypes they're going to have round about 10 pit stops and 18 laps per stint, which could be a 38-minute stint. But if the fuel save, they could get up to 40 minutes per stint, which could be 19 or 20 laps. It's a difficult game to play. It comes with high risk, but who knows? It's they've gone from the lead down to 4th place just now, so still very much in the fight. But that traffic certainly made it very interesting for quite a few laps there, Chris. It has mixed things up, and you know, Jeffrey Riedfeld has set the fastest lap in this race, so he shouldn't be down in 4th place. He's technically the quickest driver out there, but that's just, you know, what the traffic does in endurance racing. It mixes things up, and it will continue to do that throughout the race. But what does the 70 do now, you asked? Do they tuck in behind and try and work with the RHG car, or do they turn this into a fight? You know, we're not far away from pit stops. You mentioned 35 to 40 minutes. We're halfway there already, so I wouldn't think they'd want to turn this into a fight. I think this is a chance for them. Now they're in the tow, they can save fuel, and you know, saving fuel is less time in the pits. Picking up a replay, there's a car on the grass going up towards the top of Kemmel there, which we just missed out on. ARC Bratislava just coming into contact. Was that with Johnny Edgar? Was that the Red Bull Esports car? It was. And there was also, it looked like a Williams on the grass on the run up the Kemmel straight there. So another bit of unnecessary damage as 55 goes through our shot there. That's the BMW. That's the BMW Team GB car, if I'm not mistaken, with the Union Jack adorned across the back arch of that. Very, very patriotic just now. And Simsa Ferrari into the back of one of the Proton competition cars, who in turn gives him a little boost out of the source, and he's now side by side towards Eau Rouge with D Station. But I have to say, I think I could hear the feather in the throttle from the commentary box there on that one, Chris. He wasn't wanting to go side by side through Eau Rouge and Le Radion. Sensible decision. I mean, you've got he's got the tow now down all the way down the Kemmel Straight, so Proton doing the right thing there, and now they'll be rewarded for their patience, and they're going to make a place on D Station Racing. Yeah, Proton needing to get that place, and D Station obviously going to watch what's happening behind them. But I don't want to lose 2 positions, trying to be a little bit nice, and they're about to, because at Malmedy up the inside. Oh, thank goodness that they just held back there, because the Aston Martin turned in with a whole heap of, I don't know what to say. It wasn't not going to make the apex of Malmedy, put it that way. Ramiz Azam started dead last. I mean, he's one of the professional drivers, but I commentated on him in a championship, which you know, he finished, which he won. So you know, he's a very quick driver in esports. You know, he had to take a step back from racing at one stage, and he kind of used esports to keep himself competing at a high level. And you know, the Le Mans Virtual Series is so huge now that this is the biggest stage. It's almost a bigger stage to compete in the Le Mans Virtual Series than it is in championships he might have been doing in the real one. Yeah, our Canadian friend Ramez Azam just now in that Ferrari chasing the lovely D-Station Aston Martin, which D-Station did compete in the World Endurance Championship this year. They were run by TF Sport, Tom Ferrier himself, and yeah, a lovely team, lovely bunch of guys, TF Sport, and let's hope we see them back in WEC and GTE AM next year. But look at the slipstream effect happening here towards Blanchimont. Yeah. I just remember Thomas Laurent going in here and having a little bit of contact at the WEC race as well, but thankfully that was a little bump draft there. It was just to say, come on, let's get this going.
Karting.
But, yeah, karting,
Full
legend
karting.
racing, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, so that's a hand out the window, like, push me.
Yeah, I can imagine it'd be some sort of hand signal there, Chris McCarthy, but let's not go there. We've still got 5.5 hours remaining of the Spa 6-hour race, but the gap between these guys as they cross the line, 0.2 of a second, it's half a second now, so that's not too bad. I don't know, I think Azam is coming. A lot of brake glow nice and early from that Aston Martin. What we should say as well, you know, there are mechanical failures in this, and we saw a mechanical failure for the 31 car at Monza. Now, I spoke with Lewis and he says it's extremely rare, but you know, the 31 car didn't have a good Monza. They had contact in the pit lane through no fault of their own. They lost the rear wing, and then the engine blew up. Now, there are a couple of ways the engine can blow up. It can be driver and, you know, when it down a gear change too many. Is that possibly the main factor of an engine failure, rather than you're not going to buzz it on the way up, are you, Chris?
No. Of course, if you're doing that to the car, it may be virtual racing, but it very much is similar to what you get. It's, you know, if you're going down the gears too quickly, you're putting strain under the engine, and if you put enough strain under the engine, it's going to go bang at some stage. So, yeah, the mechanical failures do happen and are often caused by a driver error. So, yeah, it's something that they have to keep an eye on. It's something we saw at the first round, and you know, all drivers are going to be wary of that going into the following rounds.
Najima and Azam still giving us this cracking GTE battle through Puom just now. That Aston Martin looked a little bit wayward turning in there. I haven't seen anybody taking the Red Bull esports extra bit of line going down there. Now,
no.
If you were with us for qualifying yesterday, you will have seen some fairly extravagant track limits going from the no-name corner down towards Puong. And myself and Chris noticed there's almost like a green lane of something. It's like tarmac.
It's tarmac, yeah, it's
and
painted
Red Bull
tarmac,
esports were using it. It did make the corner entry horrible, but they seem to think, and Lewis also told us, that it was helping us. Fordzilla under attack up the Kemmel Straight now. Fordzilla, in fact, that's not Fordzilla, they are in the background. That's one of the Rebellion cars on the wrong side, on the outside. You won't take that position through there just yet, but it is definitely coming. The 65 car, that's the Panis car, under attack now from Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, Panis, who, as you said, they just need a good finish here, but Rebellion likewise will, you know, they finished 5th, and that could have been higher at the first round, so they'll be keen to try and go and challenge for a podium this time, and they'll want to clear Panis as quickly as possible, because we talked about Fordzilla moving up the order, and they've got a chance to make 2 more places here. So Nuno Pinto 3rd in queue for that Fordzilla team, as Kuba Brzezinski and Ottaviani just ahead. Don't forget that Rebellion team with Brzezinski won the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual last year, so they know what they're doing in that car, and they will want to go and repeat that success in January.
You took the words out of my mouth there. They do know exactly what they are doing just now. But this Fordzilla team, they mean business just now, as once again we're back to the Azam Najima battle up towards the top of the Kemmel Straight. Again, on the wrong side of the circuit just now. The Aston Martin will brake and just basically mirror what impressive manoeuvre. Yeah, impressive. Chucked it in there and then compromised everybody through the second apex, but the position has been gained, and that's what it's all about. But then hang about, here comes a 888 car up towards the back of this just now. So some big moves getting thrown in GTE just now, but thankfully that was quite clean. But we've seen a little bit of nudging from the Ferrari to the back of the Aston. Will we see the favourite of Peters up the inside into the no-name corner? Najima saw him coming there, Chris. He left a car's width for him.
Yeah, he's been, you know, he's been very respectful in his driving, but he might be punished for it into Puon, the Tesla, the RHG Juniors, as I like to call them. Very young drivers in that team, and really showing themselves well so far this season. And once again, they're trying to move themselves up the order. But look how much D-Station is struggling. You know, look at that gap already. You know, that Aston Martin does go through its tyres quicker than the other cars around. That's one thing about the Aston Martin, it does chew through its tyres.
And here's a replay on this. Was this the Williams on the grass?
We saw the,
onto the grass here. Great find from the guys in the
that was
gallery.
the Mal
It was
team,
a Mal car, and it takes the 888 car off with it. takes the juniors away as it goes through our Algorand board, and that flies through the air. And
that's the second spin for them.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a great find from the guys up the stairs. I did see that in the background happening.
I don't know what they were thinking there. You know, there was only grass.
Where were you going to go?
Yeah, exactly.
What
There was literally nowhere else to go. So I think that was slightly clumsy. I think that was from Michele Di Alessandro, you know, a sign of frustration. They'd had that spin earlier in the race and they wanted to make places and they wanted to make them now. Then they just need to remember that rain's on the way, so you know, there's a chance there. You just got to be patient when you get going again.
The Italian flair coming out of them there, just
Yeah.
not wanting to lift off the gas, and really sometimes you have to compromise a corner to better your position.
Yeah.
In that situation, he put himself in a situation where he didn't need to do that, and unfortunately then took out the 888 car as well. As we come back on board just now towards Blanchimont, listen to this. Well, we know that Michele Di Alessandro is not going to lift anywhere.
Yeah, he's going to be going full send in every corner now.
Full send is definitely the way here, but I think that's actually, is that the Red Bull Esports car we're actually on board with there just now? Yeah, Red Bull Esports, as we've got the Bike-Colles car in front of us as we come up to La Source. Now, the La Source hairpin, famous hairpin over the years, around you come, out of La Source hairpin, big deep breath, sink the back into the homemade seat that you have got in a race car, the proper purpose-built sim seat, pull down on those belts, and here we go. This will be absolutely flat, ladies and gentlemen. And having tried that yesterday and ended up in several small pieces over the crest of Loradion in my sim car, it is no easy thing to do. The D-Station car in the pit lane, Chris, disaster.
Well, they were struggling, weren't they? They were really, really struggling for pace, and it appears it wasn't tyres, it was something a little bit more serious than that. So I think they maybe have a deeper problem with that car. We just hope we see them back in the race. I mean, they had just been passed by Ryan Cullen, who started right at the back of the field, had just gone past them. I wouldn't like to say there was contact on the way through, but did they have an off of some sort? Who knows? Yeah.
Who knows? Well, there was a bit of contact as well from the 66 car as they were trying to come up behind them, and who knows if it's maybe upset a splitter or done some internal damage. But Toshiya Nojima sitting there looking very upset in his sim rig back at base. So let's see how that unfolds. This is a 31 car. This is a WRT car, which needs to have a very good meeting as well. The SimTag Esports WRT car. They were the first mechanical failure, you could say, of our Le Mans Virtual Series. They had an engine failure at Monza. Now, Monza's a hard place on engines, okay? But so is Spa-Francorchamps. There's a lot of throttle to get used to. Around about 66, 67% full throttle all the way around. This is a high speed place. So, you know, it's another place where an engine might cry enough if it needs to. Let's just keep our fingers crossed, touch wood, that it's not for the 31 car again. Yeah,
I mean, they've had a disaster of a season so far, you know, a spin earlier as well. So not been good for them at all so far this season. They really just need to get a move on now and make some places.
Word from our third pair of eyes outside. Lewis McGlade says it looks like D-Station are out. So what a disaster very early in the race. Less than half an hour in, almost half an hour in, D-Station have to retire. As we come towards La Source hairpin, it could be a disconnect. We don't know exactly what it could be, or a game crash, but you can see Toshiya Nojima didn't look very happy there. But we're more concerned about the pace of the car, Chris. The pace wasn't there.
It wasn't there, no. They were clearly slowing down, but yeah, that's a disconnect or something like that is essentially a mechanical failure.
Yeah, now tell us, what is a disconnect for us for myself who's not from the sim world? Is that where you lose internet?
Yeah, you game completely disconnects. You know, it's like pulling the plug. So you know, unfortunately there's nothing you can do about that. It's like if there's a mechanical failure on a car which you can't really control and it just goes wrong. Essentially that's what a disconnect is. That's the crossover.
We just saw the 31 going past the 21 Axel Sport car there at the top of the Kemmel Straight. So thanks for that, Chris. Great insight. You and Lewis will keep me right with everything that goes forward from here for sim racing. But look at the weather we have just now at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. It's exactly the same as what we had for qualifying, but let me tell you guys and girls, it's a-coming. The weather will change towards the latter part of the race. Who knows, the wind might blow a different way and it might turn out to be nice all the way through. But right now we are under blue skies and on board with Aslan as he comes up in the Axel Sport car, the 21 prototype car, towards the back end of the lap. This is a famous part of the circuit as you come through Stavolo and then charge back towards the bus stop, which has been changed so many times over the years, Chris. Myself personally, I miss the old bus stop that we used to have, the left, right, right, left. I like that as a bus stop chicane, but it's long gone and forgotten.
Hey, it's you know, it provides overtaking now, doesn't it? And it's quite a handy into the pit lane. You know, if you can just stay over to the right and keep out of the way. Although we have seen instances there over the years still with people deciding very late to come into the pits. But this is Axel Sports, and there you can see right and into the left again. What it does allow is cars to stay side by side throughout the entire corner, and you can defend that place by just going around the outside, and then you have the inside into the left hand. So it does provide overtaking, but it does give you a good opportunity to defend as well. As we go back and look at the battle for the lead, this is the GPX Rebellion Williams car, and it's getting tight up the front. Less than a second between our top two.
It is that. They're going past the 56 Mentos liveried car. I can say that because it reflects Egidio Profetti's World Endurance Championship GTE Am Project 1 Porsche, and they mirror signal manoeuvre their way past that car. The prototype's very, very fast. The next car they have got is one of the Proton competition cars, which is just ahead as they go through Pouhon corner. Now that is a corner, big long left, huge amount of load goes through the tyres there, and it is a bit of a tyre killer as the 77 car sees the two cars coming up behind him, moves out of the way for the 22 car and lets him slide by. That's Marcel Chinchik in the GPX Rebellion Williams car just now, who we ride on board with. He's looking at the back of Bono House as he comes through. Bono first came onto my radar for the Las Vegas things, but I think we can now hear from Eduardo Freitas, race director. So sorry about that as we come back on towards the run towards Blanchimont. Yeah, I was saying Bono House first popped onto my radar, and the very first thing I saw with esports, which was back in Vegas, quite a few years ago, he was one of these guys that was racing with my friend Graham Carroll at the time. So Bono has become a teammate of Graham, and he's steadily worked his way through, and into the pits goes the number 10 car. So we were on course. We said around about 18 laps. This is 16 laps, and we're in for a pit stop already. This is a drive-through penalty we're seeing for Michele De Alessandro, and I wonder why he's getting that drive-through penalty, Chris McCarthy.
No surprise. He's been in all sorts of dramas, isn't he? And just firing himself on the grass. So, you know, of course, he went on the grass and caused the accident, which the Tesla car was unfortunately an innocent victim of. So, yeah, completely unsurprised to see Michele De Alessandro in the pits. Yeah,
very sorry you didn't hear Eduardo Freitas, our iconic race director, giving us the information that that car tried to pass the 888 car and basically forced off the track, had a spin itself, so causing an accident, gets him a drive-through penalty. As we go 3 wide towards Pouhon. Oh my goodness me, 3 wide towards this one. Is this change for the lead, Chris McCarthy? It is, but not round the outside, hanging on just by the fingernails there. Well, you know, there's no such thing as a slow endurance race now. Everything is a flat-out race. 6-hour races are absolutely flat-out, as are 24-hour races we've seen, Chris. So this is very much up for the offer now as they both come towards Stavolo. Bono under increasing pressure from Marcel and the FDA Ferrari, if I'm not mistaken, the next one up the road, which could be a flying ointment. No, they will get that before they get anywhere near Blanchimont, thankfully.
Yeah, he'll want to get ahead for the pit stops. I think that's what he was, you know, just kept his distance slightly, but you know, they're coming into the end of the stint, so they really can give it everything if they haven't been already, and they'll want to get ahead of that red line car before the first round of pit stops, which could be in the next lap or two. We expected around 18 laps if they were going flat out, so maybe one more lap and then we're going to see them in. So yeah, this is going to be GPX Rebellion. Yeah, they came close last time. They were side by side into Pouhon. This time down the Camel Straight. Will they have enough to go and take that lead?
Yeah, can Bono? Does Bono want to hang on too much? We'll find out just now as they both come steaming down towards Eau Rouge. And I've stood on the right-hand side right there, and it is electrifying as well. Yes, that's a better word. Yeah, it's terrifying. And I had to try and do a piece to camera, which was at 455 takes later. We managed to get something out of it, but he's in the slipstream. Bono's defending the right-hand side of the circuit. Round the outside you go, Marcel, if you want to make it. Bono squeezing his arm across towards there, and look at that, brave as you like. He manages to make the manoeuvre, and I think Bono House eventually saw he was on a bit of a hiding to nothing and decided that discretion, Chris, better part of valour. But that's how hard that racing was. Hard, clean, good fought racing there. That
was a fantastic move, I have to say. When they hit the brakes, I thought he had no chance there, but carried so much speed round the outside, and to you know, do that coming up to the end of stints. Really, really impressive stuff from Marcel Cinčić. So he's now taken the lead for GPX Rebellion Williams. Team Redline drop into second, but you know, that's far from a disaster. They've just got to keep them within touching distance. However, in the background, you would have saw Erhan Yujovski as well, only a second behind, and that battling has allowed Erhan to close in, but we've got more battles going on.
Yes, we have that. That was the Fordzilla car almost into the back of the Rebellion car because of the FDA Ferrari. You can't blame the Ferrari, it was there in his race, but it was just slow in the mid part of the corner. We look back from the Panes car towards that as we come towards Stavlo. So Fordzilla still trying to make manoeuvres forward, up to 6th place now. Bit of a bounce off the exit here, Chris McCarthy, and that's lost him drive. Look at the Williams Rebellion side by side through Blanchimont, and is there a change back for the lead? Bono House comes back towards the front, and what a manoeuvre going through Blanchimont there. Our eyebrows are on stalks, and they both head for the pit lane. Now that was key for Bono House to get in before the pit lane.
Are we going to see a dive bomb from Fordzilla going into the chicane? No, they stay behind. Are they all going to come in? We expect them to. Most of them do. So 2 of them did. It looked like Panis did.
Stayed on.
Rebellion are the ones that stayed on. So they managed to save a tad more bit of fuel, and they feel that they can go 1 more lap.
Thing is, though, have they got clear enough traffic to stay on track? Will they get a good lap, or is the traffic going to upset them? So into pit lane, it's a minute for going through the pit lane just as a drive-through, okay? But 112 seconds, we reckon, for a full service, Chris. So that's a bit of time for the driver to sit in his sim rig, to maybe get a little bit of drinks, to move the hands, because these are hard things to hang on to. You know, they put a lot of grip through your arms.
Yeah, you know, when we did the Le Mans Virtual last year, we're side by side. You don't want to be side by side going through the hairpin, because we all crashed going through there at slow speed yesterday when we were just trying to leave the pits. But
I crashed leaving the garage across into where the gantry is for my engineer, so that wasn't a good start. But Bono went into the pits and leaving his name behind.
Look in the camera. That's Erhan Yujovski right behind them. Behind. So this is a 3-way fight now.
Have they short fueled? Have they short fueled in this? Have they done something different, because they were nowhere near them coming in the pit lane?
They were over a second back. That's definitely closer than a second.
Oh, very much so. There was a Bi-Colles car actually between them and that car coming into the pit lane. If I'm not mistaken, as the number 10 car shoots through there, then when you're coming down here, this just seems to take forever, a day and an age as you come past the old pits, as one of the GTE cars comes in as well. Yeah, change of lead, well, not change of lead, because we have got the GPX Rebellion at the lead just now, but a change in the pits between Bono House and the car that we are looking at just now. The Rebellion car chases him up the straight. That's Marcel Cinčić.
Yeah, and this is Erhan Yujovski's chance. Of course, the car that was leading and crashed back at Monza. They'll hate me for reminding them of that again, but Erhan Yujovski has a chance here to get that car into the lead once more, and he's going to go for second already, almost going through second there through Les Combes, backed out of it. So the red line struggling on the cold tyres here, and the R8G trying to take advantage. And look how quickly the Rebellion cars got up to speed. They are gone.
The Rebellion has definitely got these tyres turned on. Bono House a little bit struggling just now as they come down towards Puong just now, and you're dead on there. Absolutely, Erhan Yujovski all over the back of this car just now as they go through. But Bono's now starting to get into his rhythm. And well, he's just come off the track after a huge battle into the pit lane. He won't be happy after losing a place in pits lane, that's for sure. That doesn't go down with anybody very well, but he'll also be wondering where the number 8 car has actually come from. This is a battle for 4th, 5th and 6th just now, because the 1, 11 and 2 car are 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and they're in the pits as we speak, as we leave the exit of Stavolo and head towards Blanchimont. The 3 leaders who decided not to pit now all in pit lane, Chris.
Yep, so we're going to see if they gain anything from that. Of course, Kuba Brzezinski, Dennis Jordan and Devin Browner all in pit lane, but we return to this battle for second, and this has worked out very nicely for the Williams car out in the lead there, the GPX Rebellion Williams car. And here we go. Could we see a move in towards La Source here? R8G right behind Redline, and we're going to go into pit lane. This is the number 1 of Kuba Brzezinski making his way out, but where is that fight for second place, and what has happened? We might pick them up to the right of screen. There they are, and they are in formation, but I'd say Redline are in big trouble now. I don't think they're going to be second by the time we get to the end of the Kemmel Straight.
Redline are very much the hunted as they come up the top and head towards the Kemmel Straight. Here we go. What's happening? The slipstream effect is working. Bono House doesn't think he needs to defend just yet. Is there going to be a late manoeuvre on the brakes? No, as they get towards the Kemmel, top of that Kemmel Straight, and heading towards Malmedy. And I'm leaning through the corners with him just here as we go through, just for added effect, Chris. But yeah, it's very much on the offering now. Bono House very much under pressure from Erhan Yayovsky just now. In the number 8 car as they go through Bruxelles, hairpin down towards the corner with no name, and this all dropping away from you all the time, so this really overworks the tyres as they come through. These are, will these be fresh tyres? No, because they're going to double stint the tyres. They're going to double stint these tyres that they're on, as we see the big black lines coming out the back of this Team Redline car going through Pullman there. But this, all that downhill section really eats away at the tyres because there's so much load getting put into them, generated by the driver. 5 hours 18 minutes left to go. 22, 1, 2, 3 and 8 lead just now after the pit stops. We've cycled through everybody. The only car in the pit lane just now, car number 14, and that is down in 16th place just now.
Of course, we're going to get to the end of the hour, and then we're going to do the exact same thing with the GTE class. They're all going to cycle in. They will take tyres each time. Of course, these guys are going to double stint their tyres. So you're seeing here, I think, who has kept their tyres well the most. So clearly, Yayovsky has done a good job on his tyres. Redline are slightly struggling on their tyres.
There's a look at race control in the second screen there. Ben Rossiter-Turner will be down there just underneath the camera. That's Lewis in the white shirt looking at everything going on. So that's the guys that are in live link with the teams and Eduardo Freitas. Ben Rossiter-Turner. We can't actually see Ben just now, but that's right outside our studio booth. You can see the on-air box up towards the left-hand side as we pick back up with this. This is a change for position. This is a recovery drive, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the 88? 888, in fact?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
888 gets up and past the 56 car on the run up that Kemmel Straight. So I feel sorry for the 888 car after getting nerfed off on that straight by the 10 Mahal cars. It's one of these things, it's a racing incident, but yeah, Eduardo Freitas and Ben Rossiter-Turner didn't think that needed to happen, hence the reason the penalty was handed.
Yeah, it was, you know, it's a shame for Tesla. You know, they've been crashed into, you know, in this race. And Monza, they had a sort of a crash of their own doing, really. So, you know, it's just not worked out well for them. But they're a young team, as I say, it's a young driver lineup, so they're learning all the time. And this is promising stuff. You know, they're coming back through the order nicely here. They've got themselves up now into 10th place in that class. And here we look back again, Erhan Yayovsky.
He's coming, isn't he?
Hunting down. I wonder if he's just, you know, starting to, if he's just gone into a little bit of a, you know, I'll just follow for a little bit of time, you know, just settled in a little bit behind rather than going on the attack all the time. Because the more he goes on the attack, the more coming out of those tyres, and they're getting older. They're 45 minutes old now, so he might just be thinking, okay, let's just be patient for the time being. Rain's on the way later. We can make this place later in this stint.
As we catch up with them heading through Stavolo now round towards Blanchimont, and we have had a run through of the pit stops for all the prototype cars now. The next set of pit stops should be for the GTE cars, and will they all be pitting around about the same time for the second stop? I think it may not be far away from that, actually.
You'd assume so. And speaking of them, actually, there's a good little fight going on with Stefanko in the BMW Team GB car and Hakkinen as well in the GR Wolves. The 86 and the 55 have been fairly close together for a number of laps now, and I wonder if we're going to see those guys swapping places.
So Bono House just starting to fall off the back of Erhan Yayovsky now. He really has come out of the pit lane with a head of pace, hasn't he?
Yeah. And have they swapped places, or is that me? But
no, it's Yayovsky's just going through the shot there, and House just off the back. So you can see the distance in metres extending all the time. So it's taken a huge leap going through Eau Rouge and La Radion there as we come up. There's our prototype race leader just going through the top of the straight just now. They're second, and there is third, Bono House. It's been a good run for Bono, I've got to say. He popped up in qualifying yesterday from, oh dear, contact with the Proton competition car. And was that somebody just not seeing there? Yeah, that was quite hefty hitting the side there. That could possibly come back with a bit of damage. You won't be happy about that. But what was that all about? Let's have a look further down. This is the Jota car, and is that the other R8G car?
This is the change of position, isn't it? This is change of position for a second. So they had, it wasn't me, I thought I was going crazy there, but they did swap places. So there we go, R8G into second place ahead of Redline.
I apologise.
Now the chase is on. Yeah, now the chase is on. So 2.5 seconds from Erhan Yuyovsky to Marcel Chinchik.
Okay.
And through the first sector, Erhan Yuyovsky is 0.2 faster.
Gloves off stuff, Chris.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we've only got 5 hours to go, but yeah, the number 8 car, it has got revenge in its system. It needs to do it. And let's see how this goes, Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, before that, though, we were saying there's a GR Wolves, of course, from the Molyneux. They're fending off BMW Team GB. I've been keeping an eye on it. They've been doing it for a number of laps now. I don't know if Stefanko in the 55 is just thinking, I'll just settle in behind. But we've got more action going on. Is that WRT?
That was one of the Porsches. I think that was at possibly the 56 car into the gravel. It was a difficult one because it was a white Porsche, and most basically all are when you see them from one angle. And that was a back view, but they were off just on the way towards Stavlo, rejoining there. Whether we can pick up a replay of that later on.
Oh, that was a car spinning in the background. I don't know if that was Fordzilla who went round. You might have just seen them to the left of screen, so through Blanchimont, flat out. I think they were trying to get past the back marker, but that's a car having gone round. I did see a hint of orange. I don't know if it was the Fordzilla, but we'll have to keep an eye on.
I haven't seen it come through the back of the shot yet, so Fordzilla possibly have gone missing on the run through Blanchimont, which is not something you really want to be doing, going missing through Blanchimont. Charlie Collins still leading the way in the GTE class just now as we come on board with him, looking at him, and he looks incredibly relaxed here in that seat, doesn't he? Sitting there behind his sim rig as he goes through Puong just now. Charlie Collins, and that was it was a 70 car. It was a real Team Hydrogen Raidline car, so it was that car that's gone off. So that's our championship leader, parked at the side of the track at Blanchimont. So there's
a tyre. Was that a tyre having gone as well?
I don't know. Wonder what has happened there. Whether we can maybe get a replay of that, even on onboard, so we could find out what went wrong. But yeah, championship leader parked at the side of the track. They've been having trouble from quite early on. They dropped from the lead and they started tumbling down. We thought they were maybe saving fuel, but that, Chris McCarthy, is a big place to go missing.
That's an absolute disaster. It looked like they were trying to get down the inside of a back marker, but they did just take a spin, and you know, unfortunately, they've gone from heroes to zeros. So they won last time, and now they sit on the exit of Blanchimont this time.
I wonder if that was maybe another internet issue there. Who knows? But I wasn't actually looking at that one. I was looking at the WRT car, and old Eagle Eyes himself spotted that one going through the top of the screen. Chris McCarthy did. So great stuff there, and let's find out there. We'll be working hard to try and get the replay of that one for us as we look at the Yassit and Team WRT SimTag Esports. Just getting split up a little bit by that Porsche, the Proton competition car there. Josh Ladd and Arne Schoenveld behind the wheels of these cars just now. 49 and number 31 still going at it in a battle. From that camera angle, we can't actually see if the 70 car is still parked at the side of the circuit. But Chris, 5 hours 11 minutes still to go, and yeah, it certainly hasn't been a dull start, has it? It's been action aplenty.
And I think we're going to see a battle here for 7th place. Dennis Jordan in the Red Bull number 11 prototype, being caught by Ben Viscal in the 444. He's been catching him through every sector, and I think we're about to potentially see a move between those two for 7th place. So good driving here all around, and good driving from our leaders as well, who now have a lead. Marcel Chinchik is getting his foot down and has a lead of 4 seconds. But here we go. This was the fight that we were talking about. So we can see the Red Bull car, and we can see Ben Viscal in the 444 there in 8th place, I think, having just been lapped by our leaders. But we go on board with them now, going down towards Bruxelles, and the master of Spa himself, Duncan Vincent, is going to talk us through the next few corners. Tell us what you did.
Well, I wobbled wide there. I came back across the track into that wall and then ran out a road down here. So I then decided to try and walk away. Bent Viscal does it incredibly well, though.
You're not giving away any secrets to Tom, are you?
No, I'll keep my secrets in. Yeah, I keep my secrets in. Well, Director Tom's got a bit of work to do, but we can work on him over the next couple of rounds. I felt sorry for him, beating him in my first ever 3 laps of the sim rig. and he'd been on it for 40 minutes prior to that. But anyway, let's focus on the onboard that we have just now, the Alpha Industries by Collis burst car of Bent Viscal. Car number 444 as he comes up towards Stavolo, and as Chris McCarthy rightfully pointed out, this is a battle that we are seeing just now. The Bicolis cars, the prototype Bicolis cars, both running extremely well. And now let's find, we've actually finally found a replay of number 70. What happened? He went down the inside of the 66 car, too much curb, round he goes. Did he hit the wall? Oh, big into the wall, and you're right, Chris. The back wheel is off that car. That will be game over for the real team. And yeah, there they go in the garage. Real Team Hydrogen red line. Race 1 winners, race 2 out in the first hour.
It's driver error, isn't it? There was enough space there, but also you didn't need to make the move flat out through Blanchimont, and I think he's going to be pretty frustrated when he looks back at that one, because they
didn't need to do it. He did. That's one of these moves where he didn't need to do it, but he would have had a whole head of steam, and he could have waited and got him into the bus stop or out of the bus stop. It's too early in a race to do that. If I was a team manager, which I'm not, I would be very angry. And yeah, there you go. It's probably best I'm not a team manager as we go through Eau Rouge. Look at this, the Red Bull esports car now. Dennis Jordan is under a fair old bit of attack here. Yeah,
this is, I think that's the leader lapping him, but in the background, the Floyd Bicolis car. Ah, here we go.
D-Station, welcome back to our race here.
So,
it was a disconnect.
So yeah, an internet problem, yeah.
What a shame for them. So, Chris, what are they going to do now? Are they just going to try and get some mileage? Can they still get points? You never know what's going to happen.
They're going to get half a point for finishing, but this is a 5-hour test session. Do whatever you want with it, and later in the race, if the forecast is correct, it will be the first ever time we've seen these cars going round in the Le Mans Virtual Series this season in the wet. So they've got a perfect test session, wet and dry, and a test session where they can pitch themselves against the rest of the drivers that they're racing against. So yeah, it's very much worth doing this.
So we're going to get rain here at Spa. We know the weather forecast coming in. What happens at the Nordschleife? Do we get rain? Do we get fog? Have they got fog lamps they're going to put on them like a rally car? Who knows? That will be something that
just seeing the prototypes go around there, it's going to be scary. It's going to be frightening, isn't it? Yeah. You're going to have a go on that one. We're going to have to do some laps around there.
I'm pretty handy around it on Forza.
Are you?
Yeah, maybe shouldn't have said
this is nothing like that, mate.
You know, I'm very good in a Renault Clio around there on Forza, but we pick up with the number 55 car, which is the BMW Team GB run car just now, and we're chasing, is that one of the Wolves cars? It certainly is. That's the Hakkinen car ahead of us on the road, and a bit of defending by the Wolves car just now, and that's no pun intended, seeing as they are at the Molineux, their home football stadium today. We saw some pictures on social media yesterday, and thankfully the football team aren't playing at home as Fordzilla go past us. I nearly jumped out of my seat there, and they're doing the exact same thing as Real Team Hydrogen did there, but they made the move count, and they made the move stick, Chris, before they bounced over that apex curb at Blanchimont.
Lewis just saying, he's just given us the message that the number 70, Jeffrey Rietveld, because the tyre has come off, it's likely that we will not see them back in the race. They weren't able to make it back to the pit lane, so it's very likely that Real Time Hydrogen, our winners from last time, are out of this race within the first hour.
Our pole position man for this round as well, the pole position team. Great shame we've lost them, but we saw this happen to Gordy Much at the last round as well. A little inconspicuous spin off a curb and then was collected by a couple of cars. Now we have some pit stops for the GTE class. That's the Proton car in, and one of our Porsche esports car. Didn't catch a 91 or 92 on that, Chris, as I went through there. So let's have a replay of the race start. And let's see if we missed anything at that first corner. There's your Real Team Hydrogen red line, who are already out of this race by the looks of things, leading away at the start, and everybody fans out there. I did see Fordzilla coming up the inside, and it was a WRT car coming up the inside as well, Chris.
Yeah, they were just trying to make some moves, but look at that. Really, really tidy start. You know, a bit of door banging, but overall, very, very good stuff.
Yeah, unlike the Cup class, which we had yesterday. I watched that in the car while having a bottle of water, and I think everybody got to hear and then suddenly stopped. Have a quick look at the GTE. There's that spin we saw.
That's WRT, isn't it?
The spin we saw in the background, which took out the R8 car then. Let's have a look at the GTE race start now, as everybody a lot more controlled than we saw at Monza. They were fanning out 5, 6, 7 wide, like motorbike racing Martin Haven, I think, said, but everybody getting through there and powering down towards Eau Rouge. Good start for the GTE cars.
Yeah, there was someone far left that just went dive-bombing down the inside, and if it was the Simsa car.
We actually missed that. There was coming together. That was one of the Proton cars. We missed that at the start because we never picked this up till a bit later. So the gallery, we tried possibly to find the replay of that, but that was a long time ago. So that was the 77 Proton car bouncing off the wall as they went 3 wide. This was effectively where we kind of picked them up. But yeah, in the background you can see the Proton car with the orange bonnet coming into view now, Chris. So that was something that's new to us as well.
Yeah, 3 laps down, so it affected them very badly as Floyd Bicolis are past Red Bull. So there we go, change, and we briefly saw the BMW Team GB team. They made that move as well. So Floyd Bicolis have gone past Red Bull, and they have a car in between them as well. So Ben Viscal, the FIA Formula 2 driver, has worked very hard. He's gone through, and Risto Capit, who we ride on board with, has also gone through as well. So the Estonian for RHG up into 8th place.
Risto Capit, great onboard view back towards the Red Bull esports car there. But that Bicolis car, it was coming, wasn't it? We could see it coming from quite a while.
Yeah.
They've got good pace around here, as the Red Bull guys have as well. But there's another Red Bull car which we were keeping our eye on, but it doesn't seem to be working in GTE, and we're quite surprised at Johnny Edgar. Let's not give Johnny too much of a hard time though, because he's down in 35th overall. But Johnny Edgar just been struggling, maybe because he's out with so many of the good sim racers.
Yeah, you've got to remember he should be slower. You know, if
yeah.
we're there in FIA Formula 3 cars, he'd be down the road. But
He'd be
you know,
gone.
yeah, but you know this isn't where he is used to racing. This is the beauty of the Le Mans Virtual Series. You know, we get to test these guys against, and we get to display how good professional esports drivers are, because you know Johnny Edgar's going to be trying to learn as much as they can. This is probably the best battle on circuit, which Red Bull are right in the middle of because behind this we've got Yasik, Josh Ladd, and Arnie Skonevliet behind that as well. So this is your battle down from 7th all the way down to 11th place, all queuing up as they come up through Blanchimont.
Yeah, towards one of the fastest parts of the circuit. Now, picking back up on that Johnny Edgar thing, it shows the mentality of a real racing driver, knowing that he's not as quick as these other guys, but he's not thrown off the road trying to do what they're doing. He's controlling himself. He knows, and for him that will be very difficult, because he's used to being in an F3 car, and he would be gone, like you say, but he's having to control his own mind and say, no, I just need to do this. I need to hit that lap time every lap, and I'm doing a good job.
Exactly, you know, he's representing Red Bull. He's a Red Bull junior driver as well. So, you know, he just wants to go out there, do his job and get those lap times in. And it's damage limitation often when you put the pro drivers in, not when you had the likes of Danny Juncker there in last time when he brought it home to win. But I say damage limitation, that's not, you know, they're not extremely slower. They're just, you know, half a tenth here, or, you know, a couple of tenths, but over 6 hours, that adds up to quite a lot. So he's just trying to get it home in his best place as he can without doing anything silly. And so far, as you said, he's doing a brilliant job of that. And when he hands it over to his teammates, the likes of Yuri Kazdorp, then we'll see what they can do from there. But everyone has to get their pro drivers in at some stage in the race. And we have plenty of them out there. Tom Dillman also out there. He's chasing down Alessandro Ottaviani as well. That's a battle developing for 5th place just up the road from this. Tom Dillman, one of the professional drivers, closing in on Ottaviani in the Panis race.
Impressed with Tom Dillman, actually. Very impressed with Tom Dillman. It's impressive to see him so far up and pushing. So let's see how he gets on as
more stops.
Yep, more pit stops. That's the team red line BMW making its way down towards the bottom pit, car number 71 there. Dennis Jordan is on track just now in the esports. He's backed up by Alex Schiebel and Jack Doohan, who's in for us this time as well. Jack Doohan's son, I always get right for saying son of MotoGP legend Mick Doohan, because Jack Doohan is now a rightful race winner himself, and he almost won the FIA Formula 3 Championship this year. Really nice guy, really nice family, and it'll be interesting to see how Jack gets on. And there you go, Chris, you'll be happy. That's that football stadium, isn't it?
Yeah, you guys don't know him very well up there, but yes. Wolves is soccer.
If it was rugby, it would be fine, you know. It wouldn't be a problem.
Wolves are a great side, you know. They've been building up over the last few years, and there you go. They got the stadium to themselves. What a sight that must be. Oh, if only it was St James's Park. You know, then I'd be much more happy. But Wolves still a great team.
Oh dear, St James's Park. Let's keep it motorsport based and not drift down a football avenue. You know, that's I don't know much about football anyway. So
who was your starting 11 against Faroe Islands?
Yeah, we picked back up with the GR Racing car just now. And what is impressive, they are at the Molineux Stadium. That shows a commitment that sponsors have towards esport. I mean, that's a big organisation, the Wolves football team, and having an esports racing team set up there just shows you just exactly how impressive this whole thing of the Le Mans Virtual is.
Yeah, if there's any Wolves fans, cheering them on as well, get behind them, use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. And
Elton John could be watching this.
Who knows?
Is he a Wolves fan?
I don't know. So. I don't know where you got that one from.
I think, I'm pretty sure I saw that in an Elton John video years ago, that he is a Wolves fan. Wolverhampton Wanderers.
He is now.
Back then. He is now. There we go. As we're on board with Hakkinen, as we come up towards the top of the Kemmel Straight here. Past all the spectator enclosures, pick a braking marker, just about the 100-metre board. Oh, well, I was braking at the 100-metre board, so clearly that's where half of my lap time was disappearing. But we're almost at the end of our first hour, and we'll be coming up with a little bit of highlights, which will do a nice job. Chris will give us some highlights for that. We'll have a change in the running order in the commentary box. Chris McCarthy.
Yep, it's been a hectic first hour here in the 6 hours of Spa. Let's look back at the hour highlights. So here, the first hour highlights brought to you by Total. And we kicked off with the LMP cars making their way down towards the first corner. The number 70, the real-time hydrogen redline cars, our winners last time out, would lead us down to the first corner. And we would have an incident, sadly, the R8G there having a bit of a coming together with the Ford Zeta car WRT, unfortunately in trouble as well. We look back then to our GT, and it was the BMW team Redline that led, but they would be ganged up on by a flurry of Porsches. The Proton there going to the outside of the Porsche, and the Proton would go into second and then into first, all in one move. Here was the number 8 R8G being a little bit too ambitious as they tried to clear the traffic. We were into the traffic just under 20 minutes in. Hydrogen struggled to stay within the top 3. Mao Racing Team decided that the grass was the racing line and went off and took out Tesla with them and received a drive-through penalty for their actions. Battles continued up. This was when GPX Rebellion Williams took the lead away from Redline in towards Pouon. And then Redline would fight back, and then Rebellion would come again once more, going round the outside there at Les Combes. And then we went quickly into the pits and back out again, and Erhan Yayovsky would draw closer to make it a three-way fight for the lead. Proton, meanwhile, were just clearing away out front, doing an absolutely brilliant job to clear away from the Porsches. More batting going on here. This was when R8G got ahead of Redline. That was our swap for second that we saw a little while ago. And here's where we lost our championship leaders, clattering the curve through Blanchimont, losing a rear wheel, and it's unlikely now that we will see them again in this race. Well, joining me now, we are an hour complete. Duncan's gone for a bit of a break, and he is replaced by Lewis McGlade, the man himself, the man that's been bringing us all the info. Lewis, what have you made of the race so far?
Yeah, obviously a very interesting start. A bit chaotic at times, but the opening laps were all right. There was a bit of an incident in the GTs running down into turn, well, down to Eau Rouge. I heard about some things from some of the P2s in the back end of the track. But for the most part, what we've seen has been all right. Got to give some shout-outs to Charlie Collins for one of the best moves that I've seen at Spa, going around the outside of Kevin Siggy at Malmedy down to Bruxelles. Also, that fantastic three-way fight for the race lead in LMP2. It's got all the hallmarks of a great race already in the first hour.
Yeah, it's here we go. Here's the man himself, Charlie Collins. He got into the lead so quickly, and I had to look again. Was he running on different tyres? Was there an extra compound other than soft? Because he absolutely cleared away. What do you think? Do you think that was part of his plan? I mean, of course he wants to be in the lead, but do you think that was part of the plan for the Porsches? Shall I say? Was it for them? Did they think, okay, if he wants to go away, that's fine. We'll come back later in this race. What do you think the Porsches were thinking at that stage?
There's a couple of little things here. Now, most notably that once Charlie Collins had got through on the first lap, then Kevin Siggy was still left there, and when he was sort of holding station, holding firm, doing the lap times that he was doing, he wasn't able to really get on with it. And so all the Porsches behind, everyone behind, was just sat there waiting, and the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Now, whether this was down to the 71 going a little bit longer on the stints, or whether it was just down to the Porsches having an incredible amount of speed, we don't really know. The 71 did go a lap longer. They got up to lap 25, whereas Charlie Collins, the 88, they went down to 23, 24, I believe it was, in the end. So there is a bit of a difference there, but to be honest, I think it's just fantastic speed. Coand are the team behind the Porsche Esports and the Proton competition team. They've come into this race absolutely determined. They didn't get the result they were really wanting with all of their cars up the order at the previous round at Monza. Spa has been a circuit which has bitten them quite a few times in the recent past, and they're determined to make their mark here in the Le Mans Virtual Series.
Yeah, they were a good team at that first run. They moved forward nicely and got themselves onto the podium. And here they've made another step forward, and it's great to see. Now, I hope you are enjoying all the action so far. Now we've hit a little bit of now we've had a bit of time to breathe in this race because we haven't been able to do that so far. Do let us know if you're watching along, if you're watching on Facebook and Twitter. Use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. Send in your questions for us. Let us know who you're cheering on for. Who do you think is going to win at the end of the 5 hours? Use hashtag Le Mans Virtual. We will read some comments out throughout the race. And if you fancy winning yourself a Thrustmaster T248, go to Twitch and watch along with us on Sport Buff. You can send in your comments and your questions on there. And if you are watching on there, you have a chance to win a Thrustmaster T248. Lewis, what do you make of that prize? What do you make of that Thrustmaster, Will? Oh,
I mean, especially for anyone who's entering sim racing for the first time, which of course we know a lot of people in the audience for this, that they might be first-time sim racing viewers. You know, they kind of look at this thinking, wow, these guys are really top level. And the way to get into it is obviously either to spend an awful lot of money and get yourself a decent wheel and get yourself involved, or by getting one for free by winning a competition. And to be fair, the T248 brand new wheel by Thrustmaster, great entry-level wheel for those just getting used to sim racing for the first time. And I wouldn't say no. I don't know about you.
No, not at all. Thrustmaster, fantastic equipment that they provide, one of the sponsors to us as well. So we thank them for giving us that prize over on Sport Buff. To remind you, you can win a Thrustmaster T248 if you go onto Twitch and watch along with us on Sport Buff. You can send in your questions and your comments on there. Likewise, you can do that as well on Twitter and on YouTube. Use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual and we will read some out throughout the race. Okay, let's get back to what's going on circuit. We pick up R8G making their way down towards Eau Rouge. This, Lewis, is our battle for the lead. Now, at one stage, Marcel Chinchik had absolutely cleared off by about 4 seconds. All of a sudden, the gaps come down. Do you reckon that was traffic playing in the favour of each other and now it's all levelled itself out, or is this a real push we're seeing here from Yuyovsky?
So a couple of things here, of course, for those that don't really know too much about the LMP2s. They're on the medium tyres at the moment, the yellow wool medium tyres. They are double stinting these tyres, which means they've been on them for around about an hour, approaching an hour and 10 minutes. With them all pitting on lap 17, it means that they'll be into the pit lane in the very near future, like the next sort of 5, 6, 7 laps. But in the prototype category, when they're running that kind of distance, by this point in the race, they're starting to struggle on the tyres quite a bit. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Erhan Yuyovsky's just looked after his tyres really nicely. A bit of a flash to the lights. That's the sister team. That's the Tesla R8G BMW. They're just trying to get past there from the GT category. They just balked them there a little bit, and Yuyovsky just losing a little bit of time. But from the timesheets that I'm seeing here, Yuyovsky is going about 3-4 tenths a lap faster. I think this is just tyres. I think they're just timing this.
Yeah, so they've just saved a little bit in the tank, and now they're really giving it full guns here to try and get past before we do that tyre switch over, because the next stop isn't just going to be for fuel, it's going to be a full service, and it's going to be around 110 to 112 seconds in the pit lane. So that's the first full service stop we're going to see from the prototype cars as they now come through the bus stop. Let's get the gap at the end of the lap. It was 7 tenths, it's now a second. What's it going to be when they cross the line at this time? It's 1.1, so we're seeing a response. Marcel Chinchik has responded to the challenge of Erhan Yuyovsky, or Erhan Yuyovsky is just simply coming to the end of life. But this could be perhaps the last lap now before we see them in.
Yeah, I believe so. They should be in at the end of this lap. Not all of the prototypes, though. A couple of them will be coming in a lap later. Those running 4th place, for example, the number 1, they pitted a lap later, so they pitted on lap 18. They might be aiming to get to 36 or at least 35. The last lap times, by the way, between those two, we were talking, it was a 2:01.5 from Marcel Chinchik. It was a 2:01.9 from Erhan Yuyovsky. So 4 tenths slower was the R8G driver. However, the 201.5 is more on par with what that car's been running for a few laps, and so it makes a bit more sense that that's the lap time that they're aiming for. Also wasn't held up by the Tesla RHG car, much like the actual RHG car was. So I'm still going to say that Erhan Yovski is a bit faster, and of course again that team's a little bit irritated from last round. Yeah, they lost the lead. Gordy Much was behind the wheel at the time, a costly mistake, and then picked up by cars coming through. They are desperate and hungry for this victory.
Looking back from Ben Viscal, here is Risto Capit trying to close in. This is your battle for 7th on track. So we're coming to the end of the stints, as Lewis said. The tyres are getting old. Risto Capit should have that more experience in saving tyres over Ben Viscal. Well, just look at the difference through Pouon, and that was because Ben Viscal was held up by one of the BMWs there, and down the inside now goes Capit. Ben Viscal being brave round the outside. He might be handed a bit of luck here where he catches this portion to Stavolo. He's going to go down the inside. Risto Capit is blocked off there by the Team Project 1 car, and now Risto Capit gets through on the exit of that karting corner, as Stoffel Vandoorne called it, as they now make their way up towards the back straight, down towards Blanchimont we go, and this could be when we see them in. Our leaders have clocked another lap, so they've now done one more lap, and that might be now their last, so they've done 34 laps. And here we go, this is Fordzilla trying to get themselves up the order here. They're behind the Red Bull car, as this is Luke Browning, the ADAC and Italian F4 driver, trying to get down the inside of Dennis Jordan. Backs out, almost a little bit of contact into Blanchimont. Is Luke Browning going to try and throw this down the inside? You bet you he is, and Dennis Jordan goes wide, and it catches Dennis Jordan. Now, I think Dennis Jordan wants to pit. I think he wants to pit. No. Well, he slowed right up there. Was he trying to get into the pit lane and was just completely blocked off?
No, I think so. This is one of the cars. I mean, Dennis Jordan's incredibly good on fuel mileage, and I think they just tried getting out of the way. But the Axel sports car was just there diving back to the inside and getting the 11 car as well. I think Rocket's SimSport also might be through as well. The number 2 car that's being piloted by Devon Browner, I think that one might be picking up the position as well on Dennis Jordan. I mean, for Red Bull, the day's not quite gone the way that we were expecting, but they are a team that are masterful in playing the long game, so they're not panicking right now, but still this is a little bit of an alarm bell going off. They are dropping backwards. I know it's a bit of fuel saving and such, but obviously being knocked off course, at least from their own point of view, when Luke Browning dived to the inside, just getting out of the way from a very bold lunge, just being dropped down the order and not getting into the rhythm as Devon Browner's coming through. Yeah, we haven't mentioned the Rocket SimSport team much. Of course, Jensen Button's team, we're going to be seeing him race in it throughout the season. Here's a look at the replay. Lewis, talk us through this one. Yeah, so you got Luke Browner there diving to the inside. I'm not sure why it took him so long to get going there, Dennis Jordan. Just really struggled. Obviously didn't want to cut across the inside and pick up an in-game track cut, because the track limits are monitored in-game, and you have a certain amount allocated. There's Devon Browner to the inside. That was insanely aggressive, bold move. Good job Dennis Jordan was keeping his eye on his mirror when that happened. I think he'll be particularly pleased and his compatriot with that dive. But it's monitored in-game, so they don't want to cut across it. But I do get the feeling that maybe he probably should have, because he lost so much time there. The tyres are completely gone, but the leaders are split by 0.4 of a second, and just like that, we pick them up. Chinchik has been caught here by Erhan Yayovsky, who picks up a tow there from one of the GT cars, so powering their way down towards Lake Om there, and that looked like the Rebellion car just getting by one of the BMWs, and it looks like Erhan Yayovsky will do the same without too much delay, and there we go, our leaders delayed by D-Station. Erhan Yayovsky gets through without one, and this is the beauty of what the traffic does and the different classes with the prototypes and the GTEs. D-Station round. Yep, good spot. D-Station round, and where they collected, I think Project they were. 1. So Project 1 going into them. So a spin there for D-Station, and it's caught someone out. We'll hopefully get a replay of that, but in the meantime, let's stay with this battle here between our 2 overall race leaders. Chinchik, of course, in the Rebellion car, the number 22. And then behind that, we have Erhan Yayovsky. So we have a car that finished 2nd at Monza and a car that did not finish. I think you know which one's a little bit more desperate to win this race. Erhan Yayovsky will want to get through, but 35 laps complete.
this could be the end of the second stint.
Yeah, and maybe even the driver's stint as well. The reason why they can go an extra lap here rather than the 17 laps they did in the first stint was because obviously the first stint included the formation lap where they still would have burnt off some fuel, would have made it a little bit more difficult to go the extra lap. We'll see if they dive into the pit lane now and whether Erhan Yovski decides that going through traffic this time by would be his time to make a dive. I think they're just going to hold firm and they should both enter the pit lane. This time they do not, but Yovski does. So interesting that the GPX Rebellion Williams car can go a lap longer and that Yovski's called it in early.
Here we go, D station then. What happened here? Going around the hairpin, just trying to stay out the way and being too kind, and they've taken a car out in the process.
Yeah, that one is the Project one, the number 56 that I believe Philpott was behind at this point, though he might have switched out. A simple solo mistake running around the outside there. There is grip differential simulated in R Factor 2 between the racing line and then running off. Not quite to the same level as, you know, marbles and running over it. There certainly wouldn't be that many at this time in the race. But still, as another one of the R8G cars that comes into the pit lane, that'll be Risto Capit behind the wheel. So both the R8Gs in a little bit earlier than everyone else.
Yeah, well, the D station car, don't forget, they had a disconnect earlier, so they're not in contention. Hence, they're trying to just stay out of the way as much as they can. And very disappointing that sadly one of the Team Project 1 cars, the one with Brad Philpott in, was caught up in that. But we've had D station there back in the race. At least they'll score half a point if they can, but we are having the pit stops, the second wave of pit stops taking place now for the prototypes. And are we going to see any changes in the process? We've seen some of the drivers in already, like Yovski. Skonevliet has been in, Josh Ladd, Risto Capit, all in pit lane, but we await our overall leader, Marcel Chinchik, to come in. Here we look back a little bit further down. This is Tom Dillman. He's done a great job in his stint, Lewis.
Absolutely superb. Of course, going up, same, to be honest, Ben Viscal, you know, to throw some other names out there with Luke Browning. The reason I'm bringing these ones up is because these are the pro drivers from the real world, and they've jumped in. Now, whilst I'm sure that, you know, they've all got plenty of sim experience, Tom Dillman was actually very impressive at the Le Mans Virtual last year, and he's just matching sim racing so well, and the whole team at Burst Bike Oilers, they're so good at getting you up to speed and understanding the positives that some of the drivers need to extract from the car. They can describe it really, really nicely. I mean, Michi Hoyer, one of the drivers from the team, has done plenty of coaching in his time, and some positive, some negative, but still done plenty of coaching anyway, and it shows. It really shows, because Dillman is as quick as the sim drivers, and that's why they can throw him in at the start of the race and not lose much ground.
Yeah, that's going to really play into their favour. Hence why they were a team to watch come the end of the race at the first round, where they took their podium and finished third overall. So we'll keep an eye on that number 4 as the stints go on. But Chinchik is in, Bono House in, Ottaviani in, Dillman, Ben Viscal all in pit lane. They're doing full services. We might see some driver swaps now take place as well. Can see Kazabon is in for the number 18. Cornelis is in for the 31. Remenyik in for Jas Heat, Lewis.
Yeah, obviously getting some driver changes done now. Quite smart after the opening couple of stints. Anyone staying in the car now will actually be going quite far into the race. Bearing in mind they'll be doing potentially a double stint now as well, which is that would be 2 hours, basically not far off 2 hours 40 minutes by the time they get out of the car. It's a long time in the car when you're pushing at this level. Drivers can take it, but the problem is with the rain expected on the horizon, they don't want to be changing drivers at the time of the wet weather arriving here at Spa. So they're kind of, some of them going longer now is to make sure that when their driver gets in the car, they're fresh and ready for the transition period, which, you know, we'll hopefully see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. You know, they can do up to 3 hours, a driver, so they're not, you know, risking anything. They're not going to be cutting it fine. They're still going to have 20 minutes in the bag after 2 stints. So it's not a surprise to see some doing that, but GPX Rebellion Williams have put Yiffy Yi in the car. Felix Rosenquist, IndyCar Series driver, is in for Team Redline as well. Yiffy Yi, of course, we all know him from his success with the likes of European Le Mans, World Endurance Championship as well. Was successful in his single-seater career in the feeder series. Rosenquist, IndyCar driver, in for Redline. Pfeffer is in for Panis Racing. Jesper Pedersen in for Floyd Bikolis. Michi Hoyer, the aforementioned, He's in the Alpha by Collis car as well. So plenty of driver changes going on, but the likes of Yayovsky, Jordan, Browner have all stayed in the cars.
Yeah, we'll just give a little bit of a shout out to Tobias Pfeffer, who I'm not sure has raced on R-Factor 2 before, or whether it's been a very short amount of time racing in it. Recently signed, or this year signed to the R8G squad, and then partnering up with Panis and such. Very, very talented young driver outside of R-Factor 2. Now, for those that have watched R-Factor 2 on and off over the last few years, not a name you'll recognise. He's raced over elsewhere in sim racing, and to be perfectly honest, is a name that you should keep an eye on. This kid's got talent, as do plenty of drivers on the team. I mean, Charlie Collins isn't exactly old, and they've all got so much potential in sim racing. And when you're looking for the replacements to the big names of sim racing, like Brunnerhaus, like Erhan Yayovsky, Jene Simoncic, etc., these are the names you need to keep an eye on, because they are coming.
I've got to say, Rocket Sim Sports still haven't come in. So
Yeah,
Kim Brzezinski and Dennis Jordan have just come in. The only car that has not come in twice is Devin Browner in Rocket Sim Sport. So that's very impressive stuff from Devin Browner there to be still in that car. 38 laps in and not come in. Here he is. So this is Devin Browner, is it, that we pick up? No, this is Jesper Pedersen, who we pick up in the number 4 by Collis car. We'll run through the entire order when we see that Rocket Sim Sport car come in and see where Devin Browner returns to the track. He's currently in the 2nd sector as Erhan Yayovsky is into 2nd place. Then we'll know exactly where we are at 2 stints complete, at full changes now complete in the prototype class. But first we need to see Devin Browner in.
Got to say, that is immensely impressive for Devin Browner too. First stint was 18 laps, all well and good. The 2nd stint was 20. Let's take a look at the incident between the 18 and the 966ers, diving into the final chicane and getting through all nice and clean. It was a decent move, to be perfectly honest, from the 18. Of course, Thibaut Casavon's just jumped in behind that car. That's how it got past Luke Browning, who's been in the car since the start of the race. So decent move there, diving down the inside. Predictable move to dive it there, but sometimes the best way is just to do it and just get on with it.
And Browning has lost a place to Michi Hoyer as well in the Alpha by Collis car as well. Devin Browner is in, by the way. He's now officially in the pits, and when he returns, that will be everyone in, and we can do a full run through of exactly where we are in the 6 hours of Spa. As for our GT cars, we will not see them in for another 38 minutes. Here comes the long run for Devin Browner around the pit lane. It's going to be pretty close between the leaders. The battle for 2nd is incredibly close. Yiffy Yi in the 22 and Felix Rosenquist in the 123, fighting with each other, split by only just over a second, 1.3 to be exact. They are around 6 seconds back from Erhan Yayovsky, but here comes the painful way. Are we going to see a driver change in that number 2? Alex Buncombe and Matt Richards, also in. Matt Richards new for this round. Alex Buncombe, of course, their professional driver. 13 teams kept the exact same driver lineup they had at round 1. All the others have brought in new faces for this round. They are using, of course, up to 5 drivers that they use throughout the course of the season. Devin Browner remains in pit lane. Erhan Yayovsky, who we look at now, leads the way by 6.5 seconds over Yiffy Yi.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big stint for Erhan Yayovsky. If they want to win this race, he has got to go now. Now, the issue is now, I don't want to be too harsh, but because of course we know that Gordy Much is an incredibly talented driver, has had a couple of issues at Monza with that spin, and then costing them the race win, etc., or the lead at the time. We can't say race win because it was quite early doors. They're giving him an immensely big task, because once Erhan Yayovsky gets out of this car, which probably won't be for another, say, around about an hour from now, maybe even a little bit longer, then they're potentially going to put Gordy Much into the car in one of the hardest parts that you can ever do in sim racing, in a dry to wet transition, or potentially leave him for the last part of the race, where you've got the entire weight in your shoulders of the entire race in what looks like it could be, according to the weather forecast, a drying track, which is even harder than a track getting wet, because the minor mistakes that you make, you're gone. There is no way of saving it. It's like ice out there. It's so difficult. Look at that from Yovski getting delayed by the D station car, and you can tell in the picture-in-picture we got here, not happy about it.
He wasn't happy, right. So Erhan Yovski then is going to come out of the bus stop to complete 40 laps in this race, and he has completed all of them. So the full order, he leads from Yiffy Yi by 6.4 seconds, R8G over GPX. Then it's Team Redline, who, as I said, are very close behind. The battle for second still very close between Yiffy Yi and Felix Rosenqvist. Then it's Delatraz for Rebellion, Tobias Pfeffer up to 5th for Panis, Jesper Pedersen next along, and they're in a close fight as well, so we've got a good battle for 5th. Then we have Thibaut Casabon next behind that in R8G, Michi Hoyer for Alpha, Team Fordzilla 9th, 10th is Team WRT, Cornelis in the car, Remenyik is next for Jas Heat, Aslan for Axel Sports, Al Buncombe for Rocket Sim Sports, and it's Milan for Race Clutch Alpine, Di Alessandro for Mal, then Burlak for Williams, Jordan McDuff next along for Race Clutch Alpine, Zetak for ARC Bratislava, and then we have Ibrahim Khan. As for GTEs, it is Charlie Collins who still leads. His gap is coming down though. His lead is decreasing. It's now 4.5 seconds over Mac Backham, who is being chased by Tommy Oostgaard. Then Jonas Ravio, Rudy Van Buren next along. Jordi Zwijs is then next in 26th overall, 6th in class, 7th in GTEs is the GR Wolves team. Oh no, there's the Red Bull. Has that crashed going into the pit lane while we've been looking away? That would be not a moment Dennis Jordan will want to look back on. We'll hopefully get a replay of that. Let's quickly finish the order. It's Hakkinen then for GR Wolves. Tesla, an 8th in class with Lebig, then Canapino, then Baylor. Then we have for Team Project One, Binder for Sim Esports, Edgar for Red Bull Racing, Pushka for GR Wolves, POP for Team Project One, Nasi for Axel Sports, and it's Kevin Van Duren for Proton, who crashed right at the start. Nojima, who had that disconnect, D Station, our 17th. Right Veld is unfortunately, I believe, out of the race, and we won't see them again. So unfortunately, championship leaders out. But we had a crash there, a Red Bull crash coming into pit lane. Let's have a look. Lewis, talk us through it.
I'm going to take I would have said it was assisted, but actually, no, it's not. Oh, Dennis. DJ. Oh, I think, so they were coming in and then decided maybe not to? I'm a bit confused.
I don't think so. I think that they just got that all wrong.
I think something's happened before that, because this is well out of strategy for them. They last pitted on lap 37. We're only a few laps past that point. You know, we're on 41
so are they
now.
Carrying damage?
So something has happened to the 11 car that we are yet to see. So something else has gone on there. Hopefully we'll catch up with what has happened, but at the moment, no idea, as we're looking at the two Porsche cars that are sat in 2nd and 3rd position at the moment. They've had a good launch. They've got themselves up the order. They had that brilliant move to get past Kevin Siggy, and at the moment they are sat in 2nd and 3rd. Just want to touch on something from inside the prototype category, because Felix Rosenqvist, we did catch a little bit there. He's close to the back of Yiffy Yi, and lap times are looking pretty decent. He has set a 2:09, which comparatively to Erhan Yovski, he's done a 2:08 on the last lap. So actually pretty close on lap times.
Yeah, as you said, their gap is decreasing for 2nd place. Yiffy Yi, of course, we know him from racing in Le Mans. We know Felix Rosenqvist this year from his IndyCar Series racing. Right, here we go. Dennis Jordan coming back out of the pit lane. Whatever problems were happening. Oh, no, Alex Buncombe.
That's a big one.
And he's now going to be crabbing all the way around the Spa circuit, 7 kilometres long. And Alex Buncombe has not had a good start to his stint at all. And Rocket Simsport, unfortunately, in big trouble. Now, I didn't see any cars around him. We don't know what's happened. Hopefully we'll get a replay. What we do know is the result of it, and that is damaged suspension for Alex Buncombe and a long trip back.
Yeah, it's not been a good day for Zansho Simsport, the team basically behind running the Rocket Simsport car and the Jota Sport car. Both of those really not having very good days. It was a great opening stint from Devin Browner, but unfortunately for Al Buncombe, it's all come a cropper. I'm going to probably take a guess here that it was a solo issue at Radeon, and probably, wild thought here, not the only time we're going to see that today. It will crop up a couple of times, especially when this track gets wet. That was a bit close between the Williams and the FDA car.
Here we go.
Oh, that's getting a little bit delayed with Rosenqvist.
Yeah, this is Rosenqvist, right. He's almost completed the chase. He was 3/10 back when they crossed the line last time. This time around, the gap goes up, so they're in traffic. And Yiffy is being chased down here by IndyCar Series racer Felix Rosenqvist for Team Redline, just one of the many, many big names we have racing at the top flight of motorsport here to race in Le Mans Virtual. And he is just one of many, many names. Great to have Felix with us. Now he's got a job to do, though. Let's have a look here at a replay. Here we go, Lewis.
Solo, completely solo. Oh, he clipped. So what he did, I think there, I want to take a look at it again. I think he clipped the curb on the right-hand side, rising up after the compression at Eau Rouge. And then once the rear starts snapping from that point, you can catch it. We saw it yesterday, just about being caught. But it's hard. It's a luck of a draw, and unfortunately, potentially over-corrected it. I'd like to take a look again at that, just maybe from a potentially from an onboard, or even just taking a look at the incident again, because this is a mistake that we're going to see a few times. So clipping that curb on the inside will happen a good few times. Look at Jeffrey Rietveld running through Blanchimont not too long ago. LMP2s do not like curbs.
No, and that it's easy to do
Prototypes.
through that right-hander. You know, we'll have another look back at it, but when you come through that right-hander, it's very easy to just clip that curb, and when you do, that's easy. Right, let's take another look back at this replay then. Of course, here's the result. Lewis, talk us through it.
Yeah, let's just double check once again. Oh, no, he's losing the rear end. So that was all done through the compression. Just as it starts rising up, potentially a little bit too much on steering, and just drop the rear. Oof.
Well, back to GTE class. Of course, Alex Buncombe has finally made it back into the pit lane, but we are getting close for second place. Tommy Østgaard is closing in on Mac Backham. We look back, battles for second overall as well. The prototype second battle. Yiffy leading Felix Rosenqvist. That's GPX Rebellion Williams leading Team Redline. Last time out, Yiffy and his team took second. Felix Rosenqvist, who we're seeing for the first time this season, his team last time out on the 1-2-3 finished in 7th, so this would do them very good in their title hopes. And Rosenqvist getting just a little bit closer as they make their way now down through Bruxelles and in towards No Name we go. Bit of traffic up ahead to deal with for Yiffy, but he should clear that. That's one of the Porsches. They're running in 2nd and 3rd in GTE, and we mentioned that they were getting closer with each other as well. That lap appears to have extended on this lap, so perhaps a mistake from one of them. But here we can see we're on board with Felix, the triple cam there, as he makes his way now through the pit path and coming up towards Stavolo, just up in the distance, the GPX Rebellion Williams car. And just got to be consistent now, his Felix Rosenqvist, doesn't he? Can't get too carried away. He can see that car of Yiffy up ahead. Now all he needs to do is just do the job, try and get there and get that move done.
Yeah, I mean, Felix Rosenqvist's got plenty of experience in sim racing. I remember back to 2017, cast your mind back to the Vegas E-Race, and the event there. Felix Rosenqvist ended up 2nd on the road, ahead of Olli Pakala and Bruno Haus. So and that was a fairly competitive grid with some big names of sim racing. Of course, Bruno Haus, Olli Pakala, Gregor Hutu was on there as well, plenty of others. That wasn't so ideal though, making contact with, that was one of the Coanda cars, which I've seen Redline and Coanda come into contact a couple of times, so we'll add that one onto the list.
Yeah, we heard Dunk talking about that earlier. I think he might have even been there for that event. He was talking a little bit about that earlier, so yeah, great to see. You know, he's been good at sim racing for a long time, and he's not done bad in what he's raced in on circuits either. Here is Team WRT battling away with the Fordzilla guys as they now come into La Source hairpin. This is for 9th and 10th place. Fabrice Cornelis trying to get past Luke Browning as we're going to now come downhill and in towards Eau Rouge and make our way down through the compression and back up Radion and onto the Camel Straight. Half a second between Fabrice Cornelis and Luke Browning there. Not close enough to make a move. Here is Alex Buncombe. A long time spent in pit lane, and that just shows the punishment you get in the Le Mans Virtual Series for a big crash. He was lucky enough to make it back out because we saw a very similar incident for Jeffrey Rietveld, and he is watching this one from home now, unfortunately. So although a bad incident, they'll still take the half a point for getting it back round and out onto the track again.
If some of these cars are struggling with the curbs here at Spa, you wait for about a month's time, a few weeks' time, until we go to the Nordschleife. As that was aggressive there from Fordzilla down the inside of FDA, but they needed to get that aggressive because look at that. Fabrice Cornelis is already trying to make up the position. That is the position between the two prototypes. A bit further down, Luke Browning defending from Fabrice Cornelis for 9th position, and I think finally Fabrice Cornelis has actually got through for WRT.
Yeah, I think Luke Browning made the wrong decision there to go down the inside, because it just delayed him, didn't it? It made him brake far too late for the corner, and a little bit of contact with the FDA esports team means that that position is lost. But this is the clutter of cars in prototypes that we have all together. We have Tobias Pfeffer just down the road in the Panis racing car, being chased. In fact, him and Jesper Pedersen are split by 1/10 of a second, so the fight between the 4 and the 65 is on there, and we could see, we've just seen a change lower down for 9th place. We could about to see a change for 5th place as well. Jesper Pedersen, who was very quick at Monza, podium finisher in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual last year as well, and I don't know if Jesper Pedersen has actually made that move already, but I'm sure they'll be firing their way down the Kemmel Straight very shortly, and Pedersen will be trying to line up a move to take 5th place away there from Panis Racing. In the meanwhile, here we look at Jordi Zvias in the FDA esports car, and they're having another solid run as Tommy Usgaard is by Mac Backham, so a change for 2nd between the two Porsches as well. So it's hard to know where to look at the moment. We had a slight breather in the race, but the 6 hours of Spa is very much back on again in terms of position changes. We've got that battle for 2nd overall. We've got the battle for 5th between Panis Racing and Jesper Pedersen and Lewis McGlade. We've had the two Porsches swap round. Yeah, now Coanda as a team, they are masters at knowing what to do, when to do it, and I wonder if it was a potential, you know, not a team order, but let's see if it's a bit of assistance, or whether it was just a fantastic move. 92 got to the outside, should be a pretty easy move by that point, and obviously you're not going to fight your teammate that hard running in. And they looked like they even backed off there, didn't they? I wouldn't say the brake lights were coming on, but
they will race harder later in the race.
They decreased in speed, didn't they?
If it's them battling for race victory, it will be hard between them, but I don't think it'll be quite as harsh right now as it will be for the battle for 2nd position right now, which is what we're focusing on. GPX Rebellion Williams ahead of Team Redline, who dropped down the order a little bit, but Yiffy Yi, I mean, he's maintained the pressure that's being dished out by the Swede of Felix Rosenqvist in that Team Redline car. Nothing's changed there between them. He's just doing a really good job.
Look at that. There comes the Ferrari, the Corvette, back onto the track and almost right into the path. Good spot there from Yiffy, but Rosenqvist, I think this is the closest he's been down the Kemmel Straight for a while now, but not close enough. I tell you what, he did not close in on the slipstream there. Would you suspect that Rosenqvist is saving fuel here, because he was very close to that Rebellion car. He didn't close in any further than what he did when he started the Kemmel Straight. I don't know if there's a bit of fuel saving going on here for Rosenqvist, if he's happy to sit in 2nd, because let's be honest, you know, Lewis, if he gets by, he's not going to go and chase down Yayovsky. Yayovsky's pulling away, so the best these guys can do is limit that gap that Yayovsky's building.
Yeah, now they are not that far away. I mean, to be fair, in prototypes, you're never that far away from pit stops. And to go back to the previous stops they did, it was a 19-lap stint from the number 22, also a 19-lap stint from the 1-2-3 on the previous stints. For Yayovsky, though, was a lap shorter, was only 18 laps. So I think they're playing their own little game and trying to gain later on. I'm not sure whether it'll work, and this is the joy with endurance racing. We don't know until the checkered flag drops, and that won't be for a good 4 hours yet. But until then, we get to watch this battle. And if I'm Felix, if I'm confident in Yiffy Yi's pace, I don't think there's much need to go for a move. We'll see that, though, down into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, Felix Rosenqvist round the outside, has the inside and Yiffy into the next corner, but Yiffy is brave round the outside, and Rosenqvist just going left-hand down on the exit there as they now make their way up towards La Source. So tried to make the move, but just did not get far enough down the outside. Now we come to the Camel Straight once more, and thing is here, Yifei's going to pick up a toe from those GT cars ahead. He should just about catch him by the time they get to the top of Raidillon. He does, and now Yifei's going to go past with a bit of a toe, and that's going to make Rosenquist's life a little bit more harder. But here we go, he's closing in bit by bit. Are we going to see a red line car appear from the toe? No. For the time being, they stay in third.
Yeah, good stuff. Like I say, just I mean, it was a bold attempt from Felix, but no way to make that move stick down into the final chicane. Pfeffer and Jesper Pedersen are quite close, a little bit behind. You alluded to the battle between Panis and the Baikolev's Burst Esports car, of course. Also a battle a little bit further down. Luke Browning in the Team Fordzilla car is under attack from the Yaz Heat of Balázs Reményik, and Balázs Reményik, Yaz Heat, or that team, they struggled at Monza, and by struggled I mean they lasted very, very short, 6 laps, I think it was, into the race until there was an incident. You know, won't go into it too much, but there was something that happened. They retired from the race. I don't actually fully remember. Contact, I think, between them and the Williams, courtesy of an issue. And to be fair, they've come back to it. They've got decent pace. I don't know what they're aiming for, but points would be a good start to the season. And to be fair, they're just one position outside of it, and they need to get through pretty sharpish, because I don't think Luke Browning's pace is quite up to par.
Yeah, you know, to remind you of points, right now it's 25 for the winner, 1 for 10th place, so you can probably, as a racing fan, work out how that one goes. However, when we do the 8 hours of Nordschleife, yes, not Nürburgring, the Nordschleife circuit on the 13th of November, there will be 38 points for the winner up for grabs, 27 for second and 23 for third. However, when we do the 24-hour of Le Mans, and you can join us at the Autosport International show at the NEC in Birmingham for that, we will be in Hall 1. Big setup for us there. You will be able to come and watch. We'll have teams there, 50+ teams, and some of those will be racing on the stage. You can come and watch it all on the 15th and the 16th of January. When we get to that, though, it will be double points, and it will be all to play for. All you need to do is be within 50 points going into that round, and you have a chance to become the champion. And, of course, the winners of that race alone, whether you're in LMP or GT, you get $15,000 for just winning that race. $250,000 overall up for grabs in the Le Mans Virtual Series, and we thank all of our partners in helping us provide such brilliant prizes for the teams, just like they deserve.
Yeah, and it is an awful lot of work to earn that. Oh, that's one of the Team Project 1 cars on the left-hand side of the screen. So I think, well, I said we weren't going to be with just one off at Raidillon. There seems to be another one off there as well. Not 100% sure who was behind the wheel at that point. Whilst we're focused, by the way, on Balázs Reményik, there is the blue Alpine directly behind. That is Rory McDuff. That is a lap down, so do not worry too much about that car. Either way, it does seem, it might be Philip Pushka's driving for Wolves. It was Bram Baylor driving the Project 1 car that was off Raidillon. I mean, easy to do, I guess. I'm sure we'll take a look at it at some point, but this gap seems to be growing. The battle for second, though, seems to somehow, every time we look at that gap, is getting closer and closer and closer, with Felix Rosenqvist still not getting through. So I think this is saving.
And Jesper Pedersen has got past Tobias Pfeffer, hasn't he? So good driving from Jesper Pedersen to get by Floyd. But oh no, yeah, that's a Team Project 1 car.
Yeah,
stationary.
That's the one I was saying. It's been sat there for a little while and now returns to pit lane with Bram Baylor. I think that might have lost a wheel.
Yeah. Well, I think we're about to see what happened to that Team Project 1 car. It's in a very similar position to what we saw the Rocket SimSpot car in, albeit this time they weren't able to go anywhere from there. This is your battle. This is Jesper Pedersen we have a quick look at. So second in queue is Jesper Pedersen. Behind him is Tobias Pfeffer, and it's taken 3 or 4 laps, but Jesper Pedersen has now got through. Next for him will be Louis Delatraz. So we all know Louis Delatraz from European Le Mans World Endurance Championship as well. Fantastic driver is Louis Delatraz. Lewis, here's replay.
Oh, so this was actually the Panis car directly behind, so that might actually explain how Panis lost the position. Oh my goodness me, they were so close. So yes, Pedersen actually managed to get through. Hard hit into the barrier from Bram Baylor, who's well experienced in GTEs, but unfortunately it does seem as though, at least for him, for Zbigniew Szara and for Nico Hillebrand, who as a team, they did fantastically. Nico Hillebrand wasn't in that car last round, he was actually in the 56. They came through, they got a point paying position in the previous race with P10, which I was actually a little bit surprised by. They had great pace and managed to get through. Nico Hillebrand moved over to that car, to the 57, but unfortunately they are seemingly out of Spa in the opening couple of hours. What that incident did do, though, as we were seeing it, because Tobias Pfeffer was so close to the rear end of it as he was sliding around, managed to back out of it just a bit. They saved the car, but did lose the position to Jesper Pedersen. I don't think that's done yet, though.
I tell you what, though, that was Tobias Pfeffer did very, very well there. Here comes Felix Rosenqvist, dives down the inside of Yiffy Yi. They're going to be side by side. Yi trying to go all the way around the outside there, and Rosenqvist, a very good attempt there, but Yiffy Yi is becoming almost impossible to get past in this race. Once again, the Chinese driver holds on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie, did very well to see that one coming a little bit wide there out of La Source, but that's not too much of a problem as you get a nice drive. But look at how close Felix Rosenqvist is running down into Eau Rouge. If he can nail Radion, this position is as good as done. We'll have to wait and see. Looks pretty good over the top there for me. You've got the 56, though, just ahead of them, the Team Project 1 BPM car that is left in this race, but Felix Rosenqvist is going to be coming. Oh, late defence, though, from Yiffy Yi, and Felix Rosenqvist has to get back to the outside where he's going to be blocked by the Project 1 Porsche as well, and somehow still Yiffy Yi's going to hang on. A little bit wide there, though, now gets through the traffic and they go back single file.
Yep, Yiffy Yi still holding on here, and it's going to have to defend more as they come down to Bruxelles. GR Wolves, of course, racing from the Molyneux there. You can see Yiffy Yi to right of screen, just about holding on, but he's caught that Wolves car in a pretty bad place now as they come out of no-name corner, and Rosenqvist has found a gap on the inside, or has he? He's getting very, very frustrated there. I don't think Rosenqvist is too happy with the defensive driving of Yiffy Yi, but it's helping him to hold on so far. Let's see what happens next time they get towards the bus stop chicane. I've run out which round that's going to be now in terms of these two going head-to-head with each other on circuit, because it's been going on for some time now. But Yiffy Yi doing a really good job here to hold off Felix Rosenqvist. A great introduction for Felix into the Le Mans Virtual Series. Yiffy, a name we know. Here we go then, the run down the back straight up towards Blanchimont. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Rosenqvist? Is Yi going to hold on once more? Surely they're going to stay single file through Blanchimont. They do. Now, Felix Rosenqvist looks to the outside. He's trying to sell the dummy to go back down the inside. Yi wise to it and holds on once again. But Rosenqvist has found a gap on the outside, and Yi is becoming a complete roadblock on the track now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Yiffy Yi, some of the defence has been a little bit too aggressive, a little bit. I mean, saw it on the Kemmel straight there. It was more reactionary rather than being proactive, which is a pretty dangerous way to defend. But for the rest of it, going down into the bus stop there was absolutely superb. He basically just followed the white line all the way round, didn't miss his braking point, and basically said, and this is how you defend, is you just, oh, this is not me trying to tell a real racing driver why I had to defend, sorry. Just this, you know,
teach us.
It's obviously, you put your car where you want it to be, right? So your defence is proactive. You put your car on the inside and you basically say, look, the rest of the track's yours. You do what you're going to do. I'm not going to move from this point. This is my line. And then you roll with it from that. What we do see sometimes, particularly in some sprint races in sim racing, is reactionary defending, i.e. moving after another driver's committed, and that can become a very, very large problem. From these two, though, what a fantastic and intense battle so far, and still Rosenqvist's not gone through. I mean, I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit impressed, though. Yiffy Yi's just soaking up all the pressure for GPX Williams. This is fantastic.
I hope you're enjoying the racing as much as we are. Use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. Let us know your thoughts on Twitter and on Facebook. And don't forget, if you go and watch with us over on Twitch on the Sport Buff channel, that's the Sports Buff channel on Twitch. If If you're watching on there, you can send your questions and comments, and if you're watching on that channel, you can win a Thrustmaster T248. All you need to be doing is watching on that Twitch channel, so go and subscribe to it and be watching on there. Okay, Yas Heat versus Fordzilla. This was a little bit further down the field, and Axel Sport, Nakib Aslan closing in as well, but we look back from that Yas Heat car and we look up towards the car behind. This is Yas Heat defending, making their way downhill. Is that's one of the Alpine cars behind them, is it? Trying to get themselves back into the race. Yes, it is. It's that number 14 car. There, of course, Rory McDuff, who had a dreadful start to the race. That had that incident up coming through Radion, just trying to get themselves back into this race.
Yeah, I think they're actually involved. There was another incident that happened a little bit later between the Alpine and the Rocket Simsport car running down into corner with no name.
Here we go.
These two are in the pit. I was just about to bring this up. So Charlie Collins has already been into the pit lane and has already switched out. These two have actually gone a lap longer than Charlie Collins. Dane Warren's taken over the other car, the number 88 Proton competition car. So interesting to see that switch. Timmy Osgard, Mac Backham, Turka Hakkinen also into the pit lane for the 86 GR Wolves. Just interesting to see them going a little bit longer than what is in a sense their sister team, whilst they're all working hard to win the race regardless. That is interesting.
Here we look back then at Fordzilla, so we're going to see how those strategies play out. But Lewis, don't forget, strategies are being everything now, but what happens when the rain starts to come? Because hour 3, hour 4, we are expecting it to start to rain. What have you spotted?
Oh, I think I saw it on the timesheets. The 22 and the 123 did just switch them briefly. I think they've gone back to being, I think it's just another bold move coming from Felix Rosenqvist and still not working out right now. But again, very, very close. Still no switch.
Yeah.
All that's done is allowed Erhan Yovski 17 seconds.
Well, they were... Rosenqvist was half a second quicker down through sector 1, so I reckon he was probably ahead. I think you're right. Reckon he was ahead, perhaps going down the Kemmel Straight, and then it switched back. But still, Yiffy holds on. I say he's becoming a roadblock. He's just putting his car wherever necessary, and somehow doing that and keeping Felix Rosenqvist behind. It's defensive driving that some people would have different opinions on, but hey, we haven't heard the voice of Eduardo Freitas yet, so far so good.
There's Rory McDuff driving debut from this season. Of course, was 4th at Le Mans Virtual in the 2Cs car alongside Devin Browner. Of course, Ollie Rowland also in that car. It's they had a great. To be fair, they finished lap down, but they were really confident with their pace last round. Rory McDuff struggled to get a drive for this season. Tried getting a drive in a couple of different teams. Eventually found the Race Clutch Alpine were looking for a driver and settled there. Not a great start to his campaign with that team. Of course, struggled in qualifying yesterday. That was through technical issues to get the first couple of laps done. Only could get out in the final 5 minutes of the session where a couple of mistakes were made and no time was set. Is what it is, it happens, and unfortunately this race hasn't exactly started in the best possible way, but they're not necessarily too far out of the idea of scoring points, especially when that rain might potentially come down.
Let's not forget, though, we talk points, we mentioned it earlier, there's bigger points as Axel Sports come in. Of course, they've doubled up this year. Last year in the Le Mans 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, they just ran in the prototypes. This year, they are prototype and GT. So as that all Malaysian squad are expanding themselves as we look back here at this fight between Felix Rosenqvist and Yiffy Yi. And Felix Rosenqvist is now through.
Yeah, bit of a mistake.
We didn't catch where it happened. I'm sure if we have a replay of it, it will be brought to you. But the move is finally done. Here we go, Lewis.
Yeah, just into La Source. There's the dive. So this is when we first saw them switch over, so I'm not necessarily sure if this would actually be completed, but either way, the 1-2-3 straight through down the inside. Not sure if they switched again at some point, but that was a superb move from Rosenqvist.
That's what you call a block pass, isn't it? Yeah. There was absolutely no way back for Yiffy Yi. A hint of frustration perhaps, but Rosenqvist threw that one down the inside. And look at the gap he's gained already. But the damage caused in all of that has been about 10 seconds. Because they were about 8 or 9 seconds back from Erhan Yuyovsky. Of course, they're going to be Erhan Yayovsky is going to be quicker, but the gap is now 17 seconds. And Lewis, I think we'll have to keep our eyes peeled on what Felix Rosenqvist does on this lap as we look at the Jota car, which we haven't seen in a very long time. Of course, they had that incident in the first round where they hit a stationary R8G car and flipped over in the air, essentially. And as you can see on the side, they're running down the order here as well. It's just not been a good season for Jota so far.
No, they've not had a good one. Didn't qualify particularly well yesterday, although Zancho went away last night, did a little bit of work, found around, I think it was around about a second last night. There is Mike Epps driving. Probably, I don't think he lives that far away from here, to be perfectly honest.
Of course, he was a British touring car driver, very experienced GT racer as well. I remember Mike Epps from karting. We were both racing at the same time. He went on to do a lot better than I did in racing. But Mike Epps raced in the British Touring Car Championship. If you don't base yourself over here in the UK, British Touring Cars are a very popular championship in the UK, and Mike Epps was part of that package. But since then, really has more focused himself on racing in esports. He's falling in love with esports as a whole. He found it as a way to keep professional racing going when he couldn't quite have the budgets. He's always been a driver that just didn't really have the budget to support his talents, and with esports the budgets aren't nowhere near as big. You get yourself a rig, you can go and race in whatever you want, like the Le Mans Virtual Cup, which we had yesterday. Do keep an eye on the Le Mans Virtual Cup if you want to have a chance to race with us at the Autosport Show next year. You can race in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Anyone can qualify. The top 30 qualifiers will go through and race in each round. The next round will be at the Nordschleife LMP3 cars on the 12th of November. You can go on R-Factor 2 and start putting in laps for them now. But Mike Epps doing very good since in esports, and he's become quite a name in it, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's immensely fast in esports racing as WRT exits the pit lane. Hasn't necessarily sat and completed too many championships, jumps in and does little bits here and there, and is always insanely quick. Has jumped between a few different teams, done quite a bit of racing for Zancho as a squad.
Oh, no, WRT round.
With a no rear wing again.
Oh,
They've
no,
missed
not
out
again.
on a rear wing. That had better not be in pit lane. Of course, they were involved in an incident with Fordzilla in pit lane
again.
Last time out. They've lost their rear wing once more. Fabrice Cornelis behind the wheel, and for WRT, I hope he knows about this, because this is probably going to be a spin down the hill. Yeah, that was always going to happen.
Erhan Yayovsky is in, by the way, as is Tobias Pfeffer, so we're into the third round of stops for LMP. Team WRT, did they pit? Yes, they had just come out of the pits with Cornelis. He'd gone in to do his mandatory stop, and it looks like coming out of the pit lane, there's been another problem, and this is the exact same thing we saw at Monza, and it's like driving a trolley, isn't it? He's just going to go round and round and round, unfortunately. Here we go, Lewis.
Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, it's the Red Bull car, the 111 directly behind.
No,
so he's going to lose it by himself. No.
Oh, it was the Red Bull car. Well, I don't really think the Red Bull car had anywhere else to go there.
Well, yeah, I don't actually. I mean, I'm not sure why I didn't just straight line it by that point. But yeah, just rejoining the racetrack or keeping on the racetrack, going incredibly slow. And either way, the 111. I think Nestor Garcia is behind the wheel at the moment.
Were you promoting cutting corners there?
Well,
I think Eduardo Freitas needs to have a word with you.
No, but sometimes there is a point where you might. It's a safer option of various options. I'm going to get in so much trouble after this.
Right. So, why are you getting an earful from Eduardo and Ben? Right, let's. We've into the third round of stops now, Lewis. So we've had Felix Rosenqvist has just come in. Pedersen is in. We've had Yayovsky and Pfeffer both in, and they're now making their way back out. The drivers that are continuing: Louis Delatraz for Rebellion continues. Luke Browning for Fordzilla. Nikib Aslan, who I've got to say has been very impressive so far in this race, has made a step forward at Axel Sports from the last round. But Felix Rosenqvist, Pedersen, Michi Hoyer, all in. Here is the number 77. I feel like we haven't talked about GTEs for a while. They are now into their stops as well.
Yeah, they are entering their pit lane sequence. Roughly about 25 laps some of these teams have done. Some have gone a little bit shorter. Obviously, we saw some of the Porsches going on varying strategies, and What I will say is the BMWs seem to be going a fair amount longer in this race as Team Redline finally enter the pit lane. That was another 25-lap stint from the BMW Team Redline. Some of the second stints, I did mention the formation apps allowed some of the teams to extend some of the stints on the second stint versus the first one. Other teams have gone a lap shorter on the second stint. This is actually more so down to the fact that in the first stint, because we were in big pack racing, they were able to slipstream off of each other and secure their positions and secure a little bit extra fuel in the tank. This time, they've not been afforded that luxury.
I've got to say, pit lane is very, very busy. We've got a ton of prototypes in there, and we've got plenty of GTEs about to make their way in there if they haven't been already. A lot of them have been through. Rudy Van Buren, as you mentioned, Lewis, has just been in and comes back out right in front of someone else. I think I just saw Rudy Van Buren enter. In fact, that was one of the Project 1 cars that had come back out onto the track. So Rudy Van Buren for BMW Team Redline is the last to come in. It's been very busy with all the GTs in. It's now very busy with all the prototypes coming in and back out again. And we'll do a run through of who's where after. There is Rudy Van Buren, who has just come in for his stop. There he is. And he can't sit still in the pit lane, can he? He's certainly not listening to us because he's laughing. Rudy Van Buren is about to get going again.
He's very tall, by the way.
He is, yeah. I've met him once, and yeah, that did throw me. But Rudy Van Buren is now going to make his way back out. Dane Warren reassumes the lead. There is the #1 Rebellion of Louis Delatraz who comes in. They are the last of the prototypes to stop. So all the prototypes have now done 3 stops, and all of our GTE cars have done 2 stops, and there is our leader, Dane Warren for Proton Competition. Tommy Østgaard, 7 seconds back for the Porsche esports team. Then it's another 7 seconds back there for Martin Kroenke in the Porsche esports team. If you are just joining us very shortly, we're going to take a look back at the second hour. Lewis McGlade, I'll hand over you to talk us through that, and then Duncan Vincent will be back.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. What a crazy race we have had so far. The first hour was absolutely insane. It does seem as though the second hour has been just as crazy. Let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Lego Technic. The race was absolutely crazy at the beginning, and it just kept building and building and building. Redline battled out with GPX Williams in the early stages, but it was all about Commander and the Proton competition car down in GTE. R8G were battling it out with GPX Williams for the race lead, and a bit of a spin from D Station into the path of Team Project 1 would drop Project 1 right down the order. Unfortunately for them, the race would come about a little bit in one of their other cars, as Red Bull had a bit of an issue coming into pit lane. Dennis Jordan just overcooked the rears a little bit and then had a bit of a slow entry. Al Buncombe, big mistake over the top of Radion into the wall hard. Didn't lose a wheel though and was able to keep going, but did break the suspension. A bold move there from Luke Browning down the inside of Jordi's veers through traffic, and it allowed Fabrice Cornelis to try and steal the position off of the Team Fordzilla driver. An excellent move down through Pilon, had to go around the outside at Fania and was able to make the position up. The 2 Porsche esports drivers would switch positions as Tommy Østgaard and Mac Backham would change over. Not too hard between the 2 of them as they would try and chase down the Proton competition car that was leading the class of GTE. A big move though, and a big battle between Felix Rosenqvist and Yiffy Yi around the outside. The attempt was from the Swede, wasn't able to make this one stick, and this battle would continue over and over and over again. An absolutely superb battle for what was second on the road, allowing Erhan Yovski to clear away. Another attempt around the outside, wasn't able to make this one stick. Eventually it would come down into La Source, but this was the mistake from the number 57. A big moment over the top, created a bit of a switch between the Panis and Baikoles cars, and there is another dive from Felix Rosenqvist. This battle was just delivering on every single level. Extreme on the attack, extreme on the defence, as Yiffy Yi was causing some frustrations for Felix Rosenqvist, and again a bit more of a brush through the final chicane, as there's a little bit of a moment there from Felix Rosenqvist. Big moments was the talk of this battle. Eventually though, that move into La Source, a big dive down the inside, and finally up into second position, and then started hammering in lap times that would close in on the leaders. Unfortunately though, a bit of a moment from Fabrice Cornelis, and lost of the rear wing to the 111 Red Bull Racing esports car. Lots of drama. Now we can get to say hello to Duncan Vincent, who joins us in the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Lewis McGlade. And what I've got to say is I was outside, I was paying attention, watching everything that was going on there. My heart sunk when I saw the 31 car going around with no rear wing for the second race in succession. What an absolute disaster for WRT.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams that aren't having a particularly great start to the Le Mans Virtual Series. Of course, the 111 was one of them. They didn't have a great first round. I think it was an incident between Dennis Lind and Job van Uitert, and Dennis Lind was off into the gravel, and here they've not had a particularly great day either. And then, yeah, the likes of the 31. I guess it's just kind of one of those things when you've got you've had one bad race and you're almost looking out for the next incident, and then of course it's going to happen.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed that the next incident doesn't mirror what happened at Monza, because that was a complete disaster for them. But yes, we're into our third hour of the race now. Where's the race going? 3 hours 56 minutes of this race to go. There has been quite some battle. The Felix Rosenqvist-Yeffier battle was one that caught my attention when I was out grabbing a quick litre and a half of water. It sounded like Mr. Rosenqvist was very much wanting to try and get himself back into the front there, but Yeffier showing that he knows how to defend around the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. The weather has not closed in yet, but if you're eagle-eyed, like Chris, Lewis and myself are, you will have noticed that the blue skies are going away, and a lot of the cars started running with their lights on just a little while ago, and this promoted that to us maybe something is a-changing at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes Forest. Weather is coming our way, Lewis. We can feel the temperature in the commentary box starting to get that little bit different from what it was at the start. But yep, we've got Rebellion GPX Esports Louis Delatraz in 4th place here, and just ahead of the Floyd by College burst, Jesper Persson chasing him down the road. I am a big fan actually of that by College colours. I'm a big fan of that. Yourself?
Yeah, very big fan. I mean, the standard burst livery, which is it's more of like a black and gold type car, always looks quite good. But then seeing officially the right livery for a Bicoles car on that, it looks absolutely superb. The Floyd Bicoles burst car, I think it's very much up there, at least for me, being one of their favourite liveries on the grid. But of course, everyone, I'm sure, has their own opinions, which I'm sure they'll be making known in various chats around the world right now.
Exactly. Let us know. You heard Chris going on about how you can, not going on, so that's the wrong way to say it. You heard Chris mentioning about how you can get in touch with us. And please, please, please get in touch with us. We want to know exactly what your thoughts are for the Le Mans Virtual 6 hours of Spa. Still mostly gamers in the hot seats just now. Jajomski still very much at the head of the pack, but Felix Rosenqvist taking over that 1-2-3 car, a racer ahead of Yeffier, Louis Delatraz as well. But then after that, it's nothing but a stream of gamers until we go down to Rowan Oakler, all the way down there in the Race Clutch Alpine. As we go and have a look in towards the GTE battle, Proton competition here. Well, really, it's been all about Proton competition from, I think, round about halfway around the first lap in GTE. They have stamped their authority over this, and that car, the 88 car, really is the car of the moment just now.
From a Coanda perspective, as a team, when it comes to the partnership between Dane Warren and Charlie Collins, the two drivers that are driving the number 88 Proton competition car, from the sim point of view, they are talented young drivers that are sort of like the future of Coanda. And that's not to say that that Martin Kroenke, Erskard, Rogers, any of that, they're not going anywhere. They're still going to be here, of course, but it's just, looking to who's the next name to prove themselves. And they've battled time and time again with some of the biggest names of sim racing. And when going side by side with Kevin Siggy on that first lap from Charlie Collins, it was an absolutely superb move around the outside of Bruxelles to grab it. I mean, that started at Malmedy. Brilliant stuff. And like I say, a battle worthy of this level of competition. However, you do get the feeling if he's going to battle again, or rather the two cars are going to battle again for the lead, it's going to be between the Porsche esports team and that the Proton competition.
Well, it's 1-2-3 for Porsche in GTE just now. Warren, Østgaard and Kroenke at the front, and then it's a BMW for the Team BS competition, and it's Terzic in that car in 4th place just now. But Kalander, okay, you mentioned this to me when Friday, I think it was, you were mentioning exactly how big a sim organisation they are. And they also have a house as well, I believe, a sim house. Some people have sim rooms, but these guys at Porsche, they have a sim house. Tell us a little bit about that, if you would, please, Lewis.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've said with the GR Wolves having the sim room in the Molyneux, but you're absolutely right. I can't remember where it is in Germany. I think it's Gronau. And it's a fantastic house. They've converted into their own sim place. A couple of drivers live there, the likes of Josh Rogers. I'm pretty sure that Tommy Osgaard lives there. I can't remember which ones do. I know that Charlie Collins and Dane Warren do not live there. They reside in their own houses and stuff. But still, to have a house dedicated to sim racing, it allows them to put their full focus on sim racing as a whole, and that's not just from a driver's point of view, that's from an engineer's point of view. The ability to have 2 separate rooms in a house. You do your racing in one, and then you've got engineers in another, and that engineer can come in and be like, oh, by the way, this, and this, and then you're like, okay, well, yeah, I'm sure, you can connect on Discord and TeamSpeak and communicate with them, but there's something about still, obviously, being a human, the physical interaction of being able to describe. I mean, how many times have you seen it in various paddocks of all the drivers doing hand gestures as to what the car's doing through a corner, and they're always giving that extra little bit of information that just helps fill in the picture.
And that's exactly what it is. That human interaction goes a long way. Oh, somebody going off the top of Radion there. Was that a Williams GPX car? GPX Williams, I think, exited stage left at the top of Le Radion. And that's not a place where you want to go. We've seen a few cars having a fairly large set of moments there today, but I'm pretty sure the guys upstairs will get us a replay of that as and when they can. But right now it's 4th, 5th and 6th, the battle that we look at just now on track. Rebellion GPX Esports with Louis Delatraz at the wheel from the Floyd by Colles burst of Jasper Pedersen. And it's Theobald Casabon and the R8G Esports car, the 18, the sister car to the car which is in the lead of the race just now as we've been through the no-name corner and we're coming down towards Pullum. Do we have any idea who that was that we saw at the top of Radion? It looked like a blue and white car, if I'm not mistaken.
It was, I believe it was one of the Williams. I believe it was Alex Arana who just did a 42-second first sector, which is about 10 seconds off, and it would make sense. We'll probably be crawling back to the pit lane. That is Alex Arana, who's in 13th position. There he is. I mean, to be fair, that car doesn't look too bad. Speaking of incidents, what I'm going to assume was at Radion, I do believe another one of the prototypes, this one being in the hands of Mohammed Patel in the Marla racing car. Did see them stationary in the first sector. That car is actually done.
I don't know if it's done or if he's actually doing that to see if he can feel any damage going from left to right, to tell you the truth. Or
there's a little bit of damage on that.
Or has he? Well, you don't go off there and get away with it.
Yeah.
And if you do, you want to buy yourself a lottery ticket, son, because that is not a place to go missing. Having said that, he's not hanging about. He's about to go past the GTE Wolves car through Blanchimont. Yeah, there's something not right with the back of that car. Absolutely, that's definitely one of the back wheels is a little bit askew, whether it's the back left or back right in towards the bus stop. It turns through left-handers, not too bad. But right-handers, it's got a little bit of a mind of its own. So into the pit lane for that car. Let's see a replay. Are we on board with him here? I think we are. As come down through Eau Rouge, what happens? Turns in, touches the curb. Oh, there's just a little wobble. Oh dear, big impact there, big impact. Got to say, Lewis, very lucky that didn't remove a wheel or several wheels from the car in that accident.
Yeah, actually, somewhat similar to the Al Buncombe incident that we saw. Only the difference was there is that was what I expected the Al Buncombe one to be, where it was a clipping of the curb, which then unsettled the rear. We'll see this battle between BS Competition and FDA Esports at the moment. BS Competition just managing to hold on to position at the moment in the number 89 that's piloted by Alan Terzic and Jordi Zviers. Now, these two, to give you a little bit of a story, because we know we like stories.
Oh, we do, we love stories, yeah.
These two used to be teammates, actually a couple of different times. They were teammates at a team called Singularity, which was a team run by Dennis Lind, who races for Red Bull Racing Esports, though he's not here. Well, actually manages the team. Not here this weekend because he's racing in British GT, so we'll wish him good luck for the championship up there at Donington Park. But these two were teammates there. They then departed Singularity and ended up driving elsewhere, a different team, the Jean Lacey Esports Academy, which Jordi Zviers is still a part of. Alan Terzic departed that at this track. in a championship a little while ago, a championship where he won the final race, did Alan Terzic, and Jordi Sveers won the championship. So the two have been teammates for a little while, split apart now, but still very good friends.
As long as they're good friends, that's the most important part. Now, myself and you, Lewis, we've done a lap round here in the Sims. Chris McCarthy has been trying to avoid it for all he's worth, but a man who did do a lap for us during another time was Stoffel Vandoorne. So we've got a chance to catch up when I met Stoffel, and he can tell us exactly what he thinks of the circuit anyway. Welcome to the Le Mans Virtual Series, Stoffel. It's fabulous to have you here, and happily for us, we also have you on our entry list as a driver for Autosport. Now, you're a busy man these days, and first of all, we need to ask you, because you're one of the drivers who has taken part in, competed and enjoyed the Le Mans Virtual 24-hour race, which was the forerunner towards the Le Mans Virtual Series. Now, we need to ask you, what impressed you most about that series, and why do you think it was so successful?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the Le Mans 24 Hours virtual event I participated in last year. Obviously, it was during lockdown, and esports became quite a big thing over those months of lockdown. And I think for that event, I think it was especially great to see so many professional racing drivers taking part as well, with a mixture of professional sim racers. So I think the fact that it was so professional, putting so much effort into it, a lot of hours of practice before the event made it quite interesting for us racing drivers, because we like a challenge, we like to perform, and yeah, at the end, I did the start of the race as well, and I think for me that was kind of one of the most fun parts, because you had all the real racing drivers kind of racing against each other. I was racing, with Max, some other drivers as well, chasing each other, fighting for the lead of the race actually at some point. So it was an enjoyable experience, and yeah, who knows, maybe this year I'll be back.
Now, as a Belgian, you need no introduction to the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. It's a fabulous place with fast straights and very demanding corners. But what do you do here? Do you set your car up with a low aero package like you would for Le Mans? Or do you want to build some aero in it to make it more stable around the corners like Pouhon and Stavelot?
Yeah, Spa is a very challenging circuit in terms of choosing the downforce level. It's often a big question mark between high or low downforce, and it can vary on a lot of different things, depending on the cars as well, which is the most efficient way of getting the speed out of it. Some cars react better with a lower downforce setting. Some do better with a higher downforce setting. But I think in terms of raceability, it's probably better with lower downforce, because you need the straight line speed to be able to overtake someone. But that obviously makes the cornering a lot more difficult. So yeah, it's always a balance to make up, and not a straightforward decision.
And we can't talk about racing at Spa without unfortunately mentioning the weather. It can be a little bit tricky sometimes. For yourself, have you ever raced around Spa in the sim in any of the weather which may be changeable or wet? And can you give us some feedback on what it's like?
Well, I've not actually done sim racing in Spa in the wet, but I've had many real-life experiences in the wet in Spa. I mean, actually, probably one of the worst that I've had was in 2019, the WEC race there, which basically we had all sort of conditions. We had snow, we had rain, hail, sunshine at some point. So we literally had everything in one single race. So that was probably the most extreme ones that I've experienced. But from the sim racing side, no, I wouldn't really know what to expect in the virtual world.
Stoffel, thank you very much for taking some time out your busy day. Been a pleasure. So great to catch up with Stoffel Vandoorne. Now, we were watching on the side of that screen at the same time a cracking battle between the Panis car and the Rebellion GPX esports car of Pfeffer and Delatraz. And Delatraz actually having Pfeffer go round the outside of him at the corner with no name. So a cracking overtaking manoeuvre. And that's been brewing for 3 or 4 laps over the course of that interview there, Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I for one, am extremely excited to see Tobias Pfeffer racing in R Factor 2, so before about his talent, racing toe-to-toe with Louis Delatraz, of course, that being the #1 car that Delatraz shares with Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski, who started out the first stint of the race. Now, we were discussing this a little bit earlier with the wet weather coming in. Now, for that team, I think they're trying to leave it so that Nikodem Wisniewski is in the car for when it transitions over to the wet, because he didn't used to be. I remember him not being that great in the wet when we were racing at Fuji a few years ago, but very, very talented in wet weather conditions. Has absolutely nailed it now. Let's take a look at this move once again.
This is the Panis car, the top of Malmedy here, and we can see the GPX car getting a little bit loose on the exit of that corner. Just watch this. This is Louis Delatraz on the inside, and round the outside comes Pfeffer here. That is a move. And look at the room. They're both giving each other massive respect there. Louis Delatraz possibly knew that was coming. He just lost the rear on exit of Malmedy, and yeah, impressive stuff from your man there. Now, you're talking about being good in the wet, certain people. Who else do you think is going to be standout, and who's going to have to stand out in the rain that is coming, Lewis?
Well, this is one driver, and it's a bit of a shock as to why he's in the car at the moment. Yeah, sure, leading by 20 seconds is Erhan Yayovski. A little bit of a surprise to see him in the car for the opening 2 full stints. Now, by 2 full stints, we're obviously talking of double stints here.
Yes.
Because double stints is what they're doing on the tyres, so we expect them to stay in the car for a couple of double stints. Interesting to see there that Tobias Pfeffer is not, obviously because he's driving for Panis, not in his R8G shirt, so obviously doing a little bit of branding for the Panis team rather than for R8G. But I'm not necessarily too sure as to those. I mean, Jerne Simicic, great in the wet. Michi Hoyer, great in the wet. Whether they stay in the car for that long, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Jerne Simicic yet to do some laps. The drivers, the likes of Alan Terzic and Jordi Sviz, these are all drivers that are also very, very good in the wet. Unfortunately, we don't really see them involved at the front end of things in GTE, but the 111, of course, that one being the Red Bull Racing esports C8 Corvette, would have loved to have seen that in the wet weather, actually up the order with potentially Yuri Kazdorp behind the wheel, because he is so good in the wet, as he proved in the R Factor 2 GT Pro Series. I believe taking a victory at Sebring.
I've got to say, I'm keeping my eyes on your young Pfeffer here. He is on a mission, and he's making inroads to the back of the R8G Esports of Casabon, who's just up the road, about exactly 1 second up the road from him just now. So the mirrors will be looming full of Panis Racing prototype in a couple of minutes for Casabon, and he's going to have to watch, because on a mission is that youngster. We just saw him in that car, his sim rig at home. Looks very young, but he looks so at ease when he's doing it, unlike myself yesterday, who looked like he was possibly having the worst experience of his life when he was trying to drive around here for the first time. And like everybody, when they get on the sim rig, they think, OK, Eau Rouge is flat. But trust me, Eau Rouge is a big, big task to take flat. As we look at the FDA Ferrari coming down through the Eau Rouge now, and that section there actually is one of the highest loads on a race car anywhere around the circuit, and possibly anywhere in the world. The lateral load and also the vertical load that goes through the suspension and the compression does 2 things. It really wears the suspension very hard, but it also puts an awful lot of pressure through the back right tyre as the car then climbs up the hill towards Radion. It gets dragged over the inside edge of the shoulder of the tyre, and that's what really puts a huge amount of stress on the tyres. As well as getting pulled, is getting pushed into the ground. So Spa comes with all sorts of challenges, not just the insane high speed that it has, it's also got massive compressions. And yeah, we have talked about this so much, it's coming our way. We know the weather will eventually arrive for us, and let's see just how it gets on. But we're keeping our eye on this Casabon and Pfeffer battle just now. Not really a battle as of yet, it's more a mind game thing just now. There's still a bit of a gap between them, but we'll keep our eyes on that, Lewis, as it goes through.
Yeah, whilst we're watching Tobias Pfeffer again, I'll bring up the R8G thing, because obviously one of the cars that he is catching is an R8G car, which means technically in a sense it's his sister car, although Panis, and it's not the same. Panis is sort of made up of a couple of different drivers. Alessandro Ottaviani races for a team called Virtual Drivers by TX3, so isn't anything to do with R8G realistically. But still, there's a little bit of pressure on Pfeffer's shoulders that when he gets to them to make a move, that it's going to be a nice clean one, and that nothing bad's going to happen. Otherwise, I think your team boss is going to be on the blower to you and be like, oh yeah, try not to do that again.
Yes,
but
exactly.
With these cars, and this is the interesting thing with sim racing, when you have a team, this is actually very common, with the exception of some teams, the likes of Commander and stuff, where they enter the same team, Redline as well, basically the same team into each competition, regardless of simulator. R8G tend to have a more designated team dependent on each of the simulators. Now, Fefe being from Assetto Corsa Competizione, Thibaut Casamon being from iRacing, the two coming onto a platform that they're not necessarily familiar with, and two drivers that, although they race under the same outfit, aren't necessarily familiar with each other. And so that, from at least from my perspective, is very interesting.
The 88 car still leads the way in GTE as we're on board with them just now. Warren comes through the Brussels hairpin, as it likes to get called, into the corner with no name. We should maybe name it just for the Le Mans Virtual Series today. But
what will we call it though? Because I mean, it's technically got two other names, being Ix and Speakers. So
Duck and Lose, that would be quite good, but Chris might feel awful left out with that, so we'll maybe not go there just now. But these guys have been insanely quick from the word go and putting down a gauntlet for everybody else in GTE as well. And it's a Porsche 1-2-3 just now, with the BMW team BS Competition in 4th place. But Porsches have always gone so well around the Spa circuit. The 91 car chases its 92 car, their sister car, home just now. In 3rd place, it's Kronke from Oostergaard, but yeah, Warren on the way and up the road by 9.7 seconds. I don't think anybody saw this coming, as as a Rocket Sim Sport car just slithers up the inside there. There was only just half a car's width there, but he made that move stick, because that's how impressive and good these guys know where to position their car to let them through, to lose the minimal amount of time, and that's the exact same as the sim world as it is loose for the real world.
Yeah, like say, traffic management is critical. You end up having some team of drivers, you'll have in the simulator and stuff that you're driving, you'll have something called a relative, which is obviously telling you your gap from car front to car rear. Now, by default in R-Factor 2, that is set to only being for position, not it doesn't tell you about cars coming to lap or anything like that. It just tells you front and rear. However, there are some things that you can do that you can get it to, or you can get a relative to tell you about the cars coming by to lap you and stuff, or if you're in the prototypes. Really important to know where the GTEs are ahead, because when it comes to the best drivers at lapping people, and I will always remember back to my sim racing days, back at in a certain championship we were racing at Sebring, and it is in an LMP1 styled car, and Stephen Bailey, who I know will be a name known to quite a few people in the sim racing world, when he was racing, and I've never seen anyone scythe through traffic with such an eye for perfection, in a sense of the moves aren't, it's not at the corner, it's a few corners back. You're eyeing up, right, where's that GTE? When am I going to catch them? How am I going to catch them? Do I want to catch them at a slow speed, high speed corner, or on a straight? Obviously, you always want to catch them on a straight. So sometimes you'll see them backing off a little bit so that they're getting them out of a corner or on a straight rather than right on the apex, because that's where your momentum is just cut off completely. And those are the drivers that come through traffic so quickly, that are doing everything before they've got to it.
Traffic management key in absolutely any form of racing, but especially in this when you've got such a difference in speed for the cars. As we pick back up with 3 wide coming up the straight there towards three wide's a little bit scary actually, isn't it? So we're hearing that car 22 has picked up a 10-second penalty for constant weaving. So car 22, 10-second penalty. That's the car that we can see on screen just now. That's Yiffy. Now, I was listening to you guys commentating on this, and I was outside. Now, I was listening to it through a set of earplugs, and I'm thinking, oh, he's been a bit naughty there with this moving about, you know. I'm surprised that Felix Rosenquist let him get away with it for so long, but yeah, that's not a good thing. A 10-second time penalty added to the race. Actually, Lewis, that's better than getting a drive-through penalty, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure necessarily how they can do it, because obviously normally you'd have it added to your pit stop. I'm assuming they can do that in a sense where they'll just bring them into what would be a penalty box in the pit lane and be like, right, you're going to sit there for 10 seconds and then you can get on with it. I'd have to say, I do actually completely agree. I know some people won't, but I think some of the defence against Felix Rosenquist, I said it at the time, I think a little bit of it was too much over the line, where it's setting a bad example and a bad precedent if it was left unchecked. And so that is a bit of a, it's 10 seconds in a 6-hour race. It's a slap on the wrist. It's don't do that again and get on with it. Let's have ourselves a decent race. And for the most part, we have had a decent race. So
He knows exactly what he's doing. You know, and I did like your comment as well. You know, you like predictable defensive. What you don't like is when people react to a manoeuvre. When no racing driver likes another racing driver to suddenly move in the braking zone. It's seriously frowned upon. Now, Philip Pushka is in the pit lane, actually, or is he maybe just making his way on an outlap just now? He was in the pit lane for quite some time as I was looking down there. And Bram Baylor is still in the pit lane. That's that 57 car which went off. If I'm not mistaken, he was off as well at the top of Radion.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong there. I got that in the highlights as we come back in. So maybe a little bit of work getting done to that car. Great to see the D-Station guys were back on track as well, because D-Station did have well, they lost connection earlier on, so Joao de Oliveira just now on that track taking over from Nadina.
Well, it's the endurance spirit, isn't it? You know,
endurance spirit, exactly.
Whether the car's done or not, just get out on track and go and just enjoy the race. Being on track, being on on broadcast. You might annoy some drivers because this is the arrogance of race drivers. I've seen this in real motorsport, and trust me, you get it in sim racing. The classic, but you're 18,000 laps down, your race means nothing, and it's like, well, yeah, but they still have the entitlement to go and race.
18,000 laps down. I've told you a million times not to exaggerate, Lewis. I know exactly what you mean, but there's been a change of position here from 4th and 5th as well, because Casabon has got past Pedersen, because I was the one that was saying that Casabon was under big pressure from the Panis car, which is still in 6th place. So this has been a change of prototype position for 4th and 5th place. These guys have swapped around. And I've got to say, the REG esports car, it's on a charge. The 18 car, the sister car to the leader car, is on a charge. And I'm just wondering, when is the 8 car going to come in? And when's there going to be a driver change for that? Because, Yayovsky's been in this form, if I'm not mistaken, from the word go, and for a long time just now. So if it does rain, it's going to be very unlikely that he will get a chance in the rain.
Yeah, expectation is that Erhan Yayovsky will be into the pit lane. His last stop was on lap 54, was going 19-20 laps. So realistically speaking, we'll see him in the pit lane in a few laps' time. The last stint was 20 laps, so if he can stretch out another 4 laps, it'll be another 20-lap stint.
And that's bigger than what we expected. We were expecting 18 to get 20 laps. At the end of this, they might be able to give themselves a pit stop in their pocket.
Yeah, we were speaking about this before, but teams have got different mentalities when it comes to approaching this race, because we know about the rain on the horizon. We're expecting rain. The forecast is that we're going to see it potentially in another couple of hour and a half, whenever. We don't
You're
know.
Smiling when you say that. You're looking forward to the rain coming.
I'm really looking forward to the rain. You're absolutely right. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be crazy. But some teams have got different mentalities towards it. Other teams have been, we're going to push towards it. We're going to push as hard as we can. Not worry about fuel mileage, not worry about tyre mileage. We're just going to push, and then wait for the rain to come and then react to that. Other teams have been saving and keeping their strategy as wide open as possible. And RHG in the number 8 car has been one of those. They are, whilst leading, yes, they've got plenty of time in the bag.
Now, a replay of the overtake with the R8G Esports and Baikolis car. It was on the run up the Kemmel Straight, so there was obviously just a little bit more momentum coming through Eau Rouge on the Radion, and on the grass as well for the Baikolis car there. So obviously they had to lift out the gas, but I'm also wondering whether traffic was maybe involved in that as well. But we've got a slow-moving, is this a slow-moving Axel Sport car? Slow-moving Axel Sport car making its way in towards now. Is that car running squint? Wheel missing off of this car?
Front right, yeah.
Eek, love, you want to get that one back to pit lane. A lovely
good
Jeter.
turn,
I mean, that's something that Paul Swift would be delighted with the Russ Swift stunt show there. Paul Swift stunt. Thank you very much, Paul. Take that one for you. But a front right wheel missing. It's not the type of thing that can't get put on. It's not a malfunction. That takes a human element out of it, isn't it? Lewis is looking up to the sky here thinking, what's caused that? It could only be a little bit of contact, maybe, as in towards the bus stop chicane comes the GPX Rebellion car under huge pressure from Michi Hoyer in that Alpha Industry Baikolis burst car. Michi Hoyer, who I first was introduced to at the Virtual Le Mans last year. Michi Hoyer, we was driving for EDX Sport. It was Jamie Campbell-Walter, the man behind the Bullet Motorsport Management concern, who put me in touch with Michi Hoyer, and it was great, the insight which Michi could give me and to Martin Haven as well about what they do, what they go through in preparation for esports sim stuff. So great stuff. Michi Hoyer, he is the real deal here, and he is putting huge pressure on Louis Delatraz. Now he's right in the slipstream as they're coming up through the Kemmel Straight just now. This could be a manoeuvre at the end of the straight. Is he too far away? He's right in the toe now. Is it going to be a pop out the brakes? No, I think he's too far back even for his skill there, Lewis. Probably discretion, very much the better part of valour.
Yeah, Hoyer's a driver who's really turned his reputation around in sim racing. Used to be, I'm not going to say a joke or anything, because it certainly wasn't that far down the road. I did. No, he used to be a driver that was, you know, fairly talented, but wasn't really doing anything with it.
Yeah.
But that was when he was racing for a team called ACR Zaxby. Then when everything changed and it became, or well, rather moved team, in a sense, with half of that team over to Burst, something clicked at the start of 2020 and he just got faster and faster and faster. Let's take a look at what happened. Oh yeah, it's going to be too much curb and over onto the right barrier. I was trying to work out which barrier would have lost it in. I was going to say down at Pouon, but another driver into that barrier. Now I'm not sure if they'll be able to repair that. I know a rear wheel is day done because you can't drive out and get on with it. A front wheel though, because you've still got power going to the rear wheel. I'd actually say that they could potentially repair it. We'll have to wait and see and get word on that one. I'm sure someone will spam me with messages on Discord telling me off if I've said yay or nay on that one. So we'll sit on the fence. It's lovely up here.
Well, here he comes. Hoyer's on the outside. He's going to try and go outside, inside if he can. A famous manoeuvre, but nope. Louis Delatraz, well, he's probably had that done to him in the real world before, and he won't let Mitchie Hoyer away with that just now. Lights on for the Burst car, the By-College car just now. And is it getting darker generally?
It's overcast.
It's overcast.
It's getting darker,
It's just exactly, you can see there's still patches of blue sky up in that camera angle there, but there is definitely cloud cover coming in. It usually comes from the Stavolo direction over towards the paddock. So, let's see how we get on with this one. But I didn't see the Axel car doing anything really too wrong through there. Whether he was maybe riding the curb on the inside, the car just seemed to jump and then steer off the track. So, a great shame, a big impact. Lucky to get away, Lewis, with just losing the one wheel. Yeah,
it's so easy to do. Like, you're touching any curb down there and you're asking for trouble and danger. We'll just say,
there, done that.
Yeah. No, same. Trust me. Not actually. Not when you're racing on there or driving on the rig earlier. More so in an actual race. I've done that more than once. We won't go into it too much though. Into the pit lane, by the way. The R8G Esports 18, not the race leader. That was the one that was driven by Thibaut Casabon. Has been into the pit lane. And Arthur Rougier has been into the car. You can see there the WRT, the number 31, is into the pit lane as well. Tobias Pfeffer for Panis also down onto pit lane. So we are in a sequence for the prototype category. Still a couple of laps before we see the likes of R8G and Redline into the lane.
Yeah, I'm still on. Jurowski comes in now. Here he comes. He's just got the little P flash up next to his name, so right on cue he comes in. Lewis picks up the pen and scribbles into our school jotter that he's had a pit stop now. So be good to see whether he comes out. He should come out possibly. I'm just wondering where he will come out. Actually, he will drop down the order quite considerably. But that should be a driver change as well, Lewis. I'm expecting that Erin Jurowski will come out of that one, and we shall get one of the other drivers in.
But who do they put in?
Well, who would you, if you're the team manager right now, Mr. McGlade, who would you put in that number 8 car?
Expecting rain, and this is where it's hard. This is what I would want Jurowski in the car. Obviously, they can't do it because it breached the maximum driver stint time. You can only put them in for 3 hours, and we are...
Al Sabdi or Much? You're sitting on the fence here, you're dragging this out.
I'm going to say Al Sabti.
You want to put Hani in the car and save Gordy for the end?
Hani Al Sabti's, he's got experience on R-Factor 2, and Gordy Much has less experience racing in the wet weather on R-Factor 2. I'm sure he's put in plenty of practice.
I'm pretty sure he's raced enough it's not killing the wet.
And yes, no, in real life, absolutely, no doubt. Off the line, was that the Axel car? Was that the other Axel car? Porsche-wise,
definitely white Porsche.
Hoyer go for a move.
Hoyer's going for the move, but that was definitely a white Porsche parked on the edge of the Radion. Is up the outside as Hoyer. Is Delatraz going to give him this one? No, Delatraz still holds on, but we've seen this manoeuvre work. Good move, Mitchie Hoyer. We like that in the commentary box. Louis Delatraz gave him racing room and respect there, but who was that Porsche? If you think it was an Axel Porsche, it wasn't one of the Graves cars. It was the 61 car we're getting told that was off at the top of the Radion. We'll get a replay for you in just a minute, and it was the Axel Sport car. 10 out of 10, Lewis, for getting that one. Haziq in that car just now, but yeah, Mitchie Hoyer has got past. He's put a couple of cars between himself and the chasing Louis Delatraz now. Mitchie Hoyer very much on a charge in that By-College Burst car, and very impressive overtake there. We've seen how that can work. He can go into that first part side by side because it then puts Mitchie Hoyer on the inside line for the next apex, and really as long as Delatraz can't stay on his outside. Let's see a replay, of the... and he lost that before he even got to... Oh, big impact into that there. Now, he lost that in the change of direction going through Eau Rouge there. Nowhere near the curb, just through the compression. Off she goes. That's what happened to Al Buncombe a bit earlier. Obviously, no rear wing on this wagon, so we'll have to be a little bit careful. Roll back to the WRT for the second. They're getting used to driving around with no rear wing. But with these, it is harsh. That happens a lot because there's no grip on the rear end. Also, probably got plenty of suspension damage as well. Bit of a shame. Easy to do on the compression if you're not keeping too much attention as to what's going on. Even if you force feedback's a little bit lower, and that's something which you'd need a DD to save sometimes. But alas, that's why we don't have an excuse. We did have a go on a DD. I've got plenty of excuses. Louis Delatraz has gone back to the lead now as Rosenquist, Pedersen and Hoyer all hit for the pit lane. So the Rebellion GPX eSport car is back in the front. That will bring a smile to his face as the Axel Sport car looks more like he's on a WRC stage in the middle of Sweden in the snow with the amount of opposite lock he is throwing at that Porsche 911 RSR just now. He will get back to the pits, but here's our race leader as he comes to the top of the Kemmel Straight, the #1 car, Louis Delatraz. He won't be happy that Hoyer pulled that manoeuvre on him. In fact, Rosenquist, Pedersen, Hoyer and Padden all in there. Lopez, Padden all in the pit lane. The Fordzilla car has gone in for a pit stop as well. Gordy Much has been the driver who's been put in the R8G eSports car. So if you were the team manager, you would have had El Sabti in, but unfortunately, Gordy Much has gone in. And Gordy has, I'm not going to say he's got a point to prove, but he has got a point to prove. I think he has. No, I think he definitely does. Monza was a disaster for the young Scotsman, and I have to say that it was just an innocuous little spin off the second Retifilio curb, put him into the middle of the track. Now, it wouldn't have caused any harm if nobody else had been coming, but there was another 3 cars which piled into him, and that was race over for them. So Gordy Much needs a good solid stint here, Lewis. Yeah, I think he. I mean, look, I get it. Put him in the dry, and then yes, it could be in the transition period, so it could be a little bit of a tricky stint. But to be honest, it's classic in sim racing as it is in motorsport that you're only as good as your last race, and so. That's one of the Alpines round. That's one of the race clutch Alpines. That'll be the 15 that has been round. It's the red one, not the blue. Doing an 80. What should I go for this time? 85,000 point turn. Yeah, he's certainly thrown. That's the Boakler car, the race clutch Alpine. He's putting a lot of effort into getting that one turned. And that's a really strange place to spin as well. He was in the heart of the no-name corner, or curbs. Yeah, curbs. Probably curbs on the way in. I think it could be curbs on the left-hand side departing Bruxelles, because that can give you a little bit of a slide. If not, too much curb on the right-hand side as you're turning in. Yeah. And then was just left in that point. It's just whether he hit the wall or not doing it. Didn't look like he'd been off into the wall. No, he spun across the apex. But the big thing about people who use exit curbs or entry curbs, if the entry curb's flat, that's fine. It's a track extension. If there's any gradient, any raised angle in that curb, you drive up it, and then you have to come off, and it upsets the car as you're going. And I'm making the movements here in my seat, as you guys at home will understand. It makes the car pitch and then bounce, and it can just lighten up the rear of the car, and round you go. But I'm pretty sure the guys back upstairs in our booth, will be finding a replay for us just now. The race clutch Alpine car in 12th place after that slight moment, shall we say. But yeah, great stuff. But okay, so Gordy Much is in the car. You're only good as your last race result. So Gordy Much wants to make this one for R8G eSports a proper result. He has left the pit lane, and he is currently in... What position is he? He's currently in second. He's in P2 just now behind Louis Delatraz. So Delatraz will pit right now. Delatraz comes up on our screen as he is headed for the pit. So Gordy Much will now be leading the 6 hours of Spa. Lead change here at Spa as we look at one of the Wolves cars racing from the Molyneux football stadium today. Are you a football lover, Lewis? I don't mind football. I don't mind Wolves, actually. I'm quite partial to a good Wolves game. I know they are playing at the moment at Aston Villa, so... I can confirm that. I don't know if it's spoilers, but it's 0-0 at the moment. So. Oh, that's good stuff then. Philip Pushka in that car just now coming down behind the 91 car. And here we're going to have a little replay of that race clutch car, the spin car going in towards... Like, he was round the outside of the FDA car. Where did he go? He's onto one curb. He's lost it. You're 100% bang on, Lewis. I know I should have gone with you. Harmless little spin, that. Just caught out by the exit curb. It wasn't the Ferrari's fault. He was just in the wrong place, putting too much power on the curb.
prototypes must, obviously when it comes to lapping, it's always in the hands of the prototype with how the move happens. It's always the faster car that's the one that dictates the move. The lower class, which in this case is obviously the GTEs, they just do what they're doing.
Yeah.
And it's in the prototype hands, and I think a lot of GTE drivers will always tell the prototypes to be like, look, don't go around the outside of a corner. It's not a wise call.
It looks cool, but it's not the thing to do. Very deep into the bus-stop chicane there. Very, very deep for Tommy Usgaard, the leader of our GTE race just now. As you can see on screen, the 92 car leads the way for Porsche Esports team. Gary Much for R8G Esports leads the way, and the LMP prototype leader just now. You're pointing to your screen, Lewis. Fill me in.
Because the reason why the 92 is leading, for anyone panicking at home as to where the 88's gone, it is been into the pit lane already.
Sorry.
This one is on the previous stint. So the 88 has been doing 23 lap stints, pitted on 23, 46, 69. So it's just constantly doing 23 lap stints. The 91 on the previous stint went a lap longer. Already gone a lap longer here, so they're going an extra lap on top of that. So doing excellent stuff on fuel mileage. Both the Porsche Esports teams managing to find fuel where others are struggling.
Going the extra mile.
Indeed. Or the extra, what you said, yes, it was a 7 mile?
7 mile circuit, yes. I got a little bit confused when I looked at the screen. It said 7.000 M. And myself and Chris both fell into that trap, although Chris didn't say anything. It was just Duncan who went into that wormhole. But thankfully, I didn't look at social media for a good 8 hours after that. And I think I just got away with it. As we look down upon Gordy Much in the R8G Esports car, we go back to the Panes car coming in towards Rouge Radion area. I was using a bit of Apex curb there. I was a bit hesitant to say whether he was coming through or not. I'm a big fan of the Panes car. I do like the colour scheme of it. It's very tricky. I also like the Fordzilla car. So as commentators, we have our favourites.
He loves the Fordzilla car.
I do. There's just something about the name for a start, you know. And I grew up with the era of Godzilla. So Fordzilla, it's a big like for Duncan Vincent in the Vincent household just now. But you can see the distance that Will Stevens has in the Panis car back to Mitchie Hoyer in the Alpha Industry Bus Calls. And there is Will Stevens on our right-hand side, former Formula 1 racing driver. We've seen him racing for Jota in the World Endurance Championship. We've seen him racing for Panis Barthez as well. We've seen Will doing quite a lot of things, and classy driver. Just look at the concentration on that face, clicking gears as he goes through Pullman. Quick look down towards looks at the camera there. I wonder if he can hear us. I wonder if he can. I wouldn't have thought he can hear us, but there was just a quick look at the camera there. But Will Stevens is under a bit of pressure here, and you can see 2021 ELMS, a McLaren development driver as well. This is a guy at the top of his games, and it just goes to show you the draw that the Le Mans Virtual Series has for these top-line drivers. As we've got Will Stevens, we have got the 2021 IndyCar champion in there. We have got so many great people involved in this. Jenson Button's involved in it. We've seen Stoffel Vandoorne as here goes a change in towards. That's the number 4 by Collet's car. Number 4, that's Rougier up the inside of Thoman. If I'm not mistaken there, am I wrong? It's Pedersen going past Rougier, sorry. Thank you very much. Lewis's pen just waved at me to make sure I was correct. In towards the La Source Airport they come. They managed to sneak past that red line BMW there. But good move that. Obviously a famous overtaking point, a favourite overtaking point as well. And it's a fairly low risk overtake as well going into the bus stop, Lewis.
Yeah, at this stage in the race that one works because, you know, if you come across a driver, especially when they're not looking to battle, it's not it's a good place to get it done because you don't lose too much time from doing it. Later in the race, those opportunities to dive it down the inside actually become a little bit trickier because whilst it's one of the best moves to do around here, it's one of the most predictable, which means it's one of the easiest to cover off. And in that sense, it does become a little bit harder later on, as you can see that Jesper Pedersen losing out a little bit there as he got to the rear end of the AF Corsa, Jordi Sveers, who is in second position. Car 5, Alex Arana, getting a penalty, 15 seconds added to the Williams Esports car for an unsafe release in the pit lane.
Not the first time that we've seen that. So they'll be parked for 15 seconds on the next pit stop for an extra 15 seconds. Pit stops are long enough here. When I was looking at that, I looked at the door wasn't on that car. If I'm not mistaken.
It's still got a door. It's still got a door.
I'll just take that back then. I
think it's just where they've painted it.
Yeah, it's just exactly what they've done. You see that. So next pit stop for that number 5 car, it will be Arana's car, will be parked in the pit lane for an extra allotted time penalty for a slap on the wrist. Now, unsafe release. It's something that the stewards in real racing look seriously down upon, because the pit lane is possibly one of the most dangerous places on the racetrack, because there's the human element in the pit lane as well. You've got all the cars and you've got humans, pit crew working about doing their job, so it really is frowned upon an unsafe release. And it's not the first time we've seen a penalty for that. We saw that at Monza, if I'm not mistaken, Lewis, as well.
Yeah, certainly did. I mean, there was a couple of instances of pit lane, of course. Fordzilla got involved in one with the WRT. We saw one of the Williams cars getting involved as well.
So somebody turned around at Monza, driving the wrong way down the pit lane,
It's a hard time in the pit lane in sim racing, and I've brought up the fact that on other simulators, pit lane you can drive through other people. There's no contact in the pit lane. In R Factor 2, there is absolutely contact in the pit lane. You have to be careful as we look backwards. Fantastic camera angle, by the way, looking backwards from Will Stevens as he's defending from Michi Hoyer.
I'm about to say it's Hoyer time, and it's a-coming. Will Stevens can sense it, he can feel it, he can smell it, the way that Michi Hoyer comes through the top of Radio there. He will be driving in his rearview mirror. Is he going to put up a fight? Possibly, possibly not. Hoyer slipstream, ducks out towards the right-hand side on the brakes. Mirror signal manoeuvre. Will Stevens put up no defence here. He knows there's a bigger picture with bigger fish to fry in this. Michi Hoyer, man on a mission so far. We've seen him cut his way through this field. And just look at the determination as he leaves Malmedy down towards the next corner. That car was a little bit flighty at the back there. Will Stevens, well, he'll hang on to the back, that's for sure. He won't get dropped straight away. But the next in line for Hoyer is Rogier, who is up the road by quite a distance, but there will be a chance for Michi to get that back and make some sort of inroads, but possibly a bridge too far. We'll have to see what happens over the next couple of laps. But great move there by Michi Hoyer, and as you allotted or alerted us to, the great camera angle looking back from the La Source hairpin down. I did wonder why he suddenly jigged, but obviously there's a car he was pulling it to pass. So, yeah, Will Stevens, the real deal there, as we now look at Michi Hoyer in the Floyd by Collis car. Michi Hoyer, the real deal, as I said, Alpha Industries sponsor for that, and a little wry smile as we look back. These multi-screen pictures are fabulous, really, really great stuff. They give us a little look at the main screen. We see Michi Hoyer at work, looking ultra relaxed. Now, driving gloves on, is that something you would do yourself, Lewis, or are you a non-driving glove person?
I'm a non-driving glove person.
And why is that?
I've never got used to driving with gloves. I will say, when it comes to sim racing, the push for driving gloves, for sim gloves, for sim shoes as well, is actually becoming a prevalent thing. I mean, you don't want to race in your actual shoes. That's why a lot of sim racing events smell a little bit. That's because everyone's taking their shoes off and it's just sweaty socks. Not ideal.
A bit like here just now.
Yeah, exactly. But it's where you need to be comfortable in the rig. And the thing is when you're in a race, heart's racing. Because as much as it's not as physical as you would think, but you do sweat because it's so much mental concentration. You do sweat, you do focus on the race at hand. You get sweaty hands, and it is genuinely hard to hang on to a wheel sometimes when you're going over the bumps and stuff. Wearing gloves, it kind of negates all of that. I mean, Michi Hoyer, he's well experienced in sim racing. He knows how he's comfortable. I think he's got his own little shoes. He's got his own gloves. Got some of his own branded merch as well. Has Michi Hoyer.
Is that you giving it a plug there?
Maybe. I mean, if he gives me some stuff, I might wear it. But he gave me a T-shirt once. It was for a team, not himself.
I hope it was a new one and not a used one after a sim event.
No, I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't go near it with a barge pole. He's won a lot in sim racing, though. Michi Hoyer has won 4 races in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship, as well as the R Factor 2 in the official competition. He won the R Factor 2 very first season of the GT Challenge Series for Burst in an Audi. And I distinctly remember him winning in wet weather conditions at Silverstone in the first race. So might look for Michi Hoyer, if he's still in that car, to go very, very well a bit later on. In GTE, Alan Terzic is into the pit lane for BS competition. Jordi Zwiers and Rudy Van Buren both going at least another couple of laps later. I think Jordi Zwiers has got maybe 2 more according to my sheet here, and I think Rudy Van Buren also 2 more, but Alan Terzic into the pit lane.
Yeah, we're looking at Jordi just now. Jordi Zwiers on his sim rig there, driving the FD Ferrari round the back part of the Spa circuit.
Do you like his wheel?
I do like the wheel, yes.
Do you like how it's wrapped in cardboard?
Didn't want to say. It does look like it's wrapped in cardboard. But whatever you're into, it's quite fine, cardboard or chipboard, whatever it is. But I'm also watching, the car looks a little bit loose around that end of the circuit. I'm just wondering if it's maybe temperatures maybe dropping there with the overcast coming in, causing the back of the car. He was very much sideways into and through the Bruxelles hairpin. And was that a wiper on the car behind, or am I imagining that, Lewis?
I think you might be imagining that. It looks all right at the moment. The wipers will go, by the way, when it all gets going. Jordi's Veer's continuing out. I think a lot of it's just old tyres and the car's just getting a little bit tricky to drive, but hanging on to it quite nicely. By the way, to explain the car, but I don't know for sure, but I could take a wild guess that I'm assuming it's to do with branding in comparison to the team that he's racing for, of course, AF Corsa. He was actually one of the drivers that went off to, they raced, did AF Corsa when they did Le Mans Virtual. They all raced from Maranello. And he was one of the drivers that went out to Maranello to go and race for them, obviously all racing from home for this one. I think they might change that one up. If not, we'll put the pressure on that they do change it up for Le Mans Virtual.
Do you think we could go to Maranello and broadcast from Maranello?
I'd like to.
Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it?
Is that going to be the push?
I'll let you push that one to the powers that be. I'm just happy to be here and happy to be calling the race. But Jordi is currently leading the way in GTE just now from the 71 BMW Team Redline car of Rudy Van Buren just now. Then we've got Dwayne Warren in the Proton competition car, who that 88 car still holds the fastest lap of the race in GTE with a 2:13.437. Still the fastest lap of the race. Who's that? Who's got that in the P class? If I'm not mistaken, is it? I think it's
Rietveld, actually, who said it very
that's
early.
Why I can't find it. At the bottom of the list. Yes.
Yes, at the fast lap, very, very early doors. There is Alan Terzic.
Could you tell I was stalling there?
Yeah. No, I was with you. Also, here is Alan Terzic. You can see, obviously, the branded background, the Slovenian, again, race winner here in GT Challenge. In the second season when he was teammates with Jordi Veer, said before, looking very, very calm and comfortable. Alan's a very talented and fast driver, driving for BS competition and actually finding a bit more love for sim racing. Struggled with it a little bit before joining BS competition, was jumping from a couple of teams, looking to actually enjoy sim racing again. Joined the team after being asked by Florian Hasper, the team manager, to jump in, and has fit in very nicely. Did for the first few rounds though, when he was doing racing and elsewhere, I love bringing this up, he had a yoga ball in the background, which he had the BS competition logo stuck onto because he had nothing else to put the
yoga ball.
A yoga ball, yeah.
Okay. I don't own one of them. I've got a yoga mat, but I do not have a yoga ball yet. But I might get one if there's a BS competition branded one. You never know.
Yeah. Well, you just got to get a sticker and just put it on there. Yes. Really
self-made branding. That's very much Duncan Vincent way. Self-made branding. As we catch up with the BS competition car, is about to get done by the Red Bull Esports car, and that looks like is that Gordy Much is slipping by, going through Puong there as well. Still to see Jack Doohan make his appearance in that Red Bull Esports car. Looking forward to seeing Jack get in that car, and I believe that is Gordy Much going round outside just now, moving out the way for the leader. So you can see just the difference, the prototype speeds to the GTE speeds. As we're on board with the BMW, we're on board with Terzic right now, who we were looking at just a minute ago. Bit of braking towards the back end there, back on the gas for Stavlo. Does he lift for the actual Stavlo car himself? No, there was a slight little bit. I don't know if it's a lift or a breathe, actually.
It's like you release 10% from the top, just to make sure that, because obviously when you're doing it, it's all about weight transfer and stuff. If you lift off just that slight, it's not about not accelerating so much, it's about dipping the nose in so you can hook it into the apex a little bit.
Transferring the weight forward, the unseen weight, because if you do lift completely, you'll end up probably having a massive moment. They call lift off oversteer. Into the pit lane comes the Red Bull Esports car just now, and that will park itself up for a pit lane. Alex Seibel in that car just now, and they are in pit lane. They're 3 laps down though, so I must have missed something that they had happening earlier on as we pick back up at the Panis car coming out of La Source. It's still Will Stevens in that car, and Will Stevens looking further up the road to try and get his eyes back onto the back if he can. Well, it's a big ask of Mitchy Hoyer.
Just noticed something, by the way, position 4 in GTE. Alan Terzic obviously has been through the pit lane not too long ago, but really, really important here, he's jumped the Porsche esports, both of the Porsche esports cars, at least from what I can see, so would be actually running in a net second place. I'm not sure what BS competition have done. I'm pretty sure it's Felix van Delft who's on the wall, so I'll message him a bit later.
Were they due a tyre change? Have they maybe withheld the tyre change because they know there's rain coming and they don't need to throw a set of tyres at it right now? That could be a good move from the BMW guys, as Lewis throws his pen down, picks up his phone and is furiously texting away on WhatsApp next to me now. I've never seen a man text so fast in my life. He's got fingers of fire.
To find out what is going on. I mean, you could be right. I mean, this is the thing, is that these teams will be taking risks. The tyres that may not go for two full stints in GTE. They won't do a double stint in GTE. But 1.5?
Ooh, 1.5. Maybe that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, see, these are the permutations that we never looked at pre-show when we're all standing in here shouting at each other, saying, this will be happening, that'll be happening. But you've just seen Gordy Much on screen, and a man who Chris McCarthy knows extremely well from his karting days as a karting commentator and kart racer, which Chris McCarthy was a very good kart racer as Gordy Much. I'm holding my breath there as he come through Eau Rouge and Le Radion. He was not holding back to go past that BMW. I think that was a Team GB car, if I'm not mistaken, but a big power move from Gordy, not wanting to lose any momentum at all. 19 seconds is the lead for Gordy Much in his pocket just now, and he holds that over Kerkhoff in the Team Redline car, and it's Toman in the GPX Rebellion Williams car, the 22 car, which, am I not mistaken, does that have to pick up a penalty? Was that the car that's picking up a penalty? Did you write that down?
Oh no, I don't write anything down.
You don't write down. You've got a notepad full of scribbles that he keeps over his side of the desk. He doesn't share it with us, Chris, does he? In towards Le Source Hairpin here. This is the 92 and the 91 car up behind Alan Terzic, as we were talking about, and that is an inspired move. But right now he is in an uninspiring place, because if he looks in his mirror, that's not something he would want to see. If you're Terzic coming down towards Eau Rouge, what are you thinking just now, Lewis?
To be honest,
defend
as hard as you can. I mean, Alan Terzic is one that knows how to defend, but this is going to be a pretty hard defence. Sage Karam and Kronke directly behind, hoping that the Porsches battle amongst themselves, but I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. Alan Terzic over to what will be the right-hand side of the track, left-hand side of shot, as Porsche's going to try and go around the outside. BS competition going to try and hang on. Alan Terzic there, Sage Karam firing around the outside, superior grip in the number 92, position change, and that will be up to a net P2 in GTE, and I get the feeling that Martin Kronke might also be able to pass very, very shortly. Looks down the inside at Bruxelles, but it's covered off nicely from the Slovenian, and this might separate the Porsches a little bit. By the way, just a bit of a note, I asked Felix van Delft as to how that pass would happen. He responded with yes, which isn't really helpful, but then did say that your guess was quite good, and now they pray.
Good stuff from BMW BS competition. I
love
like anybody who puts the dice in their hand, gives it a shake and throws it against the wall. Let's see what happens here. They're under big pressure just now from the second of the Porsche esports cars, but if they're there, they're very much there. It does look a little bit like it's brightening up, Lucy. Is it just me, or have you lent on the remote control for the television and put the screen a bit brighter there?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, no, don't worry. No, I mean, it can do it. It can chop and change a little bit. This is not saying that the rain is definitely not on the horizon. We are still expecting it quite soon. And to be honest, I get the feeling that it might be a little bit too late for BS competition. But as we know with Spa, and this is replicated very much in the simulator, rain can happen very, very quickly.
Oh yes, that will lull you into a false sense of security when you're out there in your sambas and your shorts, and before you know it, you're soaked to the skin as he goes for the outside in towards the bus stop. But Terzic has got this one covered. He'll run it deep into the corner as he does, and no room at the end for Kronke there, trying to get past as they come out from the bus stop chicane down towards the La Source hairpin. This could be a big move from BMW here. If he can hold on to this without his, you can tell the commentator's getting a bit nervous when there's a gap on inside there. Alan Terzic, so left just enough room there, not an inch more. There was a Porsche-sized gap there, but the 92 car of Kronke decided that he wasn't going to try and stick that through. As Fordzilla goes up the inside, that could have been an absolute disaster there at Eau Rouge, as Fordzilla come firing up the inside towards Eau Rouge and Radion. There, a bit of a flash of the headlights as if to say, what are you doing? But here we go. This is another hour in the books. Let's have a look at the highlights from Goodyear. Brought to you by Goodyear for the third hour. And the highlights, well, great stuff. We're away at the start of the race here, and it was the 70 car who was the race leader early in the prototypes. The 88 car took that one over Proton competition, and they showed their class at the front of the field. It was going to be a matter of time, though, before the R8G car started storming its way through. The number 8 car was showing a great turn of pace as 12 slipped past 22 at the hairpin there. The real team car very much on a mission. Lots of onboard action, lots of issues. Bang! Into the barrier at the top of Loradion. That's not the thing you want to be doing, but it's very easily done. The number 1 car of Louis Delatraz was getting himself very much rolling up the sleeves and getting stuck in there with everybody else as he could be. And again, it's the Rougier car, the R8G esports car, who was in the battle. Will Stevens was then battling hard, and Will Stevens and the Panis car was round the outside of Delatraz there. And it wasn't Stevens, it was just after that that Will Stevens managed to get himself into the car. The weather did look like it was starting to close in, but then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we've started to get a little bit of bright blue skies coming back. The 88 car, well, the 88 car has been having a jolly good time up the front of the GTE race. The 91 Porsche esports car currently sits in 4th place. Martin Kronk at the wheel of that one, but business was very much as usual. A bit of opposite locking places you don't want. Then the Autosport car mounted the curb coming through Eau Rouge and the Radion, and that's what happened to it. Lost the front right wheel, managed to get the car back to the pits, and then off goes the other one as well into the other side of the track. Trying to drive back without a rear wing is never the best thing to do. Delatraz found himself in the lead after a few pit stops, and in the race, Clutch car managed to go off on the way in towards the corner with no name. The 15 car, just a little bit of exit curb, and we saw them having a pretty untidy run towards the grass there. We then had the Panis car all over the back. Mitchie Hoyer was really showing his class as well in this race. The FDA 51 Ferrari getting a little bit wide over the curbs there. And you can see just how different the speed is from a GTE car and a P1 car. Gordy Much took over from Aaron Yuyovsky in the number 8 car at the front, and we have just seen Sage Karam going round the outside of Alan Terzic at the top of the Kemmel Straight. Great move there. Clean as a whistle, and it's a big roll of the dice for the BMW BS team competition. They are expecting rain coming soon. That was a Goodyear Hour 3 highlights. We're now back live racing, and I'd love to welcome my own soul brother back to the commentary box. It's Chris McCarthy. How are you?
Yes, very good. It's been a very entertaining race, isn't it? It was good to go and get a breather, actually, because it was a frantic first couple of hours, and then any time there was a bit of a breather in the race, it all kicked off again, and it just means we haven't really had time to take a proper breath here at these 6 hours of Spa, but yeah, all going really good so far, and we watched the BMW team on our screens. Let's have a look back at a replay. So this looks like the Porsche going through, is it?
Oh, yeah, this was Sage Karam. This was I saw that huge moment he had, Chris, and I was thinking he was going to be under more pressure from his teammate behind, but he was getting a toe from the front, a bit of a push from the rear. Watch this, round the outside on Terzic at the top, but this is the difference between new tyres and old tyres. Brake, Karam round the outside, beautiful bit of stuff there, great stuff to go. In fact, I think that was an 81 car. I'm a little bit out of sorts there. Sorry about that, buddy. I'll tap your arm and go back to the side of the desk. It sounded good.
It was a good overtake, wasn't it? But good catch as well.
Did you hear what was happening? A little bit of an insight there. BMW managed to leap both the Porsches in the pit lane because they have maybe rolled the dice on doing 2.5 stints on a set of tyres because they think the rain is coming.
Yeah.
So you know what Lewis is like. He's got everybody's phone number in that phone. He was furiously texting on WhatsApp to try and get us an answer, and the answer was just yes. So whether they're listening to the broadcast, it's a big gamble. It's a big gamble because if the rain doesn't come, it's going to hurt them more. And there's no guarantee that the rain will come. But as we have said, as Lewis has said, the rain can come so quickly here at Spa.
So they're trying to go 2.5 stints on the same set of tyres.
It's a big ask, isn't it? It's a big ask, but it's a big ask. So Martin Kronke, as we look at and see him at work, and you can see him just bracing himself going through the corner there. And you're probably thinking, why is he doing that? Well, after having driven one of these direct drive steering wheels the other day, you have got to have yourself wedged into that seat, or it will almost move you about the seat. The amount of force that comes back from those steering wheels. Martin Kronk, as we watch him going through the top part of the circuit here at Spa-Francorchamps just now. Lights on. The lights are starting to look a little bit brighter, you know, so maybe maybe the clouds are starting to roll over, but myself and Lewis thought earlier on it certainly was brightening up there, Chris.
Well, here we go then, looking back at the battle for 6th place here. Our car in 6th place. You know, the rain is definitely coming at some point, isn't it? It's and I tell you what, at Spa-Francorchamps, since he's jumped in that car and Gordy Much has been in the RHG car, the gap is coming down. It's nothing to get too excited about just yet, but it's come down by 3 seconds already. So Gordy Much is doing a good job at kind of limiting that damage, but the gap is definitely coming. We look at Alex Arana there in the number 5, of course. It's not been a good day at the office for Williams, sadly. It's been another bad meeting so far for that team. Here is the Team GB team, going side to side with GR Wolves down the hill.
If I'm not mistaken, Arana, the 5 car, has got a penalty maybe coming its way, a time penalty as well. BMW Team GB going through there with Jack Keithley behind the wheel of that just now, beside one of the GR Wolves cars, side by side, almost a little overlap on the inside down towards Poulon. The Wolves car had to do the right thing there, but there was a big movement on the brakes from Keithley there. That wasn't nice at all.
Big moment, wasn't it?
As they go through that area of the circuit just now, we're looking at the battle for 7th and 8th, the BMW Team GB and GR Wolves Racing. Yeah,
nice move for position, wasn't it? So BMW Team GB up to 7th, and here comes the Tesla car as well. So this is a 3-way battle, isn't it, going on for 7th place, and the Tesla juniors, as I like to say, the juniors coming back up the order.
Chris, can I point out that 17-second lead that Gordy Much had last time, when you said it a couple of seconds ago, is now 15 seconds. So
it's coming down.
Yeah, I'm not saying the floodgates have opened, but there is a big gap behind Kerkhoff.
Yeah.
And Gordy has just got to get himself a good bit of running here. That's the most important thing. Don't do anything silly. Bring the car back in one piece, do your stints, and walk away with your head held high after the disaster he had at Monza. But as we look, race control there on the right of our screen just now. That's Lewis in front of the TV, Ben Ruster Turner in there as well. And they're looking at something on the replay. Now, is that what we've just seen happening there?
So one thing we do get is protests during the race from the teams as well, so they can put protests in, and race control can go back and look back at it. So it's something that race control, you can see over to the far left, they're just looking through what the teams have been sending in. If they think that there's if they bring their attention to an incident on track, they'll go back and look at it, obviously. Eduardo and Ben themselves are looking for incidents likewise, but yeah, it is, teams can look. If it is missed on camera, then teams can put a protest in and they can go back and have a look.
The juniors had me gripping the desk there, coming through there, as we're going to call him now, the 888 car. That was Timothy Andonovsky. That was a little bit,
here he goes.
A little bit leery. He's going to go for the braking manoeuvre, isn't he, up the inside of the 86 car. The 86 is late on the brakes as the Porsche though, but over one apex curb. Yeah, that was nice, a good manoeuvre. That nice move from the Tesla car there. BMW will be happy with that one, as will Roman Grosjean as he goes through Malmenday down towards the Bruxelles hairpin. Yeah, good move, that solid move. I've got to say the 86 car certainly didn't make it easy for them on the brakes.
No, it was good, and you can see that the next car is only just up the road for them now. So this is really, really good driving from the RHG, the Tesla RHG esports team, who will now be trying to chase after Jack Keithley. We have to remember Jack Keithley has just made a place there, so he's not going to be easy to catch at all.
Yeah, and looking back from the Tesla, the 14 car just about to go round outside. That's one of the Alpines. That's the race clutch Alpine, and round he goes. And he used his head there. He didn't need to try and go round the outside and do anything death-defying. He was very clever on that manoeuvre. But has the 888 car got enough speed to catch up with Keithley? That will be interesting. A little bit of an inter-BMW battle there, the Tesla R8G esports car and the BMW Team GB car. Let's see how this one unfolds just now. Timothy Andonovsky, as he heads towards for one more time Blanchimont at this fabulous circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. The 88 car leads the way in GTE from the 91 Porsche, the 92 Porsche, and then the number 89. For Alan Terzic there. Alan Terzic still out there on those tyres, still throwing the dice, rolling the dice. The gap at the front still 15 seconds from our two leaders.
Martin Kroenke's got back past Sage Karam, so that's one that's just happened. The two Porsches swapping back places. So Kroenke back past Karam. That's the 91 passing back the 92. Here we look at the battle further down. This is Alex Siebel and Daniel Kish battling away with each other. It's the Jota car. It's just not been a good season for them so far. It's just been a season that's really not meant to be, similar to the likes of WRT, and Red Bull have had their moments in this race as well, so they're just trying to get themselves back up the order. Of course, Red Bull, who had a spin coming into the pit lane, and they're now trying to get ahead of Daniel Kish in that Jota car. Alex Siebel, very good name within esports, has done plenty and won plenty as well, and now trying to line up and move on the Hungarian as we go down to Bruxelles, and there we can see a late defensive, but you say a defensive. That's Kish trying to get past the Tesla R8 G car.
Yeah, Red Bull won't be taking this very well. They're used to success. It's inbred with Red Bull. They have massive success in everything they do, and it's just not working for them just now in Le Mans Virtual Series, and whether they have, well, they know what they're doing. Let's leave it at that. They will maneuver drivers about to as and where they see fit. They're
an established esports team. It's not like, they may have been new, they've jumped, aboard the Le Mans Virtual Le Mans Series this year, but they saw how good it was. And
they've been in it from the very word go.
Yeah, a couple of teams have done that, but Red Bull are so established as a team, so they'll get up to speed soon enough. I think they're just they might be focusing more towards that 24-hour race, using this to just get themselves ready for a maximum attack at that 24-hour. And, if you win that 24-hour, you get $15,000. If you win the series, you get $15,000. So it's just a bigger reward money-wise.
FDA Ferrari at the top of Radeon under huge pressure here. And the pressure is coming from that BMW Team Redline. Slipstream pulls out. And, yeah, that looked pretty easy for the BMW. I've got to say that Chris McCarthy, it was done before they got to the braking zone. Now, that could have been a couple of factors. It could have been from not the greatest exit from Eau Rouge for the Ferrari, or just the BMW has more horses under the bonnet. The Ferrari using quite a bit of exit curb as well. The number 51 FDA Ferrari down in 6th place overall in the GTE race just now.
We're seeing pit stops in prototype as well. Will Stevens has been in, so a few teams have come in. Panis Racing, we've also had R8G Esports in, Race Clutch Alpine, Yas Heat, Josh Ladd is in the car for them, and also the likes of, I think Rocket Simsport yet to come in. Of course, they've done one extra pit stop because of that big crash Alex Buncombe had going up Radeon.
And the Red Bull car has now ahead of the Jota car as well there, so there's been a change of position in that one. That probably happened at the top of the Kemmel Straight as well. We've picked up with that. It may have actually happened going through the corners at that as well, the Malmedy corner, because and he's now already starting to pull away as they come down towards Puyong. I do like the Jota Sport colour scheme. I love the green colour scheme. The mirror image is what they have in the World Endurance Championship, Sam Hignett's team. Classy outfit, and if you're ever walking down the pit lane at a WEC event, the loudest, best music you'll hear always comes out from the Jota garage on a Thursday or Friday when the mechanics are, they're not partying, they're very much polishing, but it's such good music. Sam Hignett, whether it's his playlist, I don't know. But I do tend to, myself and Louise Beckett do tend to hang around Jota Sport just a little bit for the cups of tea and the good music. But look how the Red Bull has just disappeared here. It's just bolted from the Jota Sport car all the way around towards Blanchimont. Weather looks like it's maybe starting to close in for us a bit, Chris. It's getting darker. Yeah. The lights have become brighter. Yeah, you've got to start making your time now. Here's how it happened. Red Bull going past Jota, coming down the Kemmel Straight. Red Bull to the right of screen there, and they'll do the move on the brakes round the outside. We've seen this a few times today, this afternoon, and they're going to have to go round the outside all the way through the right-hander, and good racing room between both cars there. Very good racing. Yeah, Siebel and Kish giving themselves a good bit of doing a good display of how it should be done without contact. If that had been me and you in there, probably
well, I don't think there would have been any cars emerged.
Yeah, so back up with the Red Bull cars. He comes up through Radeon just now, and he's pulled away handsomely from that Jota car just now. Daniel Kish in that coming up towards the far end of the circuit. Let's just have a little look further down and see what's happening. Let's go back up actually and have a look at the leader. Well, Gordy Much is sustaining the pressure from Kirchhoff just now. It stayed at 15 seconds when it went down from 19 to 17 to 15. I got a little bit worried. I think you were as well, Chris. But whatever's happened, it might have just been bad stuff for it. In fact, there's a change because Gordy's coming to the pit lane there. Now that's quite early actually for Gordie Much, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it was that long ago he was in. In fact, time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, we're in a section of pit stops, so you know we've had a few teams come in, so I wouldn't say that's out of section for him, so to speak.
Drive through for contact with 888. That's Aston Martin there, the Aston Martin D station car coming through. It's De Oliveira in the wheel, or behind the wheel of that car. Just now getting a bit of a rap on the knuckles from Ben Rossiter-Turner, Lewis Edmondson and Eduardo Freitas, our race director, who is remote with us this weekend, but always in our ears. LMP, the prototype interval, 15 seconds is the gap at the front, we told you. Then a further 4 seconds back is the 444 by Collis car. Then it's the Rebellion GPX eSport car, 7 seconds back behind the by Collis Burst car. It's still tight for a 6-hour race, Chris. They're all still together.
You know, 15 seconds is not a lot of time, is it? And that was between the top two. Jesper Pedersen is now in second, but Gordie Much has got to get a good stop and make sure he gets out and puts a couple of good laps in at, say, Kirchhoff. This is, you know, really his time on low fuel now. This is where he has to take advantage.
Yeah, when the sun shines, he's got to make hay, and 3 wide as the Leaf Stavolo there. That's probably the Team BMW GB car, just trying to stay as far away from the 2 prototypes as they possibly could. That's a Rocket Sim car going through, and I think that's the number 5 car as well, if I'm not mistaken. Went past the Williams eSport car. Dancing about on the brakes is Arena there, and thankfully not making any contact. Those cars look very, very flighty and bouncy going in towards that bus stop chicane. As we chalk off one other lap here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. This is the 6 hours of Spa. This is the Le Mans Virtual Series round 2 of our championship. We had round 1 at Monza a couple of weeks ago, where we had the Real Team Hydrogen Race Redline win the race, but they're already out of the race after a mistake by Jeffrey Rietveld going through Blanchimont. Too much apex curb, trying to pass somebody, put the car into the barrier, off came the wheel, race over. That is a big talking point just now, because the championship leaders are out of the race. There's about to be a change of position here up towards the top of the Kemmel Straight. Arana and Richards in the Rocket Sim Sport. Can he put up a defence? Yes, he can, but no. Albert Arana just goes up and inside there in the Williams eSport. Good move that, Chris, and that was coming. You could sense that from the bus stop, actually. Yeah,
set that one up for a while, didn't they? And rewarded for being patient and just taking their time in making the move. See, the Mal Racing team have stopped as well. I'm not too sure if that was something that had already happened a little bit earlier in the race, but they have come to a stop, so we'll see what happens from there. Of course, they have to get back to the pit lane if they want to rejoin the race.
A flurry of pit stops as well. We've got there at the front, Chris Kirchhoff's in, Pedersen's in, and Mitchie Hoyer also in the pit lane. Gordie Much is on an out lap just now when Wisniewski takes the lead in the Rebellion GPX eSport. So these pit stops, I was right. I was just getting a little bit excited, buddy. I'm sorry. The time flies when you're having fun.
It does.
I'm watching the clock tick down, and I can't believe where the time is actually going to.
We think with 18, we're looking at 18, 19 stints, so under the 100 laps, just over 90 laps is when we're expecting these 5th round of stops to take place. So yeah, it's good. If they're not stopping now, it's going to be in the next lap.
So this will be Gordie Much heading back towards the bus stop just now, I think, in the single number 8 car.
I think this is this Wisniewski? No, this is the 5. This is the one of the other Williams.
Yeah, that's the one that's further down just now. That's the Arena car, which we just saw making a manoeuvre last lap. There's Much at the top of the hill, so I was completely wrong. But Gordie Much has gone back into 2nd place because Wisniewski still to make a pit stop in that number 1 Rebellion car. When he does, Gordie Much will get himself back to the top. Kirchhoff has come out ahead of Pedersen and Hoyer. Mitchie Hoyer has been on the move. When you were having your coffee break, Chris, trying to get something back inside your body, because like the sim racers have got to hydrate, so have you. But when you were doing that, Mitchie Hoyer was on a mission. He was passing 2 or 3 cars, so we're going to keep our eye on Mitchie. We've got a great in-depth from Lewis as well, just about how he has taken to sim racing and really cemented himself in that by Collis team.
Yeah, and they're a great team. They proved themselves in the 24-hour race last year, and they've had a great start to the series this year. So yeah, by Collis going very well, and they've still got a great chance in this race as well. It's very much R8G's, it's in their hands so far with the lead that they have. They've just got to try and hold on to it, but we keep saying it, the weather is just going to make this a completely different race. Making mistakes has already been hard. there's the Mal Racing team. They're out of the race. I mean, they didn't make it back to the pits. Of course, they've had a disaster today, haven't
For a busy day, haven't they?
Yeah.
Going the wrong direction, spinning, and all sorts of things going wrong.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that it was them, wasn't it, that chose the grass rather than the track,
yes,
going down the Kemmel Straight. Yeah, good choice.
Not the thing you want to do. Wisniewski's in the pit lane just now, so Gordy Much does go back to the head of the pack. And we're looking around about maybe a 12-second gap from him and Kirchhoff now. So Kirchhoff has made a little bit of time back up through the pit stop cycle. Looking all the way down, ARC Bratislava are still in this race as well. Stoffel behind the wheel of that car just now, and this is where Gordy Much needs to be clever here as he comes up the crest of the hill. He gets past the Axel Sport car, both of them in fact.
That's two of them nearly coming together, wasn't it?
Well, they both had big incidents as well at Eau Rouge. We saw the wheel coming off the prototype car, front wheel come off,
the rear wheel,
and he managed to get it all the way back to the pits and get a new one put on. But I would hate to see what the underneath plank looks like in that car now. But yeah, Gordy Much using his head, which was what the 10 car should have done earlier in the race, but unfortunately, Chris, as we saw, didn't.
But the 5th round of stops has brought the gap down by 4 seconds. So Atsay Kirchhoff, with that lower fuel, did exactly what he needed to and managed to bring that gap down. Jesper Pedersen is now up to 3rd with Nikodem Wisniewski coming into the pits, the winners of the 24-hour last year. In fact, they're going to drop down to 6th place. Theobald Casabon also going through, and perhaps Will Stevens in the Panis racing car will go through as well. So Atsay Kirchhoff is that bit closer, but we pick up Gordy Much. He responded on the last lap, brought the gap up to 12.4.
He did that, so let's see exactly what happens. We're hearing that 10 actually might appear to be a bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, same as D Station. Yeah.
Great shame. So let's hope we can see them back in so they can get some mileage. But Gordy Much comes round, and the Axel Sport car is very much hanging in with Gordy Much here and almost giving him a bit of a hurry up towards the end of the lap. But Chris McCarthy did say the gap's come down to 12 seconds between Much and Kirchhoff, the R8G eSport car and the Team Redline prototypes, separated by 12 seconds here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Into the pit lane goes the Red Bull eSports car. That is the prototype car, and will that be a driver change? Probably not at this point, to tell you the truth. It'll definitely be a tyre swap, and we'll see where they come back out, but they're quite far down just now. The number 11 car all the way down in 18th place.
Yeah, it's, you know, they've really, the race is a bit of a write-off for them. You think they've got to be the team. If someone can gamble when it gets to the rain, somehow, it's got to be them, right? I don't know how you do it, but, you know, if they decide to take a tyre early
they're either going to be first on the wets or first on the slicks to try and get any kind of advantage. This is a very arty camera shot on the 51 FDA Ferrari. I like that.
So I don't think you get that in the World Endurance.
No, we don't. Imagine the cameraman. I could just see my pit lane cameraman trying to hang off the side of the car when that's happening. I don't think he would like that too much as the Panis car streaks past the red line BMW down towards Eau Rouge. Once again, in GTE, the interval 35 seconds is the lead for the 88 car over the 91 Porsche, and then the 92 eSports Porsche a further 4.3 seconds behind its sister car. So it really kind of is a bit of a Porsche benefit for first, second and third in GTE just now with Warren Kroenke and Sage Karam. I'm impressed with how Sage is getting on, actually. Didn't know how he would take to this, but he's got
very well,
two gamers in front of him, and he's the right now the only racer in the top 5.
And he's closing in on Kroenke as well. You know, they're exchanging fastest sexters kind of between them, and the gap is less than 5 seconds. So that's very impressive.
Match, isn't it?
It is. It is. Yeah, not quite like the one we saw with Yiffy and Felix Rosenquist earlier. This one, they have a bit of space between them.
And Yiffy picked up a penalty for that as well. He got a 10-second penalty for that, which will be added to, I believe, his next stop just now. Since lap 10.
That's not a surprise.
Yeah, well, I heard it was a quite robust defending, shall we say. Benito in this car's 10 laps. What we're looking at here, we've got Rudy Van Buren, Kevin Stiggy as well. So, yeah, that shows you the breakdown of laps of when they have been in that car for the BMW M8 GTE. It's a shame we don't see this car in the World Endurance Championship anymore. BMW came in, they had their programme allotted time, they did it, and we expected them to hopefully stay on, but they left as soon as they arrived, which was a great shame, because did the car get to its true potential? Had it had enough of the development phase thrown at it? We will never, unfortunately, know. We missed them.
BMW are kind of backing all these teams, really. You know, you have access to, when you go onto BMW site, they link all the teams, they're pushing all the teams. So who knows, if they go well in this, which they are so far, and if they do well when we get to Autosport show in January, would it just spur them? Would they get the taste for Le Mans Virtual and Le Mans again? Would that spur them on to potentially go after a World Endurance Championship?
Once you get the taste for Le Mans, once you get the taste for Le Mans, it gets into you. It becomes a part of you. It's almost like an institution. It's a fabulous event.
Right now, you know, the World Endurance Championship, so many people are joining up to it.
Yeah.
So if there's going to be a time,
the
come on, BMW.
The announcements come quicker from Julien and the media team, faster than I can keep up with them from the World Endurance. So it's fabulous to see all these manufacturers coming in as we go on board with the Ferrari down towards O'Reilly. Let's listen to this as he goes through. Yeah, that was pretty flat, Chris. I didn't see any hint of lifting there.
Not at all.
Quite happy to use as much apex curb as he could throw that 51 FD Ferrari over as well.
Good race for them so far.
Yeah.
David Perel's, you know, he's a great esports driver. He's great in both, really, whatever he does, esports and in the real world as well. And he's doing very well so far in this race, isn't he? They're having a good race. I think this is similar to where they were last time, but they've definitely made a step forward between Monza and now.
And we really need a Ferrari at the front, don't we? We need they're not. Yeah. I'm going to say, I don't want to say poorly represented, because that doesn't sound good, because these are good teams, but they're just in numbers they're quite poorly represented.
Yeah, you know, the FDA esports team backed by the Ferrari Drivers Academy, so they're all kind of academy esports drivers, and yeah, I just think they're getting quicker and quicker as the season goes on. You know, it's only 5 rounds, but it's a long season in terms of the amount of driving you do over the course of it. So there is David Perel to the right of screen. We saw him in the 24-hour race last year. He's here with the FDA esports team this year, and they're showing good pace. Who knows? Would this car be quicker than those ahead in the wet? We'll find out when the rain comes down, because it hasn't really done that so far this season. No,
and the rain, as we have all said now, is definitely a coming. But he looked very calm behind the wheel of that as well, didn't he?
Very serious. You know, if he was staring at you like that across a bar, you'd be quite intimidated.
Michaela Dorsikova sent us a message, and she's the team manager for ARC Bratislava in the World Endurance Championship. So it's in a picture of her very much involved in this, watching the team, seeing what they're up to. So hello, Michaela. It's good to know that you're watching and enjoying the broadcast as well as it comes to you just now. So what have we got on screen here? This is the number 1 car, currently tucked up behind the number 18 car, the 18 being the R8G eSport car, the sister car to the one that is in the lead right now, Chris.
And Will Stevens just behind as well.
Yeah.
So a great little trio.
We saw Will Stevens on screen earlier. Actually, you and Will Stevens look quite similar. I've never seen you in the same room at the same time. You know, that little build that's going on.
Yeah, I interviewed Will Stevens. It was like the first person I ever interviewed, and I got his team wrong.
Oh, dear.
I think he was driving for Caterham at the time, and I said Mana or Marussia, I was just good at the time. And he didn't actually say anything, and then he told me after. Oh. And then he moved to Marussia, so I was like, well, I can read the future.
It. You know, you're preempting his future. He just didn't realise it at the time.
Yeah.
On board
I'll
with
get his team
1.
name right. This Panis Racing.
Yes. Yeah, his teammate is Panis Racing, yeah. So we're on board with the Rebellion GPX eSport car number 1 just now. That's Wisniewski just now as he comes on to the straight which runs us round towards Boulogne-Chimon, one of my favourite corners. He's chasing Casabon in the R8G eSport car just now, and flat out all the way around here, no hint of a lift whatsoever. That's where the real team hydrogen racing car went wrong, and they caught the curb on the inside there. It pitched them across and it removed one of the back wheels, and that was all she wrote for that number 70 car. And that's big news, because that came in here as championship leader, Chris.
Yeah, and you know, they won that first round very convincingly as well. They controlled the race from the front. They started in 4th place and worked their way through, and they were having to deal with a lot of pressure, even though it was from a long way back in terms of distance on track. You know, there was a chance of them being caught at a very quick rate. So, you know, I think the way that they drove that first race was very good, and you just wouldn't expect a team that did such a good job like that at the first race and was so calm and composed to then go and throw it away with a
We're
crash.
hearing that the temperature may be starting to drop, so that potentially means that there's a little bit of inclement weather.
It's Spa,
coming.
yeah.
Spa, you know,
Not in here, no.
it's very much like Scotland. The weather system's exactly the same. If it's not raining, just give it half an hour and you'll probably have some rain. As we see the guys coming through the top of the Malmedy section of the circuit, the Mentos livery car in the distance there, as we were looking at the GPX Rebellion car going through. But I'm a big fan of Egidio Perfetti's Project One Mentos livery. It's been around for a couple of seasons now, and it's very prominent. It looks good, and it's one of the chewy sweets which you can actually enjoy. There are other plenty chewy sweets out there, but I'm a bit of a Mentos fan. I think I should possibly move on now. yes, we will do. Yes. Let's have a look at the gap back at the very front. Gordy Much is now a 10.4 second lead, Chris. So the gap is coming down to Anse Kerkhoff. He's on the move.
Yeah, of course it came down. Hello, was that? That's not a new phone, is it?
No, it's not. It's my water bottle. Sorry. I just put that out of the way.
Yeah, just a small racing incident to clean up. No, it's of course it came down to 12 seconds, and then it's come down by a couple more since then. So Anse Kerkhoff is closing in, and just like that, there is Anse Kerkhoff. So 100 laps have now been complete in this race, and Gordy Much leads by 10.3. But there is a fight for the lead. This is, it's great to see. 2.5 hours to go, 3.5 hours into a 6 hour, 10 seconds between the top two.
100 laps of Spa, and we've got 10 we've got 40 seconds covering the top 7.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
It's incredibly close, and it just goes to show you what current endurance racing is like. There is no way that you can, back in the 962 days, where you just try and baby the car for X amount of laps to get it to the end. This is flat out from the word go. This is a 6-hour sprint race, and that's how the drivers really need to look at it. That's Anse Kerkhoff we can see just now, Team Redline, the 2013 iRacing World Championship runner-up as he was, and in his little screen on the side there. And we're now going for the 3-screen epic. I do like that little move of the hair. That's cool as you like. Do you think he knows on camera? Just sorted the hair out before he comes into Pouillon. Just as easy as you like.
Yeah, he was part of the lineup last year with Gregor Hutu as well, with Lando and Max. So he's a very high figure at the Team Red Line, and like you said, he's raced on the world stage for years now, and was a runner-up on a World Championship in 2013. So Anse Kerkhoff, incredibly experienced, and he's doing his best to try and close down Gordy Much, who, like we said, Gordy Much, only a young driver still, and doing a great job so far to hold off the very experienced challenge of Anse Kerkhoff.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And that's the interesting thing about the battles all the way through here. We've got so much experience and we've got so much youth. You picked up on the 888 car. Yeah. You call them the juniors because that's what they are.
They're all teenagers, yeah.
And then you look towards, like, Kerkhoff, you've got you're chasing down Much, you've got Wisniewski, we've got Michi Hoyer in there, we've got all these really, really big names. And that's a great thing. It's a spread across the field, and there's battles everywhere. I think we said earlier on, it's about drivers who, real racing drivers who aren't as quick as the sim drivers, have to drive to what they can do and not overstep the mark, not overstep the ability and make the mistake of trying to drive as quickly as the sim drivers. As difficult as that may be, Chris, they still have to do it. There's our leaders at the bottom of the screen, the R8G esports car from Team Redline and followed by Colles Burst. So 101 laps in the book, 10 seconds back is second place, and then 15 seconds back is third place. It is the top 3 in the prototype on your screen just there. As we come to the top of the Kemmel Straight, this is the car that is in second place. And really, he has been excellent, hasn't he? The gap is down into single figures now. We're down to 9 seconds, and there could be rain coming our way pretty quickly.
Now,
possibly.
Is this an early stop for Proton? Because we were seeing them coming in on the hour.
Now, what car is that, though? Because one of the Protons was in the pit lane for a while getting a bit of...
It's the leaders. It's the lead Proton.
The leaders are coming in. So they are.
That's early. We've been seeing them just stop on the hour, and Dane Warren is in 26 minutes early in that case.
Especially, Chris, if there's rain coming and they can see it, why would they pit just now? Unless they're absolutely in trouble with fuel, which I can't see them being. Lewis has taken his little pad away, which has got all the notes in it, so that's fine. Thanks, Lewis. You can drop us a note in just a second to let us know. But yes, confusion in the commentary boxes. Dwayne Warren brings the Proton competition car into the pit lane for what we think is an early stop just now.
That's what I think.
I'm going with you because you said it, and it must be right because you said it with a bit of conviction.
Well,
you know.
let's just say if it's wrong, then I take all the hit for it, right? Les Lewis can save me.
Yeah, well, he'll throw you under the bus. Red Bull Racing very much underneath the back of the Jota Sport car, pops out on the brakes, up the inside and towards the top of the Kemmel Straight, side-to-side contact. The 11 car pushes the 38 car over the second apex. He's still not finished with him yet. There's no contact through the Malmedy section. They go down towards the Bruxelles hairpin now, but that was pretty hard racing. The robust defence from Jota Sport. Daniel Kish in that car just now. He dives up the inside. That's a late dive side by side with the 66 Ferrari. Pushes the 66 Ferrari wide. He's made himself lame on the exit. Here comes the Red Bull car round the outside. Never going to do that through Puong. I don't care who you are or what car you're in. That's never going to happen, Chris. So the best thing you could do there was just dive in the back. But this is not finished as they come up towards Lafania now to go through this area of the circuit. But it looks like the Jota car has managed to just hold at bay just now, the Red Bull.
Yeah, good driving from Jota. They just hold off, but you feel it's only a matter of time before Alex Siebel's just got more pace in that car before they're going to go through. And they've caught one of the Porsches is out, or is that the Axel car at a pretty bad time? It is the Porsches who they caught the 91. And here comes Alex Siebel. Just be careful if you're going to do it down the inside at Blanchimont. Don't throw it away like we saw earlier. And backing off in the end there was Siebel. But looks like he's about to make his move now. Going down towards the bus stop. Siebel pulling to the outside. Kish defending the inside. Through the bus stop we go. And Siebel, I think, Dunk setting this one up down for the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, I think so. He could have maybe forced it through there, but not to be. The 88 car has come back out on track with Dylan Pereira behind the wheel of that now, the Aston Martin driver, who we see racing with Ben Keating. The name lost me for just a minute there. So in WEC, so he's in GTE Am. But yeah, Chris McCarthy. Look at the smile. Oh, look at the smile on the face of Siebel just now as he comes down towards Oru Shru-Loradion. He's gritting his teeth now. He's got a bit of a smile. He's having a little bit of a chat on the radio. This is very much on for the Kemmel Straight here. He's tucked in the slipstream. He pops out towards his teammate, who we can't see just now, as they break for the top of the hill, round the outside. Can he hold it on the outside? The Jota car's very aggressive. His back side by side as they come up towards Malmedy, but no, still the Jota car holds on and gives them enough racing room as they come through there, and that's the impressive bit. But the other Red Bull car is now going to be in the way, but round the outside, and I believe this will stick through Bruxelles as they come back towards the corner with Norim. A little side-to-side kiss, but finally he gets that move done, and that took 4 or 5 corners, Chris McCarthy. That was sensational.
He was enjoying that, wasn't he? It was good to have that triple camera view of it. Really, really good stuff. And
the other Red Bull car very much almost in the mix of that as well there.
Yeah. So, swamped by Red Bulls were the Jota team there, as Alex Siebel is definitely enjoying himself out there. And that's good to see. They may not be in a position where they're going to score big points, but at least they are having good fun and they're going to be learning as they go. Going back to the leaders, gap is 10 seconds, so Gordy Much, a slight response from him.
Yeah, good response from Gordy Much there. So we thought that car was an early, and we both put our necks on the line for that. Lewis has told us it's absolutely fine.
Thanks,
They always pit 2 laps before the 91 and the 92. So there you go. Maybe 1 lap shorter than before, but maybe that means you could have a bit of a quicker one with the fuel going in. So there you go. Thank you very much. They've done 23 laps on the last one now. And it's the World Endurance Championship GTE Am driver Dylan Pereira who has now picked up the reins of the 88 Proton Competition Porsche, and he's out back on track, 6th place in the GTE, 26 overall. Out of the La Source hairpin we come as we pick back up with the man himself there. Is that one of the Wolves cars? Down towards the Bruxelles hairpin. That's the number 86 car, and that's who we were looking at earlier on. That's Nick Foster in the GR Wolves car. He's about to be taken over by the 5. The 5 slips past and uses so much road it was closer to the tyre wall, and it was a tarmac racetrack there. That was quite impressive. The speed of the prototype cars that go through there is just quite sensational. This number 86 car that we see on screen just now, Nick Foster, GR Wolf Racing. We've said it many a time in the broadcast already that these guys are actually broadcasting this racing as a team from a Premiership football ground called
Premier League now.
Premier League. Good grief, I'm sorry. Premier League football ground called
the Molyneux.
The Molyneux. And the Molyneux to me is something from the Isle of Man TT, the Syker. It's a Dave Molyneux, but it's a proper football stadium they're in.
Yeah.
We know you're a Newcastle fan. We don't need to go there, but it just shows you just how committed big organisations are to the Le Mans Virtual.
Yeah, well, it's it's just they've having a really, really good. Yeah, Wolves have just. The backing that they've given this team is great, and when they did it for the 24-hour race last year, it was, a really exciting news around the event that top Premier League, one of the top sides, up and coming sides, Wolves back this team, and to have them continue that into a full series is great, and the fact that they've got them in the stadium, it's absolutely awesome.
You're jealous, you're very jealous. So, with 2 hours 20 minutes to go, we've now got an interview with Ryan Cullen, which Crystal held for us. So let's go and catch up with Ryan and see exactly what he said to Crystal.
Ryan, thanks so much for catching up with us. To start, what do you love the most about racing?
Definitely the racing part. Secondly, the getting into the race weekend and working and making the car better, and being a team sport. But definitely the racing, the actual racing of the car against others is probably my favorite.
What are you enjoying so far about Le Mans Virtual Series? So
far, I'm enjoying the way it's all conducted, the professionalism of what it means and what they're trying to do, and the practice sessions, the qualifying sessions, and having the 3 drivers. You have to use one setup, or you can change setups if you want, but you have to work out like it is in real life what you have to do to win the race. And I've been impressed with how realistic and how they're trying to get as close as they can to the real thing. And working, I can't say anymore, I'm really getting on with everyone here in my team. And it's a real, team effort when you have 3 drivers and everyone in the background wanting the same result.
Some people say that motorsport isn't a real sport. What do you have to say to those people?
Exactly what I said on my tweet, I guess. The clip I showed, the rally driver giving it everything. It's difficult for some people that say this sort of thing to not realize, it's a sport. But yeah, for me, it's the best sport, so that's why I'm involved with that. But the training and the mental side of things, it's definitely one of the hardest sports, I think, to master, because there's so much going on.
Well, thank you so much, Ryan.
No worries, thank you.
To catch up with Ryan Cullen there. Unfortunately, Ryan qualified on the back row of the grid, and I wasn't really expecting that, to tell you the truth, Chris. But yeah, great to hear his insight there, being a real-world driver who does a lot of endurance racing himself, and telling just exactly how good it is to be involved with the GR Wolves racing team.
Yeah, did a bit of single series as well, didn't he, back in the day? So he did GP3, I think it was, coming up through the ranks. But like Lewis said, we're in the 4th phase of stops now for GTE. But I'm sure they would have been trying to hang on as long as possible, because the rain is on its way.
Well, where is the rain, Chris McCarthy? The rain is it in an Uber, or is it? Where is it? Because if it's in an Uber, it's taking its time to get to Circuit de Spa.
I don't know, man.
To get to Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, but it's clearly going via Luxembourg to come here. So let's see what happens. We have got 2 hours 17 minutes of this race remaining. We will have a. I
was going to say, imagine it never rains now.
here's us building up the weather. But the thing is, we can only go with what the weatherman tells us, And we always, if you were going to come back as one thing in life, you would come back as a weather forecaster, because you can never get.
The weatherman's gone now, isn't he? He said all that and left. So.
Yes. No, we get told in our ears exactly how the weather is going to change and if there's going to be any precipitation coming. So yeah, we'll go with whatever our director Tom tells us. So we're not throwing Tom under the bus there. But
I don't know about that.
2 hours 17 minutes to go. The battle for 5th place with the R8G esports car and the #1 Rebellion GPX esports is pretty hot as they come through the source. As I said at the very start of the show, the World Endurance Championship last raced here at the start of May, and we got hit pretty hard by I'm going to say a shower of rain, but it was an incredibly big shower of rain at the very start of the race, so much so that it kind of held proceedings, because not with the water lying on track, but it's the rivers are the problem that you get at Spa. I was speaking to Alan McNish before we went live today, and he says if it rains, the rivers are the biggest thing the drivers will have to watch for aquaplaning. The bottom of Eau Rouge, the top of Eau Rouge, the top of Stavelo, the top of the Kemmel Straight, and in towards Pouong area, and also the Stavelo. The water clears off the track pretty quickly, Alan says. It's a surface that gives you a bit of grip, but it's these rivers that will catch the cars out if it's heavy enough rain. So I think we're going to car park the rain track, Chris, for the next while until I actually see wipers going on and stuff bouncing off the actual pavement. And we'll just watch this battle. It's 0.3 of a second plus 0.3, but that's really held up that car going through there. That was behind the Proton car there. Unfortunately, the #1 car just couldn't get through. No way to get through going through Pouong.
In terms of GTE, BMW BS competition have remained out. Likewise, Redline, of course, the last phase of pit stops we saw, Redline were pretty much the last team to come in, and it put them in the lead for a while. So they remained out on circuit. So we'd expect that to happen again on this round of stops. But all the top Porsche guys have been in for their 4th stop.
Thibaut Casabon and Nicola Winienski, the two guys on screen just now. Easy for me to say. I stumbled a bit through that. I'm sorry, Chris.
Wisniewski.
As we catch up with ARC Bratislava, who we haven't really seen on screen very much, but Michaela will be very happy with this just now. And it's Stoffel who is in the car just now. Jakob Stoffel comes up to the top of the Kemmel Straight. And this is an absolute mirror image of what the World Endurance car looks like. Everything is exactly identical. And I'm a big fan of that team. They're always very happy. They're always lovingly for us to go into the garage, and they give us all the information that they need. I did walk past the garage quite a few times at the Le Mans 24-hour, and they sleep anywhere. There's some people sleeping standing up. There's people on beanbags. There's people on air beds. But a lovely team. Miroslav Konopka puts together a good little outfit there.
Yeah, and they race in a lot of things, don't they?
Yeah,
they're very, very busy. You know, they're not, you know, they might be down the field a little bit here, but that's because they've had a bit of bad luck in this race, to say the least. But you know, they're a big outfit that race all over the place, don't they?
Yeah, and definitely a good outfit to have in the World Endurance Championship. I look forward to seeing them at the final couple of rounds in Bahrain in a couple of weeks. But that's in a couple of weeks' time. This is where we are for the Le Mans Virtual Series just now. And there is Jakob Stoffel on the right-hand side.
There we go.
Looking a little bit hot and sweaty, actually.
Yeah.
He looks
that was a flattering angle.
Yes. As we look down, he's obviously into a bit of singing as well, because he's got a microphone next to him. As he makes his way through Blanchimont there, in towards chicane, you can see him going down the gears. You can see him as he brakes, that the steering wheel actually lifts up. That's how much pressure you have to put through one of these brake pedals on your actual foot. So it lifts the whole sim rig up. The right hand is going up through the gears. You can see him flicking through the gears there as he comes up towards the source. The left hand will go down through the gears, but he's under a bit of pressure here. In 19th position, just behind him. And we've now gone for a 3-camera epic for Jakob Stoffel as we come down. Shall we just listen to him going through Eau Rouge here? Let's listen and see if he's flat. Absolutely flat, Chris. Harry flatters all the way through there. Not a hint of a lift. So great to see ARC Bratislava.
Bit of a smile there after as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think I would smile every time I get through there.
You've just adjusted his glasses for us, though. You need to make sure you can see where you're going, definitely, before you get to Eau Rouge flat out.
That's a good point. You know, I wonder if a lot of these drivers did have a strap that they won't be able to. Will they have different glasses? Will they wear contacts? What will they do?
I know Lando Norris does wear. I think he wears some glasses there, sort of the.
Well, you can get certain glasses which will take the glare off the screen.
I think he has a pair.
But you have to also remember that you tend to sweat when you're doing this. So if you've got glasses normally, we could see Jakob there, he kept on pushing his glasses up because they're sliding down his nose. So maybe a little bit of a strap round the back would help him and keep them in one place. As we look, the leader now, Gordy Much, has only a 6-second lead at the front over Kerkhoff. So Kerkhoff is definitely a coming. As we go back to the GTE leader, that's Benito as he leaves the La Source hairpin in the team Redline BMW. Enzo Benito down towards Eau Rouge, and Gordy Much, there we go, the two leaders that we have got. Gordy Much is the prototype leader and Enzo Benito is the GTE leader for the BMW team Redline. Can you see that gap coming down any more at the top, Chris McCarthy?
It seems like it. The way it's coming down now, it seems like it's only a matter of time. Of course, we are going to see more driver swaps, so you know, Gordy Much, they're just going to be telling him now, just hang on in there. You know, if you're losing time every lap, doesn't matter. Just limit it as much as you can. And if worse comes to worse and you lose the lead, don't fight it too hard. You know, I don't think that's what you want to do, because let's remember there's less than 40 seconds between the top 6, and that's because someone's come into the pits. It was the top 7, so yeah, you don't want to turn that into a fight and then allow Jesper Pedersen, who has Yuri Toman 4 seconds back, and then a further 10. It's Wisniewski and Stevens. So yeah, I think he has to be sensible.
Thibaut Casabon and Josh Ladd both in the pit lane. In fact, that Casabon has now handed over to Capit. So that's a big change there, and he's on an outlap just now under I'm going to say it, sunny conditions here at Spa-Francorchamps. As we'll keep rolling with 2 hours and 11 minutes of this race remaining. It's the 6 hours has gone through so incredibly quick, Chris. It really has.
Yeah.
It's the old saying goes, time flies when you're having fun, and the good thing, everybody here has a great time. The whole organisation that we're involved with at Motorsport Games. It's great to see everybody rooting for this to be great. And we pick up with the 91 car, which has just gone through the top of the Kemmel area there, as we now get an angle. I've not seen that angle.
Yeah, that's a good camera angle.
That was a new camera angle, wasn't it?
I love it. Yeah.
Director finding a new camera angle, pushing a different button for us there. Good stuff for that one. The 92 and the 91 are very much together as the 5 cars about to come sliding through. There's that camera angle again.
Nice.
Shows you just how much extra road they use on the exit off that corner.
Yeah.
Very much not shy to using as much as they possibly can. Let's pick up with the 91 car. So the 91 Porsche esports car, which finds itself down just now behind the 71, the 55 one, and the 88. Dylan Pereira now up into 3rd place overall. It's Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel of that number 91 car. Mitchell de Jong, a fast man in this car. Yeah,
Mitchell de Jong. Great driver, and he's doing a good job, isn't he, for the Porsche esports team. He's done sim racing in Porsches, so knows this car very well. Does Mitchell de Jong, and he's in that number 91 car, which we of course saw do very well in the season opener. The Porsche as a whole did great, of course. That Porsche won the opening round, and the other one, with a bit of bad luck along the way, came home in 7th place. So yeah, all good. So far, so good for them. But Proton have been the standout performers in that GTE class. The BMW still remains out on track, and so does the Ferrari. So the Ferrari is going longer than those around. But the Porsches are swapping places there.
Yeah, that's the Axel Sport Porsche that he's just managed to sneak past.
Sports, isn't it?
The Axel one, as he's gone past Mitchell de Jong, as he gets a nice clear run down through the first set of corners. Now, is this Gordy Much you're picking back up with? No, it's very much not Gordy Much.
Yes, Heat, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, Heat, but I was looking back to the top of the times there, Chris. 5.2 seconds is the lead. Gordy Much will now be getting you'll be seeing Kirchhoff in his mirrors at certain points as he comes through, and that's just enough to unsettle you a little bit as a driver. But he hasn't caught Gordy as quickly as I actually anticipated. I expected him to catch him and reel him in very quickly, but Gordy held his own for quite a while. Lost a little bit of time in the pit stop, maybe 2 or 3 seconds went the wrong way in the pit stop, but yeah, young Gordy, after the disaster that was Monza round 1 where he spun the car and then was collected, really is cementing himself as a real world racer here. I mean, you just have to look at the names we've got there. Gordy Much, real world racer. Everybody else, all the way down to 11th place, Will Tregertha. Everybody else sim racers, and professional sim racers at that.
Yeah, good to see Will Tregertha in, did DTM Trophy this season. Of course, he's racing British GT as well. Good, I'd still say up-and-coming driver. I'd still say he's got a long way to go. Good to see Will Tregertha here racing with us this season. And then, as you said, he's the next one along. So, yeah, you know, Gordy Much doing a great job. I think he's just got to get to the end of his stint after what happened last time. If he comes home in second at the end of his stint, that's absolutely fine. You know, it's a lot better than what happened at the last event. So this is redemption for him. If he can bring the car home in the lead, how good will that be? We talked about how much you would want points on the board. That will be a weight off his shoulders. So I think he'll be, I'm going to go back on what I said. He might not want to defend, but I think there's going to be something about bringing that car home in the lead into the pits that he would be really, really hoping would happen.
David Pearl in the pit lane just now in the FDA Esports Ferrari. The number 51 car has pitted, and he'll be getting a new set of boots on that, if I'm not mistaken. Looking further up again, but you're dead on there. Tonman also for GPX Rebellion Williams has decided to take the 22 car down pits lane now. But it's one of these things, so many people had a bad Monza and they just wanted to get some good points on the board for this one. But one of the guys of the teams that had a great Monza who are getting no points on the board for this one is Real Team Hydrogen Red Line Racing, which was a big shock to see them making that move. And it was so well in the race as well, Chris. So that's something that will gnaw away at the drivers of Jeffrey Ringville for quite some time, won't it?
Yeah, and you know, it's something that they'll just want to get off their shoulders. You know, all that time waiting between now and Monza, and of course you want to get a good result here because the next race is a curveball to say the least, isn't it?
Who knows what's going to happen?
The 8 hours of Nordschleife, where the prototypes and the GTs are going to be racing together on the same track. And
have you memorised all the corner names for?
Absolutely not. Well, good luck with the circuit guide.
I'll let Martin Haven do that one. As we pick up with Dylan Pereira, 2021 FIA WEC driver in the GTE AM class. He drives for TF Sport in the Aston Martin 3-horseman car, or is it the 4-horseman car? It's Ben Keating anyway. Yeah, lovely guy, Dylan Pereira, as he makes way for the Panes car to go past him just now. So the Proton competition car, the number 88 car, it's been an interesting race for them. Dylan finds himself in second place just now behind Enzo Benito in the BMW Team Red Line car, number 71 leading the way. And yeah, you can see he's got his sim rig. He's got quite a few screens here. He's got an extra screen which I've never seen on somebody.
Change of lead.
Oh, yep, sorry.
Kirchhoff's
got past Gordy Much, so
by 4 seconds as well, and that's because Gordy Much is coming.
Gordy's in the pit lane, yeah.
So he's brought it home into.
He's done exactly what he needed to do, Chris.
Yeah.
And we've both decided that that's exactly what Gordy, and he'll be able to be happy with that one. And whether he hands on, whether it's a driver swap, yes, it is, or is it? We've not seen a driver swap as of yet, but we'll keep our eyes on that timing screen. But yeah, Dylan Pereira had an extra screen right above his head for giving him all the timing screen, effectively what we can see on a television. So just getting a little bit more information that he can use at his disposal, because if it's there, Chris, you've got to use it. That's the big thing. Gordy Much still sits in that car, the number 8 car, in pit lane just now. No driver change as of yet. Marcel Chinchik is on an out lap for the GPX Rebellion Williams team in car number 22. So Kirchhoff has now got clear track. He needs to really get the hammer down because yeah, I'm not going to mention the weather again. He needs to get the weather down. He just needs to go because it looks like a lovely day there, to tell you the truth.
I think it looks just fine, doesn't it? Particularly for Spa. We've seen it look a lot worse over the past few weeks. So
haven't we ever? Yes. And off goes Dylan Pereira now. I think that was possible. I'm going to put that down to a connection thing there. I don't know if it actually happened or not. Yeah. He certainly made us jump, and he's gone through pool just as quick as he normally would. As we come back with the competition BS car, the BMW, and he's chased by the FDA Sport. Oh, big sideways through the heart of Eau Rouge. That was the compression, the car turning, and that's just where rolling tyres can catch you out. Incredible that he managed to save that before he got to the top of Radion. And turned a horrible way that you wouldn't want to turn.
Yeah, changed position, that's well, wasn't it? Heinrich and just got past Davy Perel, so changed for 5th place there. And well, Perel, that was there would have been a few words coming out as he just about got over the top there, wouldn't it?
A few things that we can't say on a live broadcast. But BMW Team BS and competition, they rolled the dice earlier on because they expected rain to be coming in. They threw the dice at a wall and didn't know what numbers were going to come back. They expected it to be kind of possibly moist by now, and let's see what happens. They are still out there, but we think they're double and a half stinting their tyres just now. So let's see exactly what happens for that number 89 car. They have just got past the FDA Esports Ferrari, and Kirchhoff and Pedersen are both in the pit lane. Wisniewski goes back to the top in the Rebellion GPX Esport car, and Gordy Much has changed his Al Sabti in that car now. So Hani Al Sabti,
old team manager Lewis McGlade said.
Well, Lewis reckoned that Gordy would finish the race, so he got the right drivers in the wrong order, you know.
Well, there was only 2 to fix.
Yeah, I'm glad you threw him under the bus there, not me. So thank you very much. Poor Lewis. Is he standing outside yet? Not yet. As Fordzilla go blasting past the BMW towards the Blanchimont area off the track. Fordzilla, let's have a look and see exactly where they are in the prototype battle just now. Chris, if you see it first, let me know. They're in 5th. Let's see a replay of that Ferrari slide. Yeah, definitely going through Eau Rouge, because that got our attention. Watch this as the Ferrari changes direction. Oh, he hit the curb. He hit the curb when they went. Chris, that usually ends in that tyre wall on the right-hand side there. That man just want to watch, and you want to buy a lottery ticket, sir. That was incredibly lucky.
Yeah. Well, it was a very good save, wasn't it? So credit to Davy Perrell there in the FDA car. He's lost a good 5 seconds out of that, though. So Davy Perrell with a bit of work to do. That said, he's got 40 seconds in hand over anyone behind. So he at least has a big gap behind him. Looking towards the leaders, we are cycling through the pit stops within the prototypes. Chinchik, having been in, has just jumped ahead of Michi Hoyer, who is also in the pit lane, along with Nuno Pinto for Team Fordzilla. Jerne Simoncic for Floyd by Collis has jumped in as well. And Atse Kirchhoff is in the pits, or is coming out of the pits in that red line car, so remains in.
Remember you were mentioning Sports Buff earlier on?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, let's put another bit of a push for Sports Buff there. There will be further competitions as well and prizes at every round to come from Sports Buff. But yeah, you've got to get involved with that.
Yeah, so basically you can go on to, or wherever you're watching from, let us use the hashtag Le Mans Virtual. You can see in the bottom left of your screen. If you're watching on Twitter or Facebook, let us know what you're thinking and who you're cheering on. But also, if you go and watch on Twitch with Sports Buff. That's Sports Buff. You can win yourself a Thrustmaster T248 wheel. All you need to be doing is watching on Twitch.
You've got to be in it.
You can even send your questions and comments in from there as well. And yeah, you should go and watch on Sport Buff in your break.
I'm going to do that.
You never know, you might win a wheel.
I'm going to go walk a few laps of the car park outside and listen to you guys in my ear. So we've got the highlights coming up in just 1 second time, and this will take us into the last 2 hours of this race. It's been an epic one at Spa. It really is, and there's still plenty of action to come.
Yeah, it's been, well, that's going to be 2/3 complete. 4 hours now down, 2 to go here in the 6 hours of Spa. And All Garand are going to bring you the highlights from the 4th hour as we have had a fantastic race so far. Proton were the one that got into the lead early on. R8G in that number 8 car made an absolutely fantastic start to the race as well. We had a bit of side-by-side coming through Bruxelles there with the number 1 car. This was when the Porsche went round the outside of the BS competition car. The BS competition car very much getting ganged up on there by the 92 and the 91 either side. This was R8G having a big moment coming up the hill there, but then they would go ahead and take the lead away from the BS competition car going down to Les Combes. Back on board with the R8G car, just clearing some traffic from the Red Bull. That was when BMW made a brave move into Pouhon past the GR Wolves car. That was the Team GP in Tesla R8G. Esports going down the inside here ahead of Wolves as they continue to try and climb up the order after a bad qualifying yesterday. Then we had a position switch and it wasn't fought hard. The 91 switching with the 92. It seems as if they've been working together so far today. This was when Red Bull and Jota, it may have been for 15th, but they were still battling very hard there. Red Bull trying to get through into 16th place, and they did it around the outside there, around Malmedy. Good move that. Jota would then go down the inside at the next corner, and Red Bull would have to come again and would make that move once more as they were on the outside of Pouhon. It would have been a brave attempt. They backed out of it on that occasion. Jota hung on. Then we had the next phase of pit stops. Porsche would come in. Of course, we had our 6th round of pit stops in the prototypes, and in the GTEs, it was our 4th round of pit stops. But as they did the first time around, BMW Team Redline were the very last ones to come in GTE. BS competition. This was the moment we saw a little while ago. Davy Perrell uphill and a big slide up Radion, but just about saved it. Well, there are your 4th hour highlights from Al Garand. Thank you very much to all of you who've been tuning in so far. This is the 6 hours of Spa, round 2 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. We really hope you're enjoying the action so far. And as Duncan walks away for a breather, Duncan Vincent will be replaced by Lewis McGlade. The man himself is back. How are you doing, sir?
I am good. I've had myself a nice little break and been keeping an eye on the action. I noticed one very specific thing. It's still dry on the track here at Spa.
Oh, please don't say that again.
I know, I'm just waiting for the rain. Where is it? Come on. Just going to say as well, whilst I've also just come back, Marcel Cincic and Jerne Simoncic, there has just been a switch of positions between the 22 and the 4. Of course, GPX, Rebellion, Williams, and then, of course, the number 4 being the Floyd by Colles Burst esports car. Jerne Simoncic, definitely one of the drivers who goes well in the wet, and I'm sure he's just praying for it to at least start at some point soon.
If you've planned your whole race, I'm going to go back on that first. This is the good thing about the Le Mans Virtual Series is there was percentage of chance of rain. Didn't mean it was guaranteed it was going to rain. So we didn't know, oh, okay, 4 hours and 20 minutes in, it's going to chuck it down. All we knew was that there was a 40% chance and then a 90% chance. And that's exactly what we knew, and that was what the teams knew. We went through it at the start of the show. That doesn't guarantee rain. Doesn't guarantee rain at all. So all we can do is wait and see if the 90% chance of rain comes off. Incredibly likely that it will, but we will find out. It was this hour in the race when the 90% chance of rain was due. So you'd say, Lewis, if you are good in the rain, you want to be in the car now.
But as every minute ticks by, I have to say,
it looks brighter.
It's kind of one of those things that, it's classic Spa, that we'll expect there to be no rain, and then suddenly in the final 10 minutes it'll be like, do you know what? There's a bit of excitement, shall we? At the moment, realistically speaking, I wouldn't even be thinking about the rain. A couple of teams obviously have tried some strategy to get them in position for some wet weather. I mean, the 71 just went a lap longer than they normally do, and they're already going longer than everyone else, so they're extending it even further. Now, by them taking that strategy, it does put them in good position, whether it's wet or dry later in the race anyway. So they're actually pretty happy, the number 71. The 89 obviously tried that double stint. Let's take a look at how there was the switch between Marcel Cincic. Just a nice little dive down the inside. Jerne Simoncic, 3-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion, as well as plenty of endurance championships to his name. Little flash of light to say that's not in anger or anything. That's saying, I'm not going to fight you into turn 1. You've got by. I'm playing the long game here.
Yeah, get on with it, basically. Don't defend.
Yeah,
good driving. So that's, as you said, Cincic up into 3rd. And on that note, let's just do a quick refresh of the order. R8G lead by 7 seconds over Team Redline. Then we have GPX Rebellion Williams in 3rd place. However, they have just got by Floyd by Colles, so they need to start getting that gap up. They seem to be doing it quickly so far. Then Risto Capit, who was quick in his first stint, is in for his 2nd for R8G Esports in the 18 car. Then next behind that, Nikodem Wisniewski. Duncan Struby off. And then the Rebellion GPX car. 7th, Alessandro Ottaviani in the Panis Racing car. Then it's Nuno Pinto for Team Fordzilla in the top 10. Going to get some points on the board today. Then we have the Alpha by Colles car next. Mrocek in that car. Wiltshire Goethe for Jas Heat, rounding up the top 10, as this is our Proton car, our lead GTE car. We'll get to that one in a second. Then it's the 2 Alpine cars, 15 leading 14. Cornelis for Team WRT 13th. Berliak for Williams Esports is 14th. In the pit lane is Rocket Sim Sport with Matt Richards. And then we come to Axel Sports, Josh Perwin in that car. Daniel Kish is in for Jota in 17th. Stofko is in for ARC Bratislava. Then it's Dennis Jordan for Red Bull Racing. Michele Di Alessandro for the Mal Racing team. Behind that, Dylan Pereira, who we see on your screen now, leads the Porsche Esports 91, who were closely followed by the Porsche Esports 92. Then it's Enzo Benito for BMW Team Redline, who were last into the pits. And the next BMW follows 2 seconds after that, the BS Plus competition car. FDA Esports with Davey Perrell, a 6th in that class. Then it's Stefanko for BMW Team GB. Andonovsky is in the Tesla R8G Esports car. They're going very well in 8th, and they have a chance to gain another place 8 seconds up the road is BMW Team GB. Then it's the first of the Wolves car. Not going well on the pitch today, but they're going well on the track in 9th place. And then we have next along Simsa Esports with Ramiz Azam. Yuri Kazdorp is next. I say that, Wolves had a good comeback. Wow, they won 3-2. I stood corrected. They were losing 2-0 when I last checked, so Is that going to emerge the same onto the track? Will it be a late merge from the Wolves team? Let's find out over the next hour and 52 minutes.
Yeah.
Simsa next, then is Red Bull Racing, Proton, Team Project One, GR Wolves with Chris McDade, Axel Sports, D Station, Team Project One are the first of the retirees after a crash coming up Radion. Then Real Time Hydrogen, our winners last time, out after crashing through Blanchimont.
Yeah, big shame for the Real Team Hydrogen red line car. Just a big issue for Jeffrey Rietveld, but you know it happened. Will say, I mean, you bring up the point there of whether the win. Of course, I know football. You know, I know a lot of people that watch this probably aren't really a massive fan of football, including I know at least a couple of drivers of that team. I know Nick Foster's not really that fast.
Wow. They were 2-0 down with 10 minutes to go, and then they came back.
Exactly.
So with 10 minutes to go in this race, watch out for GR Wolves, because they might come flying up the order.
The fact they're there, though, that's going to give, like, because the fact that they're not, obviously they're not at Aston Villa because that's where the match was played, but the fact they're at the Molyneux where, you know, you've got the you know, some people that work obviously for Wolves that are there. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a boost.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you. You know, and it was a spirited, you know, late comeback. So you know, this is going to give GR Wolves that boost, as you said. Whoever's been out of the car is now going to jump in it with that extra bit of boost, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst we're focusing here on one very talented driver on the track in sim racing, on the track in motorsport as well, Mitchell de Jong. Pro driver who obviously took part in the Red Bull Rallycross Championship. Distinctly remember him doing decently well there. Of course, you can see X Games gold medalist. One of the most multi-talented drivers in sim racing. And what I mean by that is anything he can race, whether it's GTEs, whether it's prototypes, whether it's rallycross, of course, whether it's doing oval racing. Nearly won the biggest championship on in esports on oval racing. Finished a couple of positions short, but still was in contention for it to the final round. It shows how skilled Mitchell de Jong is, and the fact that he can just turn up in some GTEs and still wrestle it with the very best. I mean, yeah, definitely a quality driver.
Yeah, he's proven that so far this season, let alone this race. They've had a great season so far. Williams Esport have just been in to the pits. We have Ibrahim Khan, Zetak for ARC Bratislava, and Phil Denez, the American, for the Mao Racing team. One of the pro drivers, but he's a very, very quick esports driver as well, is Phil Denez. Did very well in the Isolation Series, where he raced in all sorts of things during that championship. Here we look back at the Panis Racing team. They had Will Stevens in the car for them. He's now handed over to Alessandro Ottaviani, and Alessandro Ottaviani is staring at a potential 3 or 4 place gain if he could really get a move on. He's got realistically 2 cars just ahead, which he can close down. There's one of them just up in the distance. We saw him just sneak round the corner. Just ahead is the Mal Racing team, who they are going to be putting a lap on. Of course, Mal Racing team, who have had to do a drive-through penalty in this race for crashing into the Tesla R8G car. But at the end of this straight, down the Camel Straight, they'll be able to see Wisniewski and Capit as well, as we look back now at the 92 Porsche with Josh Rogers. So Josh Rogers doing a really, really good job there, and you know, he's been a part of that Porsche team, and we know that they are good. They won the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual last year. I remember that shot of Nick Tandy when he crossed the line, absolutely celebrating, and we can see they are the winners from round 1 as well, and you can see the trophy. If you look to the seats, the empty seat just behind that, you can see the trophy from round 1, which was delivered safely to them, and they have that now there by the rigs, and they can use that as extra inspiration when they jump in the rigs.
And they've also they've replaced, because I remember what was on that. It was the Lego Technic Porsche RSR that they had on there. So they've moved that out of the way from a sponsor as well. Just be like, nah, we'll move that off. We'll replace it with the trophy. It shows how highly they hold that. Of course.
As much as I love that Lego Porsche, I think I'd rather have the trophy there. I mean, I do love that Porsche, and this Ferrari is absolutely brilliant, but. Yeah, the trophy is going to be a little bit better. That's what you want, isn't it? You want to be picking up those trophies, and Could they go and pick up another? Well, it's going to be a hard ask for them to do it because Proton competition have a lead of 35 seconds. But anything can happen. There is a 90% chance of rain. We're not going to say it's definitely coming, but there is a good chance that it could happen this hour.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. As the minutes tick by, we just don't know, which means it's going to catch us all very much by surprise, which is good. You know, want it to be a bit of a shock when it arrives.
It's getting cloudier. It's getting cloudier.
I mean, for the Porsche, I mean, right now the championship is going to be very, very interesting, at least in GTE. Of course, the race winners from last time was the 91. They're running in second position. Third on the road, last round was the 88. They're currently leading. The 71 was in second position. That is who we're on board with, and it looks like they might well lose a position as Enzo Benito is under plenty of pressure from Lauren Heinrich, who's jumped into this round, replacing Bruno Spengler. Down into the bus stop chicane. He's going to go around the outside, gives him the inside for the final part, but the drive-off potentially would focus a bit more towards Team Redline. However, Lauren Heinrich has that one ticked off nicely. BS Competition did a good hour and 40 minutes with Alan Terzic behind the wheel, basically just running around. There's a bit of a dive back to the inside from Enzo Benito. They double stinted the tyres, finally fresh tyres onto the car. A fantastic stint, it must be said, by Alan Terzic. Certainly one of the best of the race, just based on the fact of doing a double stint in GTEs is hard work. Right now, Lauren Heinrich looking good, but I think he might be close to dropping the position to Benito again.
Yeah, he's certainly in the tow, isn't he? So Heinrich's going to find this one difficult to hold off Enzo Benito, who pulls to the right-hand side of screen in that BMW Team Redline car. And is Enzo Benito going to go around the outside? No, controlled very well there from Heinrich, who went just a little bit deeper on the brakes just to cover off any challenges of Benito going around the outside. So good driving there. In the background, we see the Simsa esports car in the black and orange colours with Ramez Azam in. They are 10th in class so far. And to get anywhere further up the field, they've got a lot of work to do. But this is good stuff from the BS Plus competition car, who was very good at. They were very good at the first round with BS Plus competition. They finished in 5th place at that round, and they're on for a potential improvement here. They're on for 4th place if things were to finish now.
I don't think they were particularly, I mean, they weren't like disappointed with that position, but we were saying they were leading in the early stages.
We saw in the highlights, didn't we, when we were watching back earlier, you know, they had a couple of coming togethers, you know, one's with the Porsche as well, wasn't it, coming through the first chicane at Monza. And
then with Rocket Simsport, with Al Bunker, Jonas Rivier
at the same place. Yeah, they had another, that was coming through when they were trying to, they were getting lapped, weren't they? Yeah, so.
Yeah, it was kind of a round of what could have been. However, unlike say for example the number 8 car or the number 70 today, it's not a question of what could have been. We didn't get anything from the round. It's a question of what could have been. At least we got 5th. And so for BS competition, we know across championships it's consistency which wins you championships. We say this time and time again. It's the mantra of championship racing. It's about being up there in the top 5 every single race, and that's how you win it. And right now that is, it's 100% true. In a short championship like this, we only have 5 races. I know it's obviously still skipping far ahead, but when we're 4 hours into the race at the Nordschleife, obviously not technically because the 24 hours of Le Mans is a much longer race, but still, follow me here. We're halfway through the season. We're already not that far realistically off that point. Of course, that's getting ahead of ourselves, but still, it just shows that there is not much time. If you have a couple of bad rounds, you're as near as makes no difference out of it.
Here we look at the Simsa esports team. You make a very good point there about, time running out quickly in the series. To remind you of the points system, you get 25 for a win at this round. At the 8 hours of the Nordschleife on the 13th of November, the winner will get 38 points, 27 for second, 23 for third, 18 for fourth, and 15 for fifth. Points going down to the top 10, and then after that you will get 1 point for finishing the race, but at the 24-hour double points, and with that big money as well. $15,000 for the winners of LMP and for GT in the series, but for that 24 hours of race, the Le Mans 24-hour virtual, $15,000 for the LMP winner, $15,000 for the teams. And we've talked about, the money goes to the teams, and great great money for them to use to further improve themselves as outfits, and good for the drivers as well. Good payoff for their hard work.
Oh,
no!
Axel getting spun around by
Simsel.
Simsa, Ramez
Yes.
Azam. I mean, to be fair, knocked him back around the right way. I think
Yeah, that was polite, yeah.
might have been the Axel car just chopping over the nose a little bit. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Once again, but either way, Ramez Azam, the Canadian, catching on board with him and driving
They're
in a very
flashing the
dark
lights, aren't they,
room. Yeah, I think
outside,
that might well have been a bit of an apology or more of a "what are you doing?" Don't know. Lights don't really describe that much to us.
You don't have
But
a
when
different fade for angry and
exactly. When it comes to the funding, of course, and it comes from sponsorships, it comes from prize money and stuff. The sim races are genuinely doing this for quite a few of them as a professional. It is actually their job. Not everyone. It's not every single person on the grid. It's still a hobby to most, but still, you know, on the grid right now, you know, you've got a good few drivers that are earning a fair amount of money from sim racing, and they are treating it as their primary source of income. So it's an incredible change. Go on, carry on.
I remember working with Harry Jacks, of course, who did the Le Mans Esports series with us, and he was a driver for the Mercedes team, and he was telling me about, you know, it was their job and they were getting paid, and they would go to the, you know, they'd all meet up and they would have to do X amount of hours on the sim, X amount of hours physically in the gym. Here we see them coming through. I don't know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other for me.
It's tricky.
But yeah, you know, it was treated. That was it. They had to do, you know, 8 hours a day sometimes, and you know, that's how many hours these guys are putting in. You know, roughly how many would you say a day? The likes of Kirchhoff and, you know, Jene Simoncic, for example. I'm picking two at random there.
No, but still, it's. I mean, these guys. I mean, if you ask any of them, you think, "Oh, how many laps have you put into this?" And they'll go, "A lot." And you go, "More than 400?" And they go, "More." And when you think that 400 laps around Spa, right? Say, for example, in the GTEs, that's over 800 minutes. And when you think that 15 hours is 900 minutes, you're talking of a lot of time here. And they do put in genuinely probably in the ballpark of 4 digits, and maybe even some more so than that.
To get ready for one race.
To get ready for a single race. Now, as the season goes on, it gets a little bit easier because you have information from the previous rounds to fall back on, but still, it's an awful lot of work. I was going to point out, by the way, that Hani Al-Sabti, we just caught coming through shot there, the 1-2-3 at Kirchhoff in the red line. The gap was closing in an awful lot. At Kirchhoff a few laps ago was 2 seconds faster. But then the last couple of laps, I think, through a little bit of traffic. Obviously, it's ebbs and flows. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. I've been told that by a few people before. Hani Al-Sabti's pulled out the gap again to about 7.3 seconds. So it's going back out a little bit. But I'm concerned that gap's come down a bit more than when I was last in here and Erhan Yovsky was ticking off some decent laps. So I'd be a little bit concerned inside the team that Redline are catching.
Well, I'd say Hani Al-Sabti he's increased it in the last few laps. You know, Gordy Much brought it in, and it was less than 5 seconds. It was four and a bit when Gordy Much brought that car down pit road. It sits at 7.2. It's something we're going to monitor, but there was once 40 seconds between the top 7. Lewis, there is now 30 seconds between the top 7. So it's getting close. I mean, 30 seconds, not a long time at all when you consider we've been racing for 4 hours and 18 minutes. It's brilliant stuff. Okay, let's look back at this replay. We'll turn our heads to the side. We'll come back to that one, perhaps. Well, there we go. You know, I'd prepared myself physically to carry on watching that one, but then it became very confusing when the track came on. Right, so we're watching WRT. Oh, well, it was. I say that not because it's WRT and I don't want to see them. I'm just glad their rear wing's okay, because twice, and it's just been an absolute disaster for them. A shame, because they're a big outfit in esports, and of course, you know, they led the 24-hour. They won the 24-hour Le Mans. They won it this year. I saw Ferdinand Habsburg and stuff in that car. Interviewed him after that race, and you know, incredibly emotional he was Ferdy Habsburg. But you know, a massive team, hugely successful. They're going to have their eyes on that 24-hour of Le Mans. You know, they want to win it for real, and then they want to win it virtually.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's kind of one of those things that doesn't really come around often. I mean, I hope that one day we get to that point, that not that we're going to join the Triple Crown, but it's the biggest achievement realistically, at least on the endurance scene in sim racing, to win the Le Mans Virtual last year was an incredible thing. The fact that we get to do it again is impressive. Oh, that's a big dive from Wisniewski, straight down the inside, makes contact with Risto Capit, was diving down the inside though, the BS competition car. A bit of a flash of the lights from Lauren Heinrich, was not impressed one bit what he saw from Nikodem Wisniewski. That was very, very risky. I think Nikodem just misjudged it going through there. Risto Capit had pulled back in front of the BS competition and then started braking a little bit early, and Nikodem Wisniewski fired it through. We'll see this move down into Les Combes, but the pole is charging.
He definitely backed off on the exit in his defence. It was a bad move, but on the exit, he got out of the throttle there and allowed the other car to go back through. He allowed the number 18 of Capit back ahead. So, you know, Nikodem Wisniewski, it just looked like a mistake, but he didn't take advantage of it. So I guess we can forgive him for that.
All's fair in love and war.
Great battle though, this, and just up ahead of this is Simoncic for the Floyd by Collis team, so it's very close, and 3 seconds behind this you might be able to see them in the back of shot. There is Alessandro Ottaviani, who, guess what, has now closed in by over a second due to the fact that we had that slight coming together is an understatement, but that coming together between Capit and Wisniewski. And there you see, just going through shot in the back of picture there we have closing in on these two, Ottaviani for Panis Racing, and what a performance they're having.
Yeah, much better this round than last round. I mean, I'm saying that, and they'll be sat there thinking, well, yeah, of course, because they retired very early in the race. They were involved. I'm not sure exactly what happened. They might have been involved in the Yaz Heat Williams incident in that vein. This is Fabrice Cornelis, and this is the person that we jumped on board with. He is focused right now for WRT.
That's one way of saying it.
It's not gone well for them, let's be honest. Round one didn't go well. Round two hasn't really gone that well for them. But what I love seeing is the fight, how much he is pushing. And anyone who's panicking, by the way, as to what that red button is, thinking, is that an on-off switch? It is an on-off switch for the wheel. If the wheel is out of control or anything, because sometimes it recalibrates, it can spin around very quickly. It's actually really quite dangerous.
Right.
You can genuinely break your thumb if you're not careful. So you've got that, so you can hit it and just switch the wheel off straight away. It's
I didn't notice his face or the focus or the steering wheel. I just noticed the orange shorts.
The shorts, yeah. No, I'm with you. I would have noticed at least the track mats.
The orange shorts were the thing that I immediately I just went, oh, I've never seen someone driving a prototype in shorts.
Wow.
There we go.
There's a joy of sim racing. You don't have to wear your overalls. You can wear as much or as little as you want.
Let's make sure the cameras are at an appropriate angle in that case, when especially if Lewis McGlade is in the seat. Right, swiftly moving on from that. So this is one of the R8G cars we come back to. This is Risto Capit, isn't it? Being closed in by Nikodem Wisniewski. And the second round of this fight is going to continue. Risto Capit's done a good job to relieve the pressure that he was under there from Wisniewski, albeit it was a dive bomb from Wisniewski. Ottaviani has got within 2 seconds, hasn't been able to close in anymore since that little coming together. Are they closing in on Jone Simoncic, though?
Not really.
It looks like it. Is that gap coming down ever so slightly? I'm not too sure. On this lap, they have closed in on him slightly. Particularly through the second sector, they closed in by 0.8 of a second. So we just hearing in our ears that, of course, we were with the WRT car that came down pit road, didn't stop, and we suspect that he'd missed his
just missed his box.
He'd missed his box.
Yeah, it's easy to do. I mean, basically, when to explain it more from a driving perspective, as we've just seen there, diving down pit lane, Risto Capit's already come. You can see it there, locked at 60 kilometres an hour as he's dived down into the pit lane. They're looking for a red box. It's a red rectangle that's basically sat in the road, and that's their marker. You can change the colour. You can put it bright pink if you want, if you know where to do it. That's sat there in the box that you need to come into. And if you miss it, of course, you can't just go, oh, no, I've missed it. I'm going to reverse down pit lane.
Well,
Pretty sure Eduardo Freitas is not going to like that.
Brendan Hartley did that last year. I don't know if anyone remembers. But I remember Alan McNish's face when I said that one on commentary. Yeah, we heard that he had done that. And rightfully, the Toyota Gazoo racing driver received a penalty. He thought, well, you know, the Le Mans Virtual, I might just be able to reverse this one down. Not the case. Eduardo Freitas gave him a slap on the wrist for that one.
Then straight back in.
Here we go.
They had enough fuel.
Take two. They did. We don't do this much. We don't just sit with the car coming into the pit lane, but I think we are going to this time because we need to see WRT. I mean, it just rounds off what has been an awful, awful day for them. And there they are, safely in. If that was the wrong pit box, I think that would have been. I think they would have just. I think would have just walked off. I'm not sure they would have even continued.
I remember once a race at Bathurst, and this was actually before my time in sim racing. I've been told the story a good few times. That Robert Wiesemuller, one of the drivers who runs series now, less so drives elsewhere in sim racing, and he was doing a race on R-Factor 1. It was at Bathurst, was in a good position, came into the pit lane, couldn't find his box. And he was like, well, where could it be? Maybe there's too many drivers and maybe it's put a box randomly somewhere in the back. So he drove all the way around the back area of the pit lane looking for his box, couldn't find it, had to escape, couldn't get any fuel in the car. That's it. He retired from the race because he couldn't find his pit box anywhere. That's rough.
Wow. Okay, there we go. That's essentially,
imagine that in real life.
That's essentially like your pit crew just shutting the garage door and not turning up.
But no, you can go away, thanks.
Just keep going.
I'm not interested in you.
Oh, how unfortunate. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen to anyone here today. This is our Factor 2, of course, and this is another one of our drivers we go on board with now, this Mitchell de Jong. This is Ardouni, sorry, I keep getting those cars confused. In the Axel Sports, good to see that team's doubled up this year. We saw them last year in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual racing in the prototype class, and they're doing GTs as well, so growing as a team. And Davide Ardouni in the car for them.
Good to see him as well on the Le Mans Virtual Series grid. Of course, round one of the Le Mans Virtual Cup was on the grid for that in the LMP3s, and took a very well-deserved second place that day, and of course was then thrown into the GT that you can see now. So I think that's, of course, the entire point of that series is to get drivers into the Le Mans Virtual Series, and whilst there is the prize of the top two from that championship at the end of it, going through to doing the Le Mans Virtual at the start of next year, there are still other routes, and that comes from the teams themselves. So nice to see that working out, at least for one of our competitors.
Yeah, and the Le Mans Virtual Cup, if you're not aware of what that is, if it sounds new to you, then the Le Mans Virtual Cup is a new series this year that we are running to give anybody the chance, and I mean anybody the chance, if you have our Factor 2, to come and race with us on the 15th and 16th of January at the NEC in Birmingham here in the UK for the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual. We've had 2 rounds of it so far. At the end of 5 rounds, at the end of 4 rounds, the top 2 in the overall points will go to the NEC in January. We had over 500 drivers compete at round 1, the top 30 of which we showed on our broadcast. We had even more this time. We've got another round to go before the super final, so if you want to be part of that championship, go and set your time. You will race whatever time you do, even if you go around in, I don't know, 20 minutes, you'll still be racing with us at the Nordschleife on the 12th of November. And you will score points, which will go towards your overall tally. And if you're in the top 2, then you will join us at the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. Doesn't matter if you're coming in a couple of rounds late, it's a great way to practice. And if you can just qualify in the top 30 for one of the races, then you get to race on the huge stage that is the Le Mans Virtual Cup. And you get to enjoy the experience as well and get yourself ready for maybe an even better campaign next year. Okay, Fordzilla on screen now, and they are in 6th place. Great result for them so far. I say great result, a great race for them so far. Nuno Pinto in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, not a great round last time out for them, but regardless, still coming back as strong as they possibly can. And running up inside 6th position, of course, that's not necessarily where they're going to be. They finished 13th on the road last time out. That's Nuno Pinto there, who is on screen at the moment. A bit of a change in the driver lineup as Gianmarco Fiducci was put to one side briefly, for at least hopefully briefly, for this round, as Pablo Lopez Pedin takes over as the third driver inside the car. Nuno Pinto, a GT Pro Series driver, says there, I remember in Season 3, to prove to you how good Nuno Pinto could be, I mean, he's done plenty of things in sim racing, that's one of the few accolades that you can put to his name, was leading the championship after 4 races, 5 races in fact, in GT Pro, and then nearly won one of them. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out. And for anyone who doesn't know about the GT Pro Series here on R Factor 2, it is an incredibly strong category with some of the very best, including a lot of drivers on this grid. They all take part. It's a fantastically strong category.
You know, and of course you work on that series. Do you know, watching that on the build-up to this, it seemed as if it was like a dress rehearsal to the Le Mans Virtual Series almost, because they were all in GT cars, but the grid very much the same. You look through the names, we'd be here for a while if we listed off all the drivers that race in the GT Pro Series. And
pretty
it was
much the entire grid.
Yeah, and it was a great way for the drivers to get themselves, do a full championship and build up to the Le Mans Virtual Series. So it was a great proving ground, and that's taking nothing away from the GT Pro Series. It's a good thing on its own. Okay, Fordzilla, Nuno Pinto in that car, and we've known him since the Le Mans esports series, racing with Fordzilla all those times as well. So he's been long with us in the championships we have here with Motorsport Games, as we now make our way down towards Eau Rouge. That is a great shot. You can go when the track is closed at Spa, when all the cars are done, you can go and walk up to the top of Radion there, get a picture as well. One of the very interesting things, you're going to find this a surprise, where I got to go to Spa for the first time. One of the things I took away, it takes the sweeper 4 goes to get up Eau Rouge. He has to he has to drive up it once, go all the way back.
Oh, really?
And then on the 4th attempt, carrying much more momentum. And I stayed there all the whole time, just wanted to see him get up.
I would have been actually quite curious, because I know for anyone who's into cycling, and sorry for anyone who isn't, because it's boring to others, I really like cycling. But Tour de France a few years ago, they did their first few stages here in Belgium. Pretty sure it's 2016, and part of it, always love it when cycling goes to a racetrack. And the part of the stage, they entered Spa and they went straight up Eau Rouge. That makes you realise how steep it is and how the climb just keeps going all the way up to Les Combes. Incredible elevation change.
Yeah, it takes you a while to walk up there, and just that barrier there, to stand there. Wow, that was an incredible save. That was the Floyd Bicolis car, wasn't it? Wow.
Which one?
Wow, that was fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you don't normally catch too many slides through there.
I hope we get to see that one again. I'd love to see that again. That was absolutely awesome. You saw the tyre marks left behind, and we'll take another look at that. We'll have the thoughts of Lewis McLeod when we do. That was absolutely incredible from the Bicolis driver there. Just to hold on, who have they got in the car? So that was either Jerne Simoncic in the car for them now. I think it might have been that car, or it was David Mrocek in the car. Might have been the latter is just behind Nuno Pinto in the Fordzilla, but whichever one it was
both quality drivers.
Absolutely, well, absolutely fantastic. We'll probably catch the number when we grab the replay as we go on board here with Dylan Pereira. And just before we go to that replay, just talking over Dylan Pereira, he's in a fight here. You see just up ahead is the BMW Team GB car. This is Dylan Pereira for Proton competition, having done his 5th stop. So he's trying to now get past Stefanko, who's done 4, Stefanko, the BMW Team GB car, which has done 4 stops. So this isn't Proton competition having dropped down to 5th at their own accord. It's because they've been down pit road. And Adam Maguire is now in for GR Wolves as well. They're in the pit lane, as is Mitchell de Jong for the Porsche team.
Yeah, and there's been a couple of interesting changes in this. Number one, that the number 91 car, the Mitchell de Jong car, actually went a lap further than the 92. We know the 88's been coming in a couple of laps earlier anyway, that's fair enough. These stops that are coming up, they are the penultimate stop in the race for the GTEs. They will do one more. They can't do an hour and 22 minutes on fuel. Does actually kind of beg the question if we're going to see a repeat of what we saw from the 89 and a few teams double stinting for that final stint of the race. I think we will actually see quite a few. Just interesting to see some of the differential on strategy now starting to crop up even between the teammates. As you can see, the wibbly-wobbly waving man there over on the left-hand side. I'm trying to get a word, by the way, from the number 51, and if Jordi's Veers is watching, respond to me, please. The 51 came in very, very early. David Perel was behind the wheel, and at least as far as I'm aware, it was in a good few laps early, 3, 4, 5, 6 laps before it should have been, coming in on lap 115 and then passing the car over to Martin Derlin.
Yeah, there's of course Dylan Pereira now ahead of BMW Team GB as well, so a change there for what is now third in the GTE class, and Lewis will get on the case, see if we can find out what's going on with FDA Esports. It means they've been coming in later. We've always been seeing them coming last as they're kind of out of sync on their stops in terms of the rest of the field. So good stuff here from Proton Competition. They're having a good day at the office so far. They could be on for a win, having got that third at the first round, and I don't know, they seem the surprise package for me at the first round. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but just how well they both raced. Not just how they drive, but they both raced incredibly well, and they got a well-deserved podium, and they could turn that here into a win, perhaps.
Oh wow, we're
Here's
also
the Porsches, isn't it?
Yeah, right. And they were close earlier, remember, and they switched.
They've done it a couple of times, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, these two have been, you can't separate them, these two teammates.
They're good,
I don't know whether they're going to assist themselves. As we can see a nice little look into race control once more. It's always good to see how things are adjudicated or adjusted or are sorted out across the entire race, and showing that no matter what you do, eyes are always on. I always remember this with pit lane exits and stuff, and remember saying, they're never going to check it. They're never going to go through an entire 8-hour race and check it. Well, now we don't have to, because we can just sit there and watch it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got multiple people checking all the time and protest if they're coming in from the teams, and they'll check and address those protests immediately. And of course, as well as Ben Rossiter-Turner, we have the man himself, Eduardo Freitas, working remotely as well. That's the team you saw there that we have here at base, but we also have Eduardo Freitas, who we know from the World Endurance Championship and the 24-hour of Le Mans as the race director as well. And we will hear him intermittently as well. We'll hear him throughout the season. Great to have Eduardo, like we did for the 24-hour race last year, as we now have cars, our prototypes coming back out of the pits. We have Wisniewski in, we have Redline, Kirchhoff is coming back out, Simoncic for the Floyd by Collis team in, Rocek in as well. So we have 7 stops being completed for most of the prototype cars here. Haney Al-Sapti, I say 7, there'll be 8 stops, apologies. Haney Al-Sapti remains out on the circuit for the R8G Esports team, and here come the cars back out onto the circuit.
Yeah, interesting to see how the P2 category, the prototype category rather, is working out right now. And it's kind of one of those ones that realistically, we're not seeing as much like on-track battling inside the top 5, but genuinely, any one of those cars can actually win this thing. There is no doubt in my mind that we can see any of them. The number 1 car here on screen, Kuba Brzezinski behind the wheel of that one now, between Hanny Al-Sabti, as I said, in the number 8 car, Atsej Kirchhoff, who's presently driving the 1, 2, 3, Jerne Simoncic, of course, and to be honest, one of the teams that I'm not necessarily super surprised by, knowing their talent and speed coming into this, but there was just something about their pace last round that sort of like the consistency, and that was the 22 that's presently sat on the grid up there or on the track in 3rd position. They had a podium last time out and looked very, very strong. Of course, this one's the one with Yiffy Yi that we saw defending very aggressively earlier and then receiving a little bit of a penalty, but still the speed of Yiffy Yi, the speed of Yuri Toman and Marcel Cinchik, who normally race for a team called Varga Sim Racing. Very, very impressive and consistently showing their pace and potential.
Well, we'll go through the order. Great insight there from Lewis. We'll go through the order now. We've done the 7th round of stops for our prototypes and also our 5th round of stops for our GTEs. We're still waiting for BMW Team Redline, but oh, here we go. We've got that's the Axel Sports car that has run slightly wide, and were they near the fellow Axel Sports car? They were. It's not the first time they've been near each other. Josh Perween in the car for them, the Australian, making his way up towards La Source and just trying to get past the other Axel Sports car. I'm sure they won't make it too difficult for him. Replay, Lewis?
Yeah, let's take a look and see. I think it's actually more... Oh, just completely misjudged it and nearly cleared the teammate off the road. To be fair, that was a swift judgment to bail from the racetrack, and I think 9 times out of 10 that's the right thing to do.
Sensible decision, and just simply had nowhere else to go. There wasn't a mistake of any kind. It was simply a car that shouldn't have just appeared in front all of a sudden, and with nowhere else to go. Going off the track was the best thing to do. So then we have Hani Al-Sabti leading for R8G Esports. Behind, though, the team that we look at now, Team Redline at Kirchhoff. We talked about that gap being around 7 seconds. It is now 4.4 seconds. If you are just joining in, or if you've been away for a while, well, let's update you with exactly where we are. Hani Al-Sabti is leading. This is 2nd place. R8G are being closed in here by the team you look at on your screen, Team Redline. Then it's GPX Rebellion Williams. They are 9 seconds back from this with Marcel Chinchik in the car. Jerne Simoncic is in for Floyd by Collis. And then we have Kuba Brzezinski, Risto Capit and Alessandro Ottaviani. 36 seconds between all 7 of those cars. There's around, when we get to 3rd all the way down to 7th, there is around 5 or 6 seconds between each car. It is very, very close. Then we have Rocek, and then Padin, and then Chigurtha rounding up the top 10 for the Alpha Bicolis team, for Team Fordzilla, and for Yas Heat. And then the 2 Alpines, Williams Esports, WRT, Rocket Simsport, Jota, Axel, Red Bull, Bratislava, and Mahler. BMW Team Redline, we are waiting for them to come in, and then we'll know where we are in terms of the GTE class. But the leader is still Proton Competition ahead of the 2 Porsches.
Yeah, and the thing with Redline here is they're kind of throwing a little bit of a spanner into the works. The Proton Competition have done such a good job to create through this race by incredible speed. Enzo Benito and the Redline team, as that was a little bit tight with the old Wolves there. Yeah. Redline are going further than everyone else. I said in the last stint, they managed to find an extra lap somehow, even though they're going further than everyone else. They're not really expected to come into the pit lane for another couple of laps, which shows how much further in the category they're going. I've got them coming down in maybe 2 or 3 laps time. And to put that into perspective, versus the 88, that's not far off 10 laps extra. So it's constantly building up a lap or 2 here every single time they come into the pit lane.
We think Redline are trying to make one more, trying to get...
Not necessarily one less stop. It's more so about, because I don't think they can save enough to get rid of the stop.
But it will be less fuel on the last stop.
But it's a shorter stint. And so if you only put in fuel, to be fair, I actually think that most teams will only put fuel in. They won't change tyres on the final stop in GTE, just because it's quite a relatively short final stint. And we also saw from BS competition that it works a bit earlier in the race, or sort of works. They don't lose too much time from doing so, and you gain the track position. Redline will potentially come in. They'll only stop for maybe half the time when it comes to the fuel. They're not protect tyres, nothing like that. So it's literally just going to be in, probably a 10-second stationary, and then go, as opposed to everyone else is potentially in and then 20, 25, hey, maybe even 50-second stationary if they're going to do tyres as well. That is a big, big difference. That's how much time they're saving here. Whether it'll work or not, we don't know. But all we know is that they're leaving their strategy option as open as is humanly possible.
Well, that's going to be very interesting, isn't it? So we need to see what the gap is when Enzo Benito, if he is the one that comes back out for BMW Team Redline, whoever's in that car, we need to see exactly what the gap is. If it's around 15 seconds, they've got a chance. They've got a real chance. I mean, you've got a chance anyway from that far back but they won't necessarily have to close that gap on track. They might just be able to do that down in pit lane.
I think their battle is more, I mean,
who knows, but podiums could be possible.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the times through pit lane, they wouldn't be that far off realistically, potentially off the back of Mitchell de Jong. They should actually realistically be behind Lauren Heinrich, who's down in 25th or 5th in class, rather, 25th overall, with the 20 LMPs that we've got going. There is the 111 who have really not had a particularly great day, and which is a shame because we were expecting quite a lot. Not that we piled the pressure on, or I don't believe in the commentators, curse, I won't have any of that. They had an okay day yesterday. Not a great one, but an okay one. They took a bit of a gamble in a sense by putting Johnny Edgar into the car at the start, and I mean we spoke about this lightly before the race had begun, that I reckoned, obviously easy to sit here on the sideline and pull the shots because don't know what's happening behind the team, but I would have said that Yuri Kazdorp should have been in the car at the start of the race just based on the fact of his experience and the speed that he has. That said, we were expecting rain. We were expecting to be under quite a lot of wet weather at the moment, and Yuri Kazdorp flies, and that's why I understand why they didn't put him in at the start of the race. They've taken a bit of a gamble. Then obviously, clearly, quite a few other things have gone wrong, and unfortunately, it does seem like the second consecutive round where the whole Red Bull Racing, to be fair, even in the LMP category as well, they're looking for to be honest, what could have been it's damage repair rather than a joy of success.
But big points are up for grabs in the 8-hour of the Nordschleife and
Absolutely.
the 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual, so don't give up because it's not done until the end. We await Enzo Benito to come in, and as you rightfully said, he might come out just behind Heinrich, and then he could make some time up there. Of course, 112 seconds in, so he'll be coming out around that area. Heinrich a minute and 15 back, so he'll be able to potentially catch that. He'll do almost 2 minutes stationary, so he should come out behind the FDA car, and then he might have a chance to potentially fight with the FDA or Heinrich, as Lewis said. But this is Yuri Kazdorp in the Corvette, and we saw that they showed pretty good pace yesterday, as you said, particularly through the first sector. Johnny Edgar made a brilliant start to the race, didn't he? As we expected, we knew he was going to be quick going down the Camel Straight, and he took advantage of that. But they are the two Red Bull cars together, conveniently enough, and they've just got to try and just keep their heads up going into the next round, because they've got big points, and Red Bull could be a team that go, if they have a bad round again next time, go right, full focus on Le Mans, full focus on the 24 hour.
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, of course, with there being large gaps between each round, and it's kind of one of those things which is counter to motorsport, where in motorsport you can only really focus so much because you only have the limited time where you arrive at the circuit. Meanwhile, here, I mean, regardless of the team, you know that once we're finished up with the 500 miles of Sebring, yes, of course, Christmas and all that lot, but everyone will be focusing straight away. I mean, I've seen it before where in championships like this, or anything of a large level, the race is done, you've sat down, you've had a cup of tea, you've got yourself ready, and you're already doing laps that evening for the next round. That is the level of focus and consistency these teams apply to it, and they're juggling this with other championships as well. It's not as if that this is the only series they take part in, and so they're trying to find time for everything. But of course, Le Mans Virtual will be the primary focus for a very, very large majority of these teams, and also the new teams that will be joining us as well. Of course, we have 38 competitors here. We're expecting in the vein of 50 or more at Le Mans Virtual, so that's going to be, it's something that you do not want to miss, that is for sure.
You can get your tickets for that as well now for the Autosport International. GR Wolves, and that's their second retirement in a row for the GR Wolves team. They have two cars. They had one retirement, and the other finished was the last of the finishers last time. Inspirational comeback for them on the pitch. Sadly, in the rigs, not the best end to the race, and there you can see our other camera angle from the Molyneux. The other one looks out onto the pitch, but what a shame for GR Wolves. One of the rigs still going. We don't quite know what happened there, we will be told, but who knows, it could be a disconnect. We don't know what has happened to GR Wolves. What a shame though for them. They will be back. They've showed good potential today, and GR Wolves will be back again, no doubt. But one thing I have to say, Lewis, before we head into the final hour of this race, we just have to talk about how competitive Le Mans Virtual is. 37 seconds after nearly 5 hours of racing between our top 7, and those gaps are not budging. That just shows how consistent, you know, we've got all esports drivers in there now. Al Sapti, Kirchhoff, Chinchik, Simoncic, Brzezinski, Capit, Ottaviani. The titles between those guys, you wouldn't be able to count on 2 hands. Fantastic consistency. They're just, none of them are budging at all. The gaps have stayed almost exactly the same as they were, I don't know, 2 hours ago.
Yeah, they, like I say, you're talking about the very, very best across all of sim racing. It's where you, saying it like it's a sprint race, it's 6 hours, and you know, we're not saying that it's a short race. What we mean by that is that you can't make a mistake, and I don't mean like a crash or whatever. It's big incidents and stuff.
Here we go.
Let's see what happened to Nick Foster. Bit of a snap-on entry, and I don't think he'll be coaching that one to some of his drivers. He does do a bit of driver coaching, but that one not ideal. I'm sure I'll receive a message from him. But I was going to ask him what had happened, but I did. He was chatting to me a little bit earlier in one of the pit stops. He was saying
he might not chat to you for a few minutes.
Yeah, no, I think he might have a bit of a breather. But he's a good driver, of course. He's across various sims and jumping into this one. I'm actually surprised he went out to the Wolverhampton Waterloo Stadium. But he's a quality driver, both in real life as well as in the sim. As has done his coaching and stuff. He was saying that he was just happy that he was faster than David Perel, who is one of his many bosses at Coach Dave Academy. And so David Perel, who runs that kind of stuff, and Nick Foster does the coaching for it. So there's a little bit of competition between those two across very different cars. But still, I think he'll take that as a little bit of a win, and then that as quite a big loss.
Real shame for the GR Wolves team, but they've not been the only ones to make a big mistake there. They are one of just a handful who have got it all wrong coming up Eau Rouge. And that's just the challenges you face when you've got to take on a corner like Eau Rouge for 6 hours and you have to be flat out every single time. It gets very, very difficult to tell you what, Dunk is making me lose my focus there, and in a bad way. But you know, when you've got to take that on for 6 hours, incredibly difficult. And I'm going to say it again, when you have to take the Nordschleifer on for 8 hours, that's going to be even more difficult.
It's a very different challenge. I mean, it's something which a lot of these drivers aren't really used to. I mean, it's difficult enough for us. We've got to pick out all the corner names and stuff. But for the drivers, it's a whole different level. I'm really looking forward to it, because it's not. We don't get the opportunity to race these style of cars. I mean, you can't in real life, realistically. So you know, well, we only get the chance in sim racing. You
might be able to, but I don't think you'd be joined by many people.
I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a fantastic round. But again, it's more about the driver versus the track rather than anything else. Red line still going. This is actually...
Is this getting to the era of doing one less stop now? Surely.
No.
No?
No, close though.
We're
close.
50 to 55 minutes were the stint times we were
They've got to be in this lap though. I mean, they are going impressively far. I mean, this is the 25th lap of this stint, and I've seen some 25s.
22 to 24 we were expecting, so this is...
They've done 25s before. They did, from my numbers, they've done 26 the last 2 stints. Ooh. Maybe they are going one stint. That would be impressive. If they can save that much fuel on this pace, that's something to keep an eye on.
Here are another Wolves car going toe-to-toe with the Axel sports car coming through at La Source. The other GR Wolves car is running in 13th place with Chris McDade in the car. They have done one more stop than those around, so that needs to be taken into account when looking at their position on track. Lewis looking up what BMW Redline could be up to here. Are we going to see him go one more? If they can get to, they can do 8 more minutes. They can do 8 more minutes somehow. I mean, that's a huge ask, and it might even be impossible. But then if they fuel save on their next stint,
exactly,
could they get to the end?
They don't necessarily need to go. I think if they can hit the hour mark dead on, then they'll be close. The problem is, though, is that you know, in timed races, you're not going to a certain amount of laps. And I'm sure they're calculating it as close as possible, but you've always got to add a +- 1 lap to whatever calculation you've done, because the race ends when the prototype, the lead prototype, crosses the line. That's when the race, the checkered flag comes out. Now, let's say, for example, you're on the run down to Eau Rouge as that prototype crosses the line. You've got that entire lap to do, which could be a lap further than your initial calculation. It's always one thing, and I've been on the strategy wall for a couple of teams before, it's always one of the most horrible things when you're at this point of the race and you know that it's one lap that makes or breaks the entire race, and the entire 6 hours of work through the race, and the entire hundreds of hours of preparation from everyone.
Now, they're going to come out here around 6th or 7th. And they'll be, they're 20 seconds ahead. They'll do do 112 seconds in the pits. So they'll have a gap of, you know, I don't know, it'll be about 50 seconds, 50 to 60 seconds to the leaders. If they go one less stop, then they are back in, they are in contention for a very good result. I don't want to put a place to it, but they could be in for a very, very good result. Have BMW Team Redline absolutely nailed this strategy? We don't know. We will find out. But certainly if they have to come in, it will be a splash and dash, to say the least. So they're setting themselves up very, very nicely here.
Yeah, I mean, this could be incredible stuff on strategy. Of course, when it comes to the time remaining for the race, they can come in at the hour, and that technically removes 2 minutes from the race, because they'll be leaving the pit lane. That's obviously a really important bit.
They could
with
be
around about 58
minutes. They
minutes.
could be doing this. Everyone else got, and that full service stop is 112 seconds.
112 from entry to exit.
So they're going to gain that much.
Probably not quite that much, because again, I still think people are going to be doing fuel only, which means they'd be gaining 90 seconds. Which, like I say, I don't know which way it'll go. And that's the beautiful thing of this.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic last hour. Duncan Vincent is ready to go. He is going to be coming in for the final hour of this race. I, like all of you at home, are going to be watching it with huge anticipation. It's going to be an absolutely thrilling end to the race. We've got the top 7 in the prototype, split by 36 seconds. We have the top 3 in GTEs, with Benito now in, split by 25 seconds. And we have BMW Team Redline potentially doing one less stop than all the rest of the field. It is going to be an absolutely fascinating final hour here at the 6 hours of Spa. I will hand over to Lewis McGlade now to wrap up what we've seen in the last hour, and then Duncan Vincent will be back in to take you to the end with Lewis McGlade.
Well, back to the highlights then to see what has happened over the 5th hour. This one presented by Thrustmaster. And what an incredible race it has been from the very start. We've seen crazy action all the way through, and that has not given up all the way through the race. We're still yet to see any rain. Our race leaders early on was the number 70. Unfortunately, some big issues for them later on. It would then refocus the way of the number 8 R8G car a little bit later. We've seen fantastic battles between BS Competition and excellent save from the Porsche esports drivers as well, and we've seen that a couple of times as well. A great battle between Bicoles Burst Esports and the GPX Williams car, the number 22, which has been really impressing today, although they did receive a 10-second time penalty a bit earlier in the race due to aggressive defence. The number 88 has been out front for pretty much the entirety of the race. However, their time at the front could be coming to an end. We'll have to wait and see what the 71 could do. Big moments and big battles up and down the order, and Redline versus BS Competition and the 2 Team BMW teams was absolutely sensational. Around the outside, this one between Lauren Heinrich, just trying to gain a position on Enzo Benito. Fantastic stuff as Benito were experimenting a little bit on strategy, same as BS Competition were just an hour ago, still all searching for the wet stuff. An incident between the Simpson Esports car and Axel Motorsports just spun them around as Axel were a little bit aggressive there and Simpson missing the apex, and then a big dive dive from Nikodem Wisniewski down the inside, not impressing any of his competitors with that move. Didn't gain the position, did manage to back out of it. Then a couple of issues for the Mahler car as they dropped down the order courtesy of some connection issues. A position switch between the number 77 and BMW Team GB as Autosport nearly cleared their teammates off the road. A bit of a flash of the lights to say, I'm sorry, pal, did not mean that one bit. Just diving down the inside at the bus stop chicane. The 1-2-3 car that's been trying to move itself into contention weren't able to do so. A couple of little mistakes from them, but absolutely flying around the Spa circuit, just trying to close down the gap to the number 8, which is leading. The gap's closing. The recent mistake from Nick Foster, straight into the barrier, going up towards Radion, and unfortunately that car is now out of the race. 5 hours down, just one more to go. The number 8 is in control, and Duncan Vincent is back in the commentary booth.
I am back in the commentary booth, and we've had some other action. That's the Yas car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, what's happened to that? Number 49 car comes in as soon as I get the microphone, and that's been, I would like to say, I think that's been backwards into a wall because the rear wing's missing off it. It looks like it's got a damaged back wheel as well. Lewis, every time I give the reins over to yourself and McCarthy, I come back to a war zone. So it's been one of these frantic hours. But it's Hani Al-Sabti in the front just now, and he's doing a cracking job with 6.9 second lead over Kerkhoff in the Team Red Line car. In the prototype class, you can see our leaders are on screen. Al-Sabti in the R8G Esports car leading the prototype way, and Joshua Rogers in the Porsche Esports team car number 92, the GTE leader. So we're into our last hour of the Spa 6 hours here for the Le Mans Virtual Series, and it has been an enthralling race. It's given us almost everything it promised, apart from one thing, and we're not going to mention that anymore. I know all the teams.
Why not?
Well, I know all the teams are gearing up for it. Me and myself, we've been gearing up for it, and it's a beautiful summer's day in Ardennes Forest. If you get 90% chance of rain where I come from, it will rain on 30% chance of rain. It doesn't need to go to 90, but that's such is life. It's still been a cracking race for us. Dylan Pereira there in the number 88 Proton car. Drive-through penalty for contact with 86. So Dylan Pereira is going to be coming into the pit lane from 3rd place on the road, Lewis.
He's already been into the pit lane. So he came into the pit lane a little while ago, trying to work out as to why. I was wondering if there was a mistake from Dylan Pereira, but it was actually contact with the GR Wolves car, which we're going to see here, straight into the rear end. Ooh. That was very similar to what we saw between the two Axel Sports cars, and just misjudged it into the rear end. And Dylan Pereira, drive-through penalty, that has cost him 62 seconds in this race. That is massive drama. Had a 35-second lead over Josh Rogers, one of their sister teammates. It's still a Porsche 1-2-3, Porsche Esports 1 and 2 with Proton competition in 3rd, but it's not the way round they were expecting it. And when they're under pressure from the number 71 BMW Team Redline car, which did come in, by the way, finally 10 laps longer than the 91 they're going. They are stretching it as far as they can. 26 lap stint from the number 71. Keep your eye on position number 6 on the racetrack. That is a massive moment for Dylan Pereira.
I feel sorry for Dylan Pereira there. Yes, he made a mistake. However,
it's hard.
There was an awful lot going on inside him. The car in front was probably checking up because that car was passing them as well. And it's really, really unfortunate that's a huge punishment for what just went on there. That was a busy segment of the track. But yes, ultimately he's made a mistake, and he turned the GR Wolves car around in a circle. Never the best. As we come to the top of the Kemmel Straight, we pick up with the number 1 car. It goes through, that's Brzezinski, Kuba Brzezinski in that car just now, the Rebellion GPX Esports car. Lights are flashing on the back of it. He's chasing the Baikolis car as they go down the hill there. That's Simončić in that car, and they're very much glued together. The Floyd Baikolis, Simončić. Well, can he get past the burst car? That's what we want to see here. Down they come through the heart of Spa. 54 minutes remaining in this epic race, and it's still very much a sprint race, Lewis, right to the very end. What are you noticing on our timing screens? What's jumping out at you just now?
Well, I'm getting the vibe. Obviously, we were saying this with the GTEs, that we were expecting a splash and dash. We're trying to work out with when the final stops are going to be happening in the prototype category. Now, the number 65, that one being the one driven by Alessandro Ottaviani, the Panis racing car, has just been in for what will be its penultimate stop. There is the Yaz Heat car in the pit lane that Will Tregerth is driving, so did manage to grab it round. Let's see what happened to him. This is, oh yeah, I think we can kind of guess what's going to happen.
We know what's going to go on here.
Trying to get past the Team Project 1 car. Oh, Team Project 1 completely misjudged that and straight into the barrier. That was a little bit naughty from the
Project One are in the barrier as well there, Lewis. Project One Porsche went hard into the barrier right after that. So, yeah, that's not a good manoeuvre for both of those cars. The 56 Project One car into the barrier heavily with the Yas car there. So if we have a look at the timing screen just now, where is that 56 car? Nurendorf still in the pit lane just now. Stopped for repairs, I think we will have to say for that one, as we've got this 3-car streak heading down the hill just now. That is that the rocket car in front of it? Yeah, a little bit out of position just now, isn't it? As we come down through Eau Rouge and over Le Radio, and this is giving the Colles car a huge hole in the air, and he's trying to use it to good use because he needs to stay ahead of the car which is hunting him down. I think that is a race-ending crash for Tim Nurendorf, actually, into the track, the garage there, but he's also got a drive-through penalty for contact with car 14, Lewis. I think we knew that was coming, yes. Yeah,
that was about applicable, but unfortunately they've just pulled the plug on this race after that incident anyway. So for Team Project One, one of the teams that I was bigging up, because I thought the partnership with BPM, Butler Power Motorsport, I wasn't expecting too much from them in round one, and they did exceptionally well, had both cars in the points paying positions with 9th and 10th. I was expecting, to be honest, and they've got the pace to do so, I was expecting the same coming into this round, that they were going to repeat that, and unfortunately not so much. Not a great round for them. We saw the other one out of the race a little bit earlier, his teammate, and unfortunately now the second one has bitten the dust as well, unfortunately. A very big shame, but that's racing. Very big shunt as well, yeah.
Hani Al-Sabti is in the front, and 8.3 seconds is now his lead over the 1-2-3 Team Redline car. And he's just barely putting a couple of tenths in each time he goes over the line, and that's all it takes. But 8 seconds is by no way a comfortable lead around Spa-Francorchamps here. We're looking at the Simonchich-Brzezinski battle just now. 7/10 of a second separating the number 4 car and the number 1 car, the Floyd by Colles Burst and the Rebellion GPX Esport car. And this is a battle which will go all the way to the end. 2 names from the World Endurance paddock by Colles and Rebellion. 2 of the big hitters in the pass as we come up to the source hairpin. You can see the graphics of what they're doing speed-wise, accelerated. Let's watch the green bars on both of these cars. We shouldn't see any change in green bar until we get to round about the top of the Kemmel Straight as they go through Eau Rouge here. Both drivers keeping it absolutely flat through there and climbing the hill, and no real gaining by the Rebellion car in the slipstream on the Colles car either. These cars very evenly matched, and I would imagine, Lewis, they'll be running a very trimmed out package. They'll be running something similar to what you would run at Le Mans, because they're very similar straights here.
Yeah, let's take a look very quickly. I mean, it's easier to, like, it's hard to tell on board, because obviously the car just, the Yas heat just appears out of nowhere, but he should have been, like,
he would have seen him coming
in his mirrors. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
so I'm not sure. I mean, race control obviously instantly picking that one up as a dishing out a drive through that obviously will not be served, but it is what it is. A big shame, and Yas Heat just sent into the barrier there, and their season kind of goes from bad to worse, to be perfectly honest with you.
Didn't take long for that penalty to come out, because I don't think there was much in the way of needing to review that. Ben Turner, Eduardo Freitas and Lewis Edmondson outside very much on the ball with that one here, and this is holding up the by Colles car. That's the junior car that we were getting referred to by Chris McCarthy, and now the Rebellion is in striking distance for a manoeuvre at the bus stop chicane. If they can get a good run through Stavolo here, which both cars have done and will get, he's going to be gaining all the way along this last stretch of tarmac as they come towards Blanchimont. An amazing left-hand corner, which we saw earlier on. Real Team Hydrogen Redline making a mistake and going off there. Is he close enough to make a move in the brakes? No, he's not. He's compromised by a very... Is that car squint coming in there? That WRT car hasn't had another issue, has it? But that compromised any overtake that the Rebellion may have had. I think WRT will head for the pit lane. We'll see that possibly in the back. Yes, there he goes into pit lane. So it's not been a good one. The Goodyear blimps above us as well now. So ultimately, the skies are clear.
And also, and this is one thing, I mean, I do like some of the visual things that we get in our Factor 2, some of the atmosphere and stuff. We've always spoken about this in a positive manner, because it does look good. The one thing, though, that I think we all, at least from sim racing terms, that we know about R Factor 2 that it does so well is the day to night transition. Now, we're not expecting night time, not in the next 48 minutes. However, you can tell the shadows are getting longer and longer. Saw a great look backwards from Jene Simoncic to the sun, just poking out over the top of the hill. It looks absolutely phenomenal at this time. So I'm sure when we go to the Nordschleife and of course to the 24 Hours Le Mans, this is going to look so good.
The Nordschleife. I can't wait to try and set a lap on the virtual sim there. I'll maybe start practicing. But Jene Simoncic and Kuba Brzezinski, this is a battle which is going to rage right towards the end. There's nothing between these two, and they're both very much comparable on speed. 0.6 of a second is the gap that our computer screen tells us as they both come through Pouhon, the heart of Spa. Big long left-hand corner which goes downhill, opens up on the exit before you come up to this next series of Corner Lefagna, and then you head towards the last couple of meaningful corners. I'm going to say Stavolo and Blanchimont. I'm not saying the bus stop's not meaningful, but it's a little bit more, less, shall we say, speed-orientated.
Challenging.
Well, it's still a challenge. It's still a challenge. It's easy. I got it wrong a few times, but it's less quick, shall we say. That's the Axel Sport car, if I'm not mistaken, there.
Yep.
And they've had their fair share of issues in both the GTE and the prototype class.
Yeah, they've both had issues coming up over Radion. They're now trying to attack the number 2, which its day didn't really start in the best way. I mean, yesterday didn't go in a particularly good way. Devin Brown are qualifying that. They had to work very, very late into the night to figure out what was going wrong. And there's the dive back down the inside for Josh Perwin, but not able to get down the inside of Matt Richards, the Welshman, just managing to hang on to position. They're not really fighting for points. If they finish the race, just to give you some clarification, if they finish the race, they do get half a point, regardless of them being below 10th position. Of course, 10th position, the final full point.
Pride. This is pride.
But it's pride.
There's
exactly.
a car in front. What do you do? Race driver, car in front, got to catch it, got to pass it.
Yeah.
Next one. That's the mentality. And yeah, Josh Perwin gave me a little bit of a fright there actually coming into that bus stop. It was jumping about all over the place on the brakes. So much so that he's drifted just off the back now of Matt Richards, as you say, the Welshman. He's both gamers in these cars and very much professional to the core. As I look towards our screen, all the top 13, 14, 15. Where's our first race driver? That'd be David Nemchek in 16th place for ARC Bratislava, if I'm not mistaken, apart from Will Stevens, who's currently in 9th.
Yeah, we'll just say, interesting thing that I have just seen in GTE is that there has been a first of our final pit stops has begun. That is the BMW Team BS competition has been into the pit lane, and Alan Terzic has jumped back into the car. Mr. Yoga Ball himself, by the way, did have a little message from Florian Hasper, of course, the guy who runs that. They've now started to order some BS competition branded Yoga Balls. I will take one, thank you.
Do you do yoga?
Huh?
Do you do yoga?
No, good Lord, no. I just want one.
No, well, because it's free.
Yeah, exactly.
It might not be free.
It's branded.
It might not be free. So Alan Terzic, so these guys have still got to make other stops. I think that the Team BMW BS competition, that's their final stop done.
It is their final one. The question is this car here, the black and red Team Redline car that sat on the rear end of Martin Derlin, on the rear end of the FDA esports car. This is the car with the biggest question mark over its head. As FDA jump into the pit lane, Martin Derlin comes down. I'm wondering, we still don't really know if this car can actually somehow save enough fuel. They've done 26 lap stints over the previous one. Its last stint finished on lap 128. And this could genuinely get to the end of the race. It might miss out by a lap or two. They may jump into the pit lane for a quick splash. Either way, they've strategized their way into a fantastic position in this race. Genuinely impressive. They've saved more fuel than anyone else can, and when they're going up against teams like Coanda, they need to. And if you've been following sim racing at all over the last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, you know that one of the biggest battles in all of sim racing is Team Redline versus Coanda, and we are going to see that here today, I guarantee it.
Well, FDA Esports just popped into the pit lane as you were giving us the lowdown there. But yeah, you're very much right. It's Porsche 1, 2, 3 just now in the GTE class. Rogers, De Jong and Pereira. Now remember, Pereira picked up a bit of a slap on the wrist penalty as thankfully the red line car saw the rebellion coming there and just lifted out the throttle just to let them pass. And that rebellion's dropped off the back of the By-College car quite a bit actually. There's been quite a drop-off in pace. So let's have a look at lap times. Still, Kirchhoff with a 10.6 second lead over over the rebellion at the top of the standing. Simoncic, the Floyd by Collis car 2 seconds up the road from Brzezinski now. So that's good. Both doing 2:01 on the last lap round. And got to say, in this lap, though, Brzezinski faster through the first sector of the Spa circuit than the Floyd by Collis car. But you're right, this is a car that we need to keep our eyes very much on. And anybody else going for the pits, Perwin in the Autosport car is in the pit lane as well, and so is Arena in the prototypes.
In the Williams, I think that one's out of the race.
Oh, right, okay.
I do believe. I don't know quite when it retires. We ride on board with Axel Sports who are in the pit lane and completing there. For prototypes right now, this is, as far as I'm aware, a penultimate stop. With 43 minutes left on the clock, we're more aiming towards the 35, 38 minutes. Yeah. 40 if you're very good on fuel. But this is why some teams at this point aren't actually going for a move. They're more than happy to pit, to come in, and then to save fuel. This car probably won't. This is the number 8 who we're focused on the rear end, who I believe has recently been into the pit lane. Hani Al-Sabti behind the wheel, now on the rear end of David Marocek. This car needs to get on with it, to be perfectly honest. They need to go, because they might well have the victory cost. But look at how close that was to the rear end of David Marocek.
That was a little bit too close for comfort there. He almost caught himself out, tripped over the car in front, and that would have picked himself a penalty up very quickly. But look at the pressure that Hani is putting this car under. David Marocek very much feeling the pressure as they both come through Starwell O'Connor. The slipstream is now on for the RAG esports driver in the number 8 car. They need a good finish after what happened to them at Monza. Sabti in the hot seat to take this towards the end of the race as they come up towards the bus stop chicane. Do we see a manoeuvre here? Yes, we do. He's up the inside. He's late on the brakes. And Marocek, I'm sorry, he just rolled over and let him through there. That was a very easy move for Hani, but that's what he needs. He needs more of the drivers to be, shall we say, a little bit more helpful to him, but I can't see that happening.
No, I get the feeling that number 8 car's got to come in for a splash. They came in on lap 150, which was a lap ago, which is just not quite. I mean, that's 44 minutes. I don't really see that in the prototypes.
And we're thinking 38 minutes stints maximum.
Yeah, but you can. Some can get 40. For the likes of Atsej Kirkov, Marcel Chinchik has just come into the pit lane, so we'll note that one down. Atsej Kirkov, Jerne Simoncic, Kuba Brzezinski. To be fair, for the number 4, for the 1, 2, 3, they've all been going a little bit further anyway. The 22 was 4 laps under, so count this and then add maybe 4 laps to it. And
yeah, but that number 8 car is definitely not in fuel-saving mode right now, is he? No, he has got the hammer down and he is pulling away from the 444 car now. He's just about to go past one of the BMWs in towards, that's the BS competition one with the yoga balls online pretty soon. I think finger coming out from Lewis.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at this. So we've also got Jerne Simoncic and Jakub Brzezinski, or Kuba Brzezinski, into the pit lane. There is Kuba, straight into the pit lane. This will be fuel only. But Atsej Kirkov's still going. I think Atsej Kirkov, now Redline could do this with both cars, where they fuel strategy their way into victory in both categories. That would be very, very impressive, and especially for a day where, for Redline, of course, the real team hydrogen Redline car, the one that was victorious last round out, they didn't have a good race because they retired very, very early.
They didn't have a good race. It's a very nice way of putting it, mildly, to tell you the truth.
It's not great. Let's go with that.
Going out in the first hour, I think there'll be something else written in the papers about that one there. But yeah, you're very much right. They might fuel save their way in towards victory by using fuel strategy. Atsej Kirkov right now, Team Redline leading the way. The rest of the guys, Brzezinski and Simoncic, are in the pit lane, and then we have this car here, which we think needs to make another stop. The 4 car is on its way. The Floyd by Collis burst car makes its way along, and there's Brzezinski also following. And they came into the pits like that, and they're leaving the pits like that as well. Line astern.
Yeah, this is becoming a very interesting race. I mean, to be fair, not necessarily far off them actually being able to do it from this point, because obviously they're still saving fuel at this point. They're on the pit limit and they're running around 60 kilometres an hour, which is very painful around such a long pit lane. It's why they lose a minute even if you have a drive-through. By the time they leave pit lane, it'll probably be closer to 39 minutes on the dot, which, to be fair, with drivers that are as experienced as these two, Jerne Simoncic and Kuba Brzezinski, I wouldn't rule them out being able to make the distance. As the 1, 2, 3 comes into the pit lane now, 1 lap later. Could 1 lap change the destiny of this race?
Well, Hani Al-Sabti is now into second place, 1:30 behind the leader, 1 minute 30.5 behind the leader. He should see himself cycle back through to the top of the times, but the 1-2-3 is in the pit lane, as Lewis just said. And Alsapti's coming up to go past ARC Bratislava just now, and they're chasing a GTE car as well. That's the 888 Tesla, and they're getting held up. Something else going through Puong there as we go back to see the 1-2-3 car in the pit lane, in its pit box, complete with fueling rig and everything else. The number 22 car comes through. That is Martin Chinchink, if I'm not mistaken. The GPX Rebellion Williams car.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've been doing really, really well.
Marcel Chinchink.
There you go. No, I was looking at you.
You gave me a look.
I did
there,
give you a
guys.
strong look.
It was like my geography teacher used to do that to me with an eyebrow, you know.
Is that what I've got to do? I've got to apply the eyebrow as well.
Yes, I do like it.
A bit of a look. Either way, I mean, the 22's been going really, really well. At the moment, they're on track to potentially be in third position. We're waiting for David Marocek to enter the pit lane in the Alfa Industries by Carlos Burst esports car that we're currently focused on. Is this time they enter the pit lane? The answer to that question is yes. They're coming in for their final stop. So we're going to see the order change quite drastically over the final portion of the race. I wonder where the 1-2-3 is in pit lane. Are they departing, as we'll see the number 8 run down out of La Source, the car piloted by Hani Al-Sabti. Erhan Yovsky started this car before since. There is the 1-2-3 in pit lane. It's been a great race so far from the number 8. Are they going to bounce back from a not great start at Monza with a retirement to their name and come back and take victory here at Spa? The fuel will decide.
Bono House in that car for the 1-2-3 to finish the race as well. Is that something that you expected? Yeah, the eyebrow's gone up again there, folks, just to let you know.
Yeah, because obviously now in sim racing, same as in motorsport, everyone hates being given someone else's tyres. And we're like, oh, great, yeah, I can tell you've locked up. I think, though, with the size of their pit stop, they might have actually changed tyres because they didn't want to do. We were discussing this before. Triple stints. Look at the sidewall of the tyre. What colour is that?
That's white, that's soft.
That is a soft compound tyre. And what is it? It's a medium tyre on the number 8. So this car should be
faster.
Flying.
Yeah, this should be a quicker car.
Absolutely flying. The 6-time race winner in the Formula Pro Series and champion, of course, of that series, Bono House, with, can I be honest, a fantastic looking rig. I love those lights.
Have you got rig envy there, have you?
Yeah, definitely.
Have you got a bit of rig envy? I just like his neon glow.
Yeah.
And it's in the colour of red as well for Redline. So Bono House for Team Redline has been set free. He has been given, well, the 5 times Formula Sim Racing World Champion, and he's also been given a brand new set of sticker soft tyres. The Goodyears will be working perfectly, and you'll soon see a young racing driver smiling very much, I would imagine, when the lap times start coming through. We'll keep our eyes on it right now. There's a 13.9 second gap to the front from Alsapti to House. Then we've got Chinchik just behind him in the GPX Rebellion Williams, 24 seconds further down the road. But this is a bold move. It is a bold move, Lewis, isn't it, by Team Redline towards the end of the race. 35 minutes remaining in this race, this dry race for the 6 hours of Spa.
So disappointed. I think, like, so from Redline, this is actually a masterclass, because RHG, if you were to look at the laps led, everything else, RHG have dominated this race. Yeah. Absolutely dominated it from start to finish, but the gaps haven't been big enough for them to actually run away. Redline now, I would argue that, bearing in mind that they're on the soft tyres, that they have no real concern on fuel, and that the 8 is on medium tyres, worn medium tyres, and marginal on fuel. Most likely they've got to make a stop. Has this race entirely swung in the favour of Redline? Look how close that was.
Simonchich getting held up, going down towards. Was that Simonchich? No,
was
it Chinchik? Sorry, yeah, wrong one. I was looking at the right one, but I said the wrong one. But yes, I think this is going to be interesting to see. 13.7 seconds is the lead. What can Bono House do? What can he do in that rig envy that you have got with the red neon lights? He's on soft tyres. Is the number 8 car having to fuel save? We think it is. Yeah. Is it on the wrong tyres right now compared to his rival chasing him? 100% he is. This has all to play for in the last 34 minutes of the Spa 6 hours. Let's go and take a little look at the GTE and see if we notice anything happening down there, Lewis. It's still Joshua Rogers who leads the way in the number 92 Porsche esports racing car. 140 laps completed for our GTE field. It's Mitchell de Jong in the sister car chasing it. So it's the 92 leads 91. And then Kevin Siggy in the BMW Team Redline. That's the car we need to keep our eye on as well, isn't it? The number 71 car. The BMW, he's a little bit off, but he might be on a different strategy.
Yeah, not a great round last time out from the 92. They qualified in 5th position. There was issues in qualifying from Josh Rogers. However, coming through here, tried something slightly different. Still qualifying wasn't amazing. They only qualified in 2nd place, still not pole position, but I know what they aim for inside the Porsche Esports team. They are aiming constantly as high as they can. They're aiming for a 1-2 here. That is absolutely I mean, you don't have to be a genius to work that one out, but realistically, for the Le Mans Virtual winners, the team that is the 92, they finished 8th last round, and this round has gone a lot better, but I think they won't be impressed on how much they were beaten in the early stage and how much the 88 was pulling away from them, which they would have expected maybe a little bit more, who have come in, by the way, for their final stop. But there's still that air of what the 71's going to do, and whether they're going to come out on top in this one.
Still a 12-second gap at the very front of the field for Al Sabti to House. Nothing much really changed. In fact, it's gone to 13 seconds. So we can see that the number 8 car is by no way fuel saving. It's pedal to the metal as the 91 car comes through the final chicane here, the bus stop chicane, chasing down the 66 Ferrari, which is just in front of him. Back up to the top of the Kemmel Straight, and the number 1 car, Brzezinski, still chasing Simoncic in that number 4 Floyd by Colley's car burst. They have been together. They've been together for quite some time now. Is that the 92 car in the pit lane?
I believe it is. Coming down into the lane. Just a few things, obviously, as it is in sim racing when it comes to the final few laps. Charlie Collins has just set the fastest lap in GTE across the race in the final 32 minutes. The fastest lap, by the way, in prototypes was set in the early stages by Jeffrey Rietveld. And Bunner House, who is in 2nd position, has just done a 59.9. Now, that is the first 59 that we have seen in a very, very long time. So it shows the pace. Obviously, he's on soft tyres, and obviously he's pushing as hard as he can. A little bit of traffic got involved. I reckon you'll see Bunner House taking the fastest lap of this race at some point fairly soon.
Yeah, so that will be an interesting one for them as well. Let's get a shout out to people. Come on, we want you to vote for your team of the race. With 15 minutes to go, we'll open some polls for that, and there'll be polls on Traction, on YouTube stream, and on the Le Mans virtual Twitter feed. So, I mean, Lewis, who would your team of the race be right now? Would it be one of the teams at the front, or is it somebody coming back through the field from adversary?
Oh, mate, you are throwing me under the bus. There's plenty of good teams to focus on here, of course. The way that some of the battling that we saw from Charlie Collins earlier on in the race, 77, by the way, is that the prototype competitions in the pit lane. The 88 was absolutely sensational. Only issues was from Dylan Pereira a little bit earlier, and it was, like I say, we think it's a little bit harsh, but the penalties are pretty, it's black and white. If you've made contact and you've spun someone out, then that's the penalty. It is what it is, regardless of circuit. And so, fair enough on that one. I would still lean the way of the 88, at least in GTE, because I think they have been absolutely...
They were stunning at the start.
Phenomenal. And again, beautiful moves. We've seen some beautiful racing through this. In prototype, it's a lot harder to tell. The 8's been out front, but it's that strategy that I'm absolutely loving from Redline. I love the idea of firing it, under the radar, and boom, here I am at the end of the race. You didn't see me there, but I've won.
Yeah, finger wagging, boom, party time. I'm impressed by the 1-2-3 car as well. And also the way Bono has been driving it as well. Bono's been really on the money, and to put him back in at the end with a fresh set of softs, 12.7 second lead, all he needs to do is pressurise Al Sabti, and then if they need to pit, that's it. It's basically game over, and it heads towards Team Redline. But a lot can happen in the last 29 minutes of this race, as we can still see the number 1 Rebellion tries for all it's worth to get by the Floyd by Colley's burst number 4 car, and if anything, the Colley's car just seems to gap it in the middle part of the lap, and then when it comes to the Eau Rouge section, the Rebellion car seems to catch back up. They're going to catch some traffic here in towards the bus stop, which needs to be quite helpful. It looks like it's a 91 or 92 Porsche, if I'm not mistaken, as they come over the curbs there. And yeah, that's quite a lot of traffic. Got one car coming into the pit lane as well at the front, in front of us all. Wait for that to come up. That's Chinchik actually away in the pit lane there.
Yeah, now I would wonder though, between Brzezinski and Simoncic, with whether Brzezinski is going to sit on the rear end and not try and overtake the number 4 by Carlos Burst esports car for one major reason, and that is fuel saving, although you can see it's just going to get blocked a little bit by the... to be fair, actually, the sense that he didn't try closing up to the GR Wolves car, I think that this is, again, you can only really tell from body language here of the car, is that I get a feeling that this is a fuel saving thing. He's not really in a rush, and I don't think Jane Simičić is either, because if they come in the pit lane, they're guaranteed to essentially, to be honest, not get a podium. Whereas if they try something different, then who knows what's possible.
Do you risk it for a biscuit? Is that what you're saying?
You risk it for a chocolate biscuit as well, not just a regular one, a chocolate biscuit.
Just up the stakes here a bit.
Absolutely.
There ain't no chocolate biscuits in this commentary box yet, so as we come through the middle part...
Is that a request?
I was trying to. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? So there'll be plenty of food in the director's gallery, that's for sure. But you may actually be right. You may be right. He's maybe just wanting to sit there and save fuel. It's easy. I spoke with Alan McNish, who said this earlier on. He said it's actually quite an easy place to save fuel. Yes, you can sit in the slipstream, but because so many of the corners are fast sweepers, as we get back to the Jaskar and the Autosport down towards Puong, the opportunity to lift and coast saves you fuel. So you can do that at the end of the Kemmel Street. You can do it going into Puong. You can do it coming into this corner here, Lefania. It does give you the opportunity, and the bus stop's another place. And you don't sacrifice too much in the way of lap time, but what you do make back in fuel can be very rewarding. And remember, we talked at the very start of the show, the start of the race, the top of it, if you can save a pit stop, you've done a pretty good job around Spa. So are we seeing something pretty special unfolding for us just now as we go to GPX Rebellion Williams, the 22 car? That's Yuri Toman we see at the side just now, looking very calm. He sits very close to the wheel, doesn't he?
He does sit very
close, like a NASCAR driver.
Well, sim races, I've noticed this from sim races. We don't, because obviously you can, in a real car, you can't really adjust your rig that much, because the car's the car. I mean, you can maybe move the seat, put an insert in. That's it. You can't move your wheel, you can't position your wheel. And to be fair, most drivers, we all start on a desk, right? You get a wheel, you clamp it onto the desk, and away you go, right? Which means that you're just basically sat up straight as Jota. That's Danny Kish behind the wheel, makes a little bit of a moment, a little bit of a mare, trying to get past Will Tregurtha in the Yazheat car, just getting past the Wolves, the lone Wolves car left in this race. But they get used to that position, that when you start racing in something more representative of a real car, i.e. the leant back, the comfortable arms out with a little dink in the elbow, just to make it more comfortable in a real car. You don't get that. You like, it's not comfortable. Although I will say, when it comes to weird driving positions, there was one that I was shocked by, which we had at Le Mans Virtual, and it was Jenson Button, who was sat there, arms completely out, and I just thinking, that is not comfortable. You can't get more than half a rotation on that, surely. Terrible.
I'm not going to have a go at JB's driving style. I'll let you do that. But as a racing driver, I like to sit a little bit closer. I like to, but not as close as we saw Toman sitting there. That was NASCAR style, giving himself a bit of a.
At least he's not leaning. I've seen this before where you're. I mean, my dad does it all the time. Where he's like he's come round my house. He's driving on the rig and he's leaning into the corner as if he's Valentino Rossi.
Does he put his hand at the top of the wheel and steer like the taxi drivers do and your local Ubers do? But
no, I have seen him do the shuffle.
That's because you don't have seatbelts in the rig. You don't have seatbelts in a race car. You have seatbelts, so you're strapped in there and you get yourself in a very comfortable position. And you use the seat. The seat in a real race car is really used as a prop as well to push yourself in as you go into a corner. I've seen a lot of the guys in sim rigs who do tend to move about quite a bit, but I'm pretty sure professional sim racers won't be leaning over their steering wheel like Valentino Rossi. First in GTE is Mitchell de Jong and Kevin Siggy in second place in Redline. What is the gap between these two just now, Lewis?
Under a second.
This is game on, buddy.
Yeah,
but what is in store?
So the 71 now has a bit of a question mark over it, because we still don't know if 100% it can get to the end. This is brilliant stuff from the 91. They've come into the pit lane and they've only taken fuel. They've not taken tyres, so they are double stinning in. We saw this from BS competition a little bit earlier. Great strategy work from Felix van Delft preparing for the wet weather that never came. He wasn't happy about it. He was messaging me, but they were ready for it. Coanda have not. I'm not sure necessarily saying that they've taken what they've seen, but still, the BS competition proved it was possible without losing too much time. And now Coanda with the Porsche esports team are giving that one a go. We can see into Mitchell de Jong inside the Coanda house in their sim room. Absolutely fantastic to see. But right now there is a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And I did say that one of the biggest battles we've ever had in sim racing is Commander versus Redline. I said we were going to get it, and here we go. The number 71, driven by Kevin Siggy, who joined Team Redline a couple of years ago after winning the McLaren Shadow project. This time now tries to make a move on Mitchell de Jong. This is going to be exciting.
I picture that house as a beautiful chalet in the middle of the Black Forest.
I've got a picture of it somewhere.
I'd like to know where it is, and if so, we should probably get a visit to it, being commentators for virtual Le Mans Virtual Series here, bringing you the live action from the 6 hours of Spa as Kevin Siggy very much puts pressure on Mitchell de Jong. Top line real driver and the real racing driver Mitchell de Jong under pressure from a top line sim driver. Ultimately, the sim driver should be faster, but Mitchell de Jong not cracking under any pressure in the 91 car, the car which Jimmy Bruni races in the World Endurance Championship for Porsche GT Racing here, heading towards the bus stop chicane. This is 23 minutes of this race remaining. Lewis is back on the phone trying to find a picture of the chalet, or texting somebody for some more advice on what the 71 car plans on doing, as we now look at Kevin Siggy. They're very cool headphones he's got. Would they be classed as Turtle Beach, or am I in completely the wrong
They're
way
green,
here?
so I would also assume. I'm not really up to date with that, unfortunately. But Kevin Siggy, I mean, you were saying there about Mitchell de Jong maybe not being quite at the same speed as, because obviously being a pro. The thing is, he's been in sim racing for as long as everyone else, and so he is a talent in himself. And so I brought this up earlier when we were on with Chris, that when it comes to world champions, when it comes to top level stuff in sim racing, Mitchell de Jong is actually one of the drivers that you can't ask him a category, whether it's endurance racing, whether it's GTs, open wheelers, whether it's rallycross, oval stuff. He's done everything at the top level. Now he's going up against Kevin Siggy, who I've said before is one of the most multi-simulator talented drivers. He can race on R-Factor 2, he can go over to iRacing, go over to a set course competition, go over to racing. He is competitive on everything, and that is so hard to do. So we are seeing two of the most multi-disciplined drivers going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, that does come back to the real world, because we get so many real-world drivers who can do that, who can jump from World Endurance to Formula E, to go and do touring car racing, to do any other historic racing, maybe down at Goodwood, which they've got today. So the crossover is pretty big, as one of the prototype cars makes its way past both these guys on the way to Pouhon. The 92 car, 91 car won't want to get compromised too much on the way in towards that corner. And was it? Well, I don't think so. But this is the pole man who we started the race in pole position for GTE, Kevin Siggy, in the BMW Team Red Line car, and he closes in on the back of Mitchell de Jong as they go through La Fagna in towards the Stavolo area of the section. Now, is he trying to coast there? Was there a lift and coast? Now let's keep a, if we could stay on board and listen to this in towards the bus stop, let's see exactly what he does here.
And I think as well, we'll listen in as well going into Blanchimont. There's going to be a little bit of a lift there, because remember the 71 does need to save a little bit of fuel, whereas we know the Porsche should be good to the end of the race. Let's listen in a sec. Is there anything? No, it's still flat. That makes sense.
Also in the slipstream. Let's see where he lifts.
Yeah,
that's a lift and coast, ladies and gentlemen. The 71 is in fuel-saving mode. Then he's catching so quickly. It looks like he could have possibly gone past it, but that's a huge bit of fuel saving going on there. That's the house.
That is the house. You can't really see it too much. They've got a Porsche. If you look at
is that in the driveway, that Porsche?
It's a Lego Porsche as well. One half of it's Lego.
So we've got a pretty cool house here, but we've also got the Mitchell de Jong under pressure from a fuel saving Kevin Siggy. So this is big news. The 71 car is in fuel saving mode, and it's keeping pace with Mitchell de Jong, which, as Alan McNish told me on the phone earlier on, you can't fuel save around Le Mans. You can fuel save at Spa, and it doesn't overall. We can fuel save there as well. We need to fuel save when we get to Le Mans, yes, but the virtual Le Mans series, but it doesn't hurt you. As he closes in the slipstream, de Jong can see that happening. Siggy's just selling him a bit of a dummy just now. Is he going to try and go around the outside? No, I don't think he wants to pass him. He just wants to worry him.
Oh, he's trying to get him offline though, and he certainly did so through Les Combes. Mitchell de Jong was in a little bit too deep, and then running out of Malmedy down towards Bruxelles. Is this going to be a move? I agree with you. I don't think that Kevin Siggy is going to make a move. Now, with a lot of drivers, I'd say, but surely you've just got to get on with it and then try and get ahead and then fuel save, back them up a little bit or something something in that vein, but Kevin Siggy's the kind of guy that he can make a move when he wants to make a move. He doesn't have to rush this.
And he'll save more fuel being behind, because not only can he lift and coast, he's also in the slipstream, so he's using less of what he has under his right foot. So clever stuff here from the 71 Red Line BMW team driver as he follows Mitchell de Jong around. And Mitchell de Jong's not daft. He knows exactly what's going on behind him. So what does he do? Does he just try and go at his own pace and cover any moves? Because we're into the last 20 minutes of this race. The last 20 minutes are going to be pretty special in GTE. As Al Sabti still leads the way, at the front there in the R8G esports car. He's got a 13-second lead over Bono House, and it doesn't look like Bono's making any inroads, even on those soft tires, which is quite strange.
And the only thing that I could say is that Red Line are absolutely sure that R8G have to come into the pit lane in that, and so they're not trying to push it any harder than it needs to be. Because I would assume that Bono House, of course, with the competitor that he is on those tyres, that he'd be able to close that gap down. We'll have to wait and see. Kevin Siggy, that was the ARC Black Bratislava car coming straight through the middle and actually creating a bit of a gap. Now this is it, right, for Mitchell de Jong. If he's got fuel in the tank, go. Absolutely.
He
needs to charge. He needs to get away right now. And the thing is, Philip Stamson and the whole Commander team, they're all sat there watching over this, and they'll keep their eye on this broadcast. They will have seen that Kevin Siggy was lifting a lot there. They know that he needs to save fuel, and that is a guarantee now, not a question. And so for Mitchell de Jong, if there is any time to absolutely fire up the timesheets, it is right now.
The time is now for Mitchell de Jong. There's a second between these guys exactly as he crossed the line there, and Ziggy wasn't very happy with the ERC Bratislava David Nemchek car as he went past. There was a bit of a flash of the lights as if to say, I'll speak to you later on when I see you in a real paddock. I'm not happy with that manoeuvre. You've cost me time, and there was no real need for it. It could have possibly held back and got them on the exit of the corner. Such is the speed advantage of the P2. So we look at Kevin giving us a good bit of concentration face here as he comes down towards the Bruxelles hairpin just now. Has he got anything left in the tank? It's 1.2 seconds. Mitchell de Jong has extended it by 0.2 of a second over the first section of the track. The team must have been in the ear saying he's fuel saving, now is go time. And go time is happening for that car at the front, the number 91 Porsche esports racing car, as he tries to break not just the time, he tries to break the spirit as well, because when Kevin's there, he's in that area where he's in the zone and it can't help him. But if he can get broken, and he can't, and he has to use more fuel, well, we can only imagine one thing, Lewis, that's going to be a pit stop for that 71 car. But who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm keeping my eye again on the timesheets just to make sure. The final sector was Mitchell de Jong, obviously, with the ARC Bratislava car coming through, was half a second faster. Sector 1 was 0.2 faster. The last sector that's just gone through was half a second slower as he caught the D station car. So for Mitchell de Jong, maybe the time's passed on that one. Maybe that Bono House, maybe the Kevin Siggy in the other Red Line car, different team, might catch up that lap traffic in the wrong spot as well. I don't know. A couple of teams entering pit lane there. The number 18, that's the R8G car. The 65, Panis, they are in the pit lane. So the 22, which has already made its final stop a bit earlier, have been into the pit lane as we jump a little bit further down in the GTE field.
Yeah, cracking battle here in GT. That's Hartog, the Proton competition car there, with a couple of BMWs sideways and out of control behind the BS competition car, which is going to give us a yoga ball very soon. And the Team GB car as well, battling on track. But at the very front, I did want to say it's all about Hani Al Sabti just now. He's 14 seconds further up the road.
And this car is this battle is going to get another car in it soon. You've got the 88 at the front, the 89, the 55, all on screen right now. And if you just check in the background 51. there comes the 51, Martin Derlin. This race is delivering. I'm actually on the edge of my seat.
Martin Derlin with a big push towards the end here. So these guys all covered by just a couple of seconds. And yeah, we saw Terzic earlier on. Terzic trying to do the tyre gamble, and we expected the weather to change, but it never happened. So that gamble didn't work for them.
No, but this is the thing, is this whole thing is about taking gambles. This whole race is about taking gambles. When you're separated by the smallest margins that these drivers are, it's all about taking the risk. Because let's see if there is going to be a move from Augustin Canapino down the inside of Alan Terzic into the final chicane. This is a big move for the BMW Team GB car. Two BMWs going toe-to-toe, and Alan Terzic just able to hang on. Coming into the rear end, Martin Derlin is going to be getting closer and closer and closer closer. Agustin Canapino made his name racing in South America. The Argentinian driver to the inside there of Alan Terzic. Still no move done, and it's just delaying them. It's bringing the Ferrari right into it. The 88 has gone, is out of here, and now the question is who's going to finish 5th?
Down the road he goes as the D-Station car.
Still ahead.
Still ahead,
big gap.
Yeah, big gap appearing here now. 1.4 seconds is the gap from first, second in GTE. And here goes the BMW GB car again at the top of Lecumbe. Can they make this one work? Can they make it work? Can they stick it up the inside? Yes, they can. It's done before they get to the braking zone. Good move by Canapino in the 55 car there.
Yeah, superb stuff. Saw in the foreground as well a battle between Armin Binder, I believe it was, and it was Loic Hartog, just in the foreground of shot, I believe. And so very, very tight there for position. Even further up the road, back focusing with the BMW Team GB car as it's got ahead. It needs to run away. Alan Terzic is pretty pacey himself, but now with, say, Martin Derlin, that Ferrari's been looking faster than these two. Could that Ferrari be on for a top 5 finish? Remember that last round it had flashes of greatness. Early stages of the race, Jordi Sveers was putting in an absolutely fantastic stint before he had a bit of a solo spin running through the Rogier and dropped down the order. They finished in P7 at the end on that day, looking to go a couple of positions better. They're currently running in 7th though.
There's no reason why that FDA Ferrari can't get a top 5.
No reason.
Just in front of them, 2 cars up the road. Let's see how much time we have 12 minutes to go. There you see the 55, the 89 and the 51 all together on track, battling now. Agustin Canapino just starting to stretch away just a little bit here as there's a P2 prototype car in the middle of that. Derlin up the inside though. Derlin up the inside of Terzic. He can't hold that manoeuvre off as they go through Blanchimont, and both cars just hovering on the edge of adhesion. Here we go, the Ferrari up to 6th place. You mentioned top 5. It looks like it could very much well be on just now. Gap at the front, 14 seconds. Al Sabti over House overall in the prototype class. The number 8 car leads the number 1, 2, 3 car as we come down to 12 minutes to go. Martin Derlin, it's telling us here, the 2019 RF2 Sebring 12-hour class winner. That is a race and a half, isn't it, Lewis?
Yeah, it's again top-level stuff when it comes to our Factor 2 competition. Certainly a couple of years ago, it's really exploded.
Now he doesn't have big headphones on. He's got like little.
I've raced with those, by the way. Horrible.
Oh really?
Yeah, because they start to drop out of your ear a little bit whilst you're driving, and it becomes very, very difficult. I actually crashed one, and I was racing on a controller.
He's just had a huge outtake of breath there, and I don't blame him because he had the mother of all moments going through the middle of Eau Rouge up the hill, and you actually saw him in his sim rig exhaling breath as he gets to the top of Radion.
Look how fast
because he's made it. Yeah, but he is on a mission here, isn't he? So in-earbuds, not earphones, not the friend of Lewis McGlade, the inner earbuds. And glasses are another thing we were talking about. You sweat, they start sliding down. We saw all sorts of trouble for Jakob in the ARC Bratislava car. I think it was Stoffel. He was struggling a lot with them, getting a bit hot and sweaty. But here we go. The game is very much on. Derlin is trying in the FDA esports Ferrari, the 51 car, which basically looks a mirror image for me for James Calado's AF Corsa car. When you see it,
looks absolutely superb. I mean, you can see it directly in front of you there in Lego form as well. So that's a good sign there.
Yeah, that doesn't look too much like James's car, or maybe after a race it does. But he did a good thing there. He lost. He didn't lose much time for where he let the cars past him going through Puong there. As these 2 prototype cars are going to come back, we just clipped away there. We maybe needed to stay with that one, but we've come back up to this because this is down to 7/10 of a second. It's very much game on. Kevin Siggy maybe has saved enough fuel.
This is for the podium though. Look at this.
Yeah, but Brzezinski's not going to get through there, is he? That number 1 car was getting forced wide there. Simončić trying to keep that Floyd by College, but they were side by side for the Bruxelles hairpin there. No contact.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is tight stuff. I must remember back to Le Mans Virtual and a late move from Jurne Simončić when he went around the outside. I'm pretty sure it was of one of the Williams Rebellion cars late in the race, and absolutely superb move. And again, trying to put on the defences. Look at this coming into the pit lane. This is the number 8. They have dived into pit lane, and now this race seems to be going into the favour of the number 1, 2, 3.
And yes, well, Bono House, well, here he comes through the last corner. So this is your time to have a shout for team of the race. Let us know. Please get on the polls and traction in the YouTube stream and the Le Mans virtual Twitter. Who is your team of the 6 hours of Spa? As into the lead goes 1, 2, 3, Team Redline, Bono House. Well, I've got to tip my hat. I doff my cap to you, Lewis McGlade. You mentioned that that might have to happen, and it has happened now. Hence the reason why Bono is on the the smooth, but he wasn't trying well, he was trying 100%, but he wasn't feeling the need to push to try and catch. Not every lap for him was a qualifier there.
Yeah, didn't need it at all. And these two then, you say they both move up a position now onto the podium as the 8 drops down. A day of domination for R8G ends off the podium.
Ooh. But it's better than what they had at Monza.
It certainly is, but that is a rough day.
It's losing positions as they come down the world's longest pit lane, you must add. But look at this, here we go, Kevin Siggy back out of the fuel-saving mode. He goes alongside, he's got his nose in front as they come up to the top of Lake Coombe. He gets the lead, he takes the lead from the 91 Porsche, which tries to fight back. But the BMW, we now have Redline leading the prototype and leading the GTE class as Lewis McGlade bites his hand as he watches that overtake take place.
Yeah, that is again superb. Pretty easy move, all things considered, considering the pressure on. Just on the run down, the straight line speed from the BMW Team Redline car just too much for the Porsche Esports number 91.
Now, do BMW, have they told him we need to pit, you need to go? So have they told him to maybe just go past and get as far up the road to save a bit of face? Or has it a case of we've saved enough fuel, we now know we are good?
Watch the telemetry of him. That's what we need to do.
Well, looking at the two drivers just now, the one on the left looks quite happy, Mitchell de Jong, even though he's just been overtaken. And Kevin Siggy, well, he's been like that ever since I saw him on Friday. He's never changed an expression once.
The sim racers don't change their expression until they've been hit off, and then you can see plenty of words that we certainly wouldn't be able to air on this broadcast on it. I don't think you're too far wrong. Right, so we'll watch the data here. And it's more so because even though, of course, he's not in the slipstream. Now, this is one of two things. Either he's saved enough fuel that now he can push, or, like you say, they've given up and they are just pushing.
They're worried about the rear gunner. They're worried about what's coming up behind them if they need to grab a pit stop here. Listen.
No, still lifting. I think they still might be all right.
Yeah,
wow.
Still lifting and coasting. Maybe they're just trying to make sure here. Maybe they have more tyre left on the BMW than the Porsche 91 car. Maybe they feel more comfortable to hold the lap time. And as we look at that, Kevin Siggy, BMW Redline, 152 laps complete, a 1.2 second lead over Mitchell de Jong. So the pace has dropped away from Mitchell de Jong on that last lap. He was quite a bit off through the first sector. Look at that, Kevin Siggy set a personal best first sector, 36.8 last time. That's very impressive.
Well, obviously the car's a bit lighter now than it was earlier in the race, and obviously he would have, deep in slipstream, would have nailed Eau Rouge and Radion, and yeah, just caught up enough. Does show that he's keeping the rear tyres very much in check for the drive offer for the source, though. So all things looking good, and you can see there is a big gap all the way back now to Mitchell de Jong, close to about 1.5 seconds. 1 second it was across the first sector split as the Jota car is going to come through the middle of this. Going to wait until they've departed Malmedy before the Jota car gets down the inside.
Kish in that car just now goes up the inside and doesn't cost anybody any time. Perfect bit of overtaking there as we go through here. So if it's still fuel saving mode for Kevin Siggy, this is impressive stuff. He's now hit the front of the GTE race with 5 minutes to go. Lewis, where has the time gone? We have had such a fabulous race in this commentary box, and the race has just disappeared from underneath us, and we're now 5 minutes towards the end of it.
Yes, it's always the way with races, especially at this level. When it gets to the final moments, you always kind of think, oh wait, can we do this for another hour?
Can we go stick another hour in the race?
Yeah, it'll be fun. Can we not make this an 8-hour race? It's always the way with a race like this. It builds and builds and builds, and this is just you know. It shows that strategizing backwards is paramount in all things racing, i.e. you're focused on where you want to be at the end of the race. Now, with a race of potential wetness that we never got, teams were preparing potentially too much for that.
Yeah, the teams were looking at the weather thinking it's coming, so we'll prepare for that, and actually they've maybe been caught off guard. Maybe they didn't have a plan B.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
they focused on this weather plan and then, hang on, the weather hasn't come.
Exactly.
Look what we've got, and now we see the two leaders, Team Redline. What a day for Team Redline, leading the prototype, leading in the GTE with the BMW Team Redline car. And I've got to say though, Mitchell de Jong is only 1.1 seconds back. He's certainly not given up, has he?
Yeah, it's. I mean, of course he's not going to. There's still 4.5 minutes left of this race. There's still plenty of laps left to go. I'd say in the prototypes, the 1, 2, 3 is in a really, really, really good position. The battle, though, for second position is still very, very close between the 4 and the 1, between Burst and
second
Williams.
Place is only a lunge away.
Exactly.
Who knows what could happen with these two guys here, Simončić and Brzezinski. This could, well, you never know. We could see Al Sabti very much in the second place. Who knows what will happen? It is up for grabs. The intervals you can see on the screen there. And now we've gone for the split screen. The two leaders of the classes overall. One heading towards Blanchimont, one just coming through the top of Les Combes and the Malmedy corner before he goes down. Ooh, he's still trying very hard there. That was a little bit out of shape over the exit curve down towards the Bruxelles hairpin.
This is it, though. We're coming up now. These opportunities are going. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, this is about to begin the penultimate lap of this race. There won't be enough time to complete one more. I think they might be close with the GTE's leaders coming round. We'll have to wait and see on that one. The focus on this battle. And does Brzezinski leave it to the final lap of the race? He was looking. He's trying to put Jone Simončić under pressure. But, I mean, if there's someone to look to the inside
this has got Les Combes written all over it.
I wouldn't bother with Jone Simončić. He's way too good. He won't make a mistake like that.
This is getting set up for the exit of Le Radion, the run up towards Les Combes. But there's traffic in front of them, and that's going to catch them out. So down we come. 2 minutes 50 of the race to go. Bono House leads the way, but this is the battle for second place. If the Floyd by Colles car can get this D-Station car between them, the D-Station car wants nothing to do with it and stays well out of the way as these guys are flat through Eau Rouge. The Rebellion is very much in the driving plumb seat just now. Slipstream, slipstream, slipstream up towards Les Combes as we go back up to the top of the hill with our race leader. But we want to see what that Rebellion is doing to the Floyd by Colles burst car as they are back at the top of the hill. There's no change. I expected a change, but look at the pressure mounting now for number 4. Simončić is very much under what we would call the cosh. The pressure is intensifying towards this driver from Rebellion.
Would now be a bad time. I mean, this is certainly.
Oh dear, here he comes.
I was going to say that I used to battle Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski for a championship.
Moving on.
in a championship a very long time ago. My point from this is how much better they have got. Don't get me wrong, they weren't bad drivers back then, but these, like, they are top quality drivers these days. They've learned so much over the last few years. This is one thing that we're seeing a lot in sim racing, is that teammates stay together for a very, very long time. Yeah. Wisniewski and Simončić have been, Wisniewski have been teammates for a while. Simončić and Michi Hoy have been teammates for quite a while. Alex Siebel and Dennis Jordan, I was battling them back in 2014, and they were teammates back then in different teams. They stick together because the dynamic in practice is so important to get up to speed. As there was a little bit slow, whoa, that was so tight as we were riding on board with Brzezinski. Look at this though, last lap of the race for Bono House.
Bono House goes through the La Source hairpin, but I'm more interested in what happened. Well, I expected something to have happened at the bust-up chicane, and the gap has increased now. It's gone in the direction of the by Colles car as they go through the top of La Source as well. So House from Simončić as they come out of La Source, head down the hill, then Brzezinski in third place. Brzezinski is now too far back in my eyes for the last lap to have any manoeuvre as the ARC Bratislava car comes out. I hope we're keeping our eyes on the GTE to see where Kevin Siggy is if he goes into the pit lane, has the splash and dash, but if not, it has been a sensational run for the BMW BMW Redline team in GTE. The fuel-saving game, the gamble has worked perfectly for these guys, and this is the final lap of the 6 hours. Here we see Ziggy coming through the Blanchimont corner. What will he do? I think he's done enough. I really do think he's done enough.
Too. They wouldn't be pushing this hard just to splash at the end. This is, by the way, I know it says final lap at the top left. This is final lap for our leader in prototype. This is the penultimate lap, and then starting the final for GT. Anyone confused at home?
No, I think everybody's good at home.
Well, you never know.
We have the most amazing audience ever. As onto the last lap for the GTE battle goes. Kevin Siggy in BMW Team Redline. It's Bono House though that leads for BMW, or Team Redline, sorry, at the very sharp end of this race, and he is a big 12 seconds up the road, and it again has been a bit of a strategy gamble which has paid off both these teams incredibly. They know what they're doing. They're professional teams, and they're coming round to finish the race and make a very happy team manager for both these cars. As into the last corner, the bus stop for Bono House, Team Redline. It's been incredible. Team number 1, 2, 3 out of the last corner. There he is. He'll give us a bit of a smile as he crosses the line and takes victory in the 6 hours of Spa for the Le Mans Virtual Series. Fabulous drive from Bono House. Second place will go to Simonchich, and Brzezinski should come home in a fine third place. There was enough time between those two guys as they were coming in towards the bus stop chicane. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. They've now crossed the line. Al Sabti, it could have been, what could have been, Lewis, for that part comes through, and he will get a 4th place, 40 odd seconds behind Bono House, and the rest of the guys and teams all stream through. Cracking stuff from Team Redline. We now go and see where Kevin Siggy is. Here he is. He's coming through the middle of Puong. Now we just hope this can make it towards the end. This must be quite nervous moments, you'd imagine, for Kevin.
Yeah, but the thing is they will have tracked this fuel mileage so close. They know exactly how much fuel they'll know exactly how much fuel it takes to do a lap and what's left. I think they should be all right. They will have, they'll be timing this. It might cough though to the line if they're pushing it too close. These cars, they don't just get to 0 litres and then go and they're off. They do cough a little bit with the last few little bits of fuel. I think it's under a litre when they get to that point, so I'm sure they'll be watching it closely. Still will lift, I'm absolutely sure of it, down into the bus stop, but this is looking really good for Kevin Siggy and BMW Team Redline to take victory.
Into the bus stop for one last time with the nice big lift, a gap behind him towards Mitchell de Jong, but car number 71, Kevin Siggy for BMW Team Redline, comes out from the bus stop chicane and accelerates across for a fabulous victory there. That's a wry smile on the face of Kevin Siggy there, gives the steering wheel a little left to right jink. Mitchell de Jong comes home for a very well deserved 2nd place in the Porsche esports car. He'll be delighted with that one. Sage Karam should come home. Sage Karam in 3rd place. He is some 45 seconds in arrears of his teammate. But what a drive, what a day for Team Redline, winning the prototype and the GTE, Lewis.
Yeah, yesterday was a great day. They had pole position in both categories, with, of course, the 71 on pole position in the GTE, and it was the 70 on pole position in the prototype category. Obviously, the 70 did not have a good day. Retirement for them, a big crash, but it's why you've always got to have a couple of cars on the grid, and for them, to have risen through with the 1, 2, 3 to take victory, to have come back. I mean, from pole position, the 71, you'd read it on the sheets and be like, pole position and race win, boring. Yeah. They didn't lead basically any of that race until the last few moments, showing that you don't have to lead to win. It's always, we know it, it's the last lap that counts.
It's the last lap that counts. There is your team of the day. The 1, 2, 3 Team Redline won the team vote for team of the day, and very much they do deserve it. Wouldn't it be ironic if he runs out of fuel coming back towards the pit lane and has to get a shove round? Team Redline, BMW, Van Buren, Bonito and Ziggy, they'll be delighted with that race, and so they should be. As Lewis McGlade said, they didn't go and set a storming pace. They were in pole position, they did what they had to do, and they led the last 5 minutes of that race. If so, and they'll be very happy with that one. A good 6-hour race here at Spa. It's an action all the way through it, and we look forward to bringing you all the results and the updated championship positions as well, because there will be a change in the championship at the top for prototype.
I think, I think change in both categories will be pretty close either way. For this team, for their drivers, Enzo Benito, quality driver, won the 12 hours of Bathurst on iRacing with Max Verstappen, actually got through the race with 0 incidents. There was another team that got 0 incidents in that race. It was me.
Oh, okay. Was that you again? Was the expert sim driver?
Don't worry, don't worry. They done very, very well. Enzo Benito's a quality driver as well, won plenty of championships. Obviously, between them, Kevin Siggy's won so much, including McLaren Shadow and plenty of other championships. And then, if you count for Rudy Vandoorne, Mr. R Factor 2.
Here's our race results. The overall race classification seen Team Redline taking a victory from Floyd by Collis Burst Rebellion GPX Esports in third place. R8G Esports getting some points on the board in fourth, and GPX Rebellion Williams down in fifth place. Alpha Industry by Collis Burst come home in sixth. A good result for Panis, again getting some points on the board, well needed, and the 18 R8G Esports car in eighth place. Team Fordzilla down in ninth place. He'll be disappointed after that one, I have to say. And in 10th place, the 15 race clutch Alpine car. Looking further down behind them, we've got Rocket Sim Sport in 12th place. The Race Clutch Alpine car 14 in 11th, and 12th place for Rocket Sim Sport. Axel Sport had a day that they might want to forget, down in 13th place, crashing a couple of times. Red Bull Racing Esports, it just didn't work out for those guys in 14th. The Jota car comes home in 15th. Yas Heat again with a bit of damage along the way. ARC Bratislava, Team WRT, another weekend to forget. Mahal Racing Team in 19th, and BMW Team Redline. Obviously we're into the GTE winner there, taking a very well deserved victory from the 91 and 92 Porsches, 21st and 22nd respectively. Proton Competition come home with the 88 car in 23rd. BMW Team GB ahead of FDA Esports Ferrari. Well, they did get into that top 5 of the GTE. They'll be pretty happy with that, did they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actually. BMW Team BS Competition ahead of Red Bull Racing Esports Corvette. The Corvette down in 27th place there, Lewis. Proton Competition, Simsa Esports, and the GR Wolves Racing car. The 87 in 30th position, running through after 30th. We've got Axel Sports in 31st. D-Station had a disconnect in 37. Tesla Racing Esports didn't have a great day either. They were spun out very early on. Williams Esport, the number 5 car, they picked up a penalty towards the end of it. Team Project won the BPM in 35th place in the number 56 car. GR Wolves Racing number 86 car in 36th place. Then Team Project won 57, 37th overall. And Real Team Hydrogen Redline, the first car out of the race. The championship leaders as they entered Spa in 38th place. But that was a pretty big entry list there. Retirements from 32nd down to 38th place. There was a fairly high rate of attrition, but the big one was Lewis, the championship leader, losing very early in the first hour. Not something that we expected, and a mistake which will haunt them, I would imagine, for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame for them, but it's more of a shock that it happened in the hands of Jeffrey Rietveld. You'd obviously expect some of the cars to have made a mistake from their pro drivers, the real-world drivers jumping in. Jeffrey Rietveld's so experienced, and to see a mistake as simplistic as that, I mean, that sounds really harsh. It was going side by side through Blanchimont with the Simpson Esports car, and then misjudged it a little bit, hit the curb on the inside, and had a big crash. Massive drama. Yeah, it wasn't. Let's have a look at our 6 highlights, which we can bring to you just now, and that really takes us towards the checkered flag. Sponsored by Total, our 6 highlights come to you now from a very dry Spa-Francorchamps, which we were promised rain, Lewis, and we never had it. The race started under beautiful sunny conditions, and it was Real Team Hydrogen that got away at the front. There was a bit of carnage on both classes at the very start, but it was all about the number 88 Proton car, the 77 Proton car, 88 car, one of the Proton cars. But then we saw this happen very early on. This was a bit of a wild manoeuvre, and that's where a penalty come from. It took out the juniors, as Chris McCarthy was calling them, throughout the course of this race. Lots of great side-by-side battles throughout the field, and that was a big moment in the race. The 70 car backwards into the tyre wall at Blanchimont, wheel off, race over, championship leader out of the race. The 1-2-3 car, the Bono House car, eventually ended up the winners, but they had a very tricky day to make sure they got through everything, passing the 22 Williams Esport Rebellion car there. And then this was some of the things we saw happening at the top of Eau Rouge and La Radio. And that was a strange one, Lewis, with the car swapped ends going up the crest of the hill. Damage galore for a lot of these cars. The Panis car put up a spirited battle with the Rebellion car round the outside. We saw Will Stevens put in some great stints towards us throughout all the racing. And then we saw a good result and a good run for points for the number 8 car, which needed to happen. Gordy Much getting himself back into the spirit of things. That was a hold your breath moment going through Eau Rouge. That's not exactly what you want to have happen, and there was plenty hold your breath. The 55 BMW Team GB car slithering up the inside of one of the Wolves cars, and then this happened, and whoa!
That was one of these manoeuvres which was a little bit, shall we say, too keen, and a bit of contact which was unneeded from the Rebellion car. Later on during the race, you can see the clouds starting to come over, but still the shadows are long. And then this happened going into Eau Rouge, into the tyre wall for the Yas car and the 56 Project 1 car. 2 races ended effectively there, and then with some big impact. Still myself and Lewis not sure what happened. Then we had the 88 car spinning, just missing the tyre wall as he went up through the top of the Radion. That was extremely lucky. And we come back to the number 8 car. Once it was in and up to speed, we thought they were going to run away. Al Sabti really did put some great time in, but unfortunately there was a pit stop needed towards the end of the day, and then Kevin Siggy started the comeback through the field in his BMW Redline. Into the pit lane went the number 8 car for its splash and dash. Lights were on at this point, but the rain that we were promised never came. Siggy then decided it was time to make a move on Mitchell de Jong, and he took his chance at the top of Les Combes. We'd seen him fuel saving for quite some time before this, going into certain corners, but after this there was still fuel saving getting done by the 71 car. Across came the 1, 2, 3 car to take the checker flag. Bono House will be delighted with that one, and it was a double up for Team Redline. They come through to take number 71, the GTE race win as well. Some fantastic racing, some fantastic battles all the way through. That was the 6-hour highlights brought to you by Total. Now we can have a little bit of a look at some of the championship standings, hopefully, which will come up in a minute or two. Here we go. So this is the LMP. We see Floyd by Cobbles Burst going to the top of the championship, 38 points over Team Redline 1, 2, 3 with 31 points. GPX Rebellion Williams with 28 points, and Real Team Hydrogen Redline staying in 4th place with 25 points. No change for them. They're number 1 Rebellion GPX Esports with 25 points, equal 4th place, but down in 5th on our sheet there. So definite change at the top. We see Hydrogen, Real Team Hydrogen Redline not moving anywhere in the points, and it's the Floyd by Collins number 4 car which goes to the top with 33 points. Looking further down, Fordzilla in 12th place, 13th place for Red Bull Racing as well with 2.5 points, both Race Clutch Alpines together. And then we've got ARC Bratislava, Axel Sport, Jota, Yasit and Team WRT Simtag Esports down in 20th. If we go to the GTE, well, yeah, change at the top, Lewis. You were expecting that to happen. The 91 car comes away with the championship lead, equal championship lead with the 71 actually. 43 points apiece with Porsche Esports 91 and the number 71 BMW Team Redline. 88 Proton Competition are in 3rd place, and BMW Team GB number 55 up to 4th place with 22 points. The sister car to the 91 is in 5th place, the 92 Porsche Esports team ahead of BMW Team BS Competition with their yoga balls, which will be getting pretty soon, in 6th place. FDA Esports team with 14 points in 7th, ahead of Proton Competition, Red Bull Racing Esports and Team Project 1 down in 10th place with the Mentos car, the 56 car, which didn't actually finish today. So the GTE honour still very much in there as we have a look for the Simsa Esports team, the number 66 Ferrari in 11th place, out of Project 1, D-Station, Axel Sports, GR Wolves, Tesla Racing and GR Wolves 86 all the way down there in 17th place. A fabulous, fabulous changing day of championship points, Lewis McGlade. So we'll draw breath after that one there. But that was absolutely sensational. 6 hours of great racing, a championship that is now tighter than it was when it came here. The championship leader, which came in prototype, has not gone away. The same championship leader, it has changed at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the big thing we need to take from this was that obviously, you know, strategy is critical. We had 2 teams dominate each of the categories. We had R8G dominate in the prototypes. We, of course, had the 88 Proton Competition dominate in the GTE. Neither of them won, though. And that's the big thing. They're going to be taking quite a big hit after this. I mean, 4th position for R8G is a big kick in the teeth.
Let's grab a quick word with our race winner in GTE, Kevin Siggy. We'll catch up with him just now. And Kevin, first of all, it's fabulous to see you. And congratulations, winning the 6 hours of Spa. There was a bit of fuel saving towards the end there, my friend. Can you please tell us all about that?
Yeah, that final stint was hella hard, I would say. We were actually only planning on doing 26 laps, but then in the end, when I had to do 25 laps in the first 10, we had to somehow save it up a bit, and then the rain never came, so it was kind of tough. It was just my job to then do 27 laps, and it all went smoothly. But yeah, in the end, it was just so hard. I got caught up behind a back marker, and I was still behind the lead Porsche in the end, and then it was just super hard with the fuel saving to get past that Porsche. But in the end, it still played out, and we literally nailed the strategy just like we thought we would do.
How close were you on fuel? Because myself and Lewis McGlade, the commentator here, were listening to you lifting or coasting. How close did the team get it?
I was at about 0.4 liters at the end at the line, so it was really, really close. But we had it sorted. I got my engineer in my ear every single time, almost every lap, telling him about fuel. So we had it sorted. We knew the averages, we knew how much I had to hit. And after I passed the Porsche, it was just about fuel saving as much as possible. Just have a little bit of margin in the end. And yeah, it was sketchy. It wasn't that risky, but we had it all planned out.
And the next round, on the 13th of November, we head towards the Nordschleife. Are you looking forward to that? When does practice start for you at the Nordschleife?
First of all, I'm not looking forward to that. It's going to be a really deadly track, especially with the LMPs on the track as well. But for us, practice, I think, starts in 2 days, let's say. We have a little bit of a breather in between just to have a little bit of time out for each of us. But I myself have different series to still do in Monday and Tuesday. But right after that, I'm going to be full pushing it for round 3 and trying to find the best setup possible with my teammates.
Congratulations today. It was great to watch. You qualified on pole position. You didn't need to lead the race all the way through. But as myself and Lewis said, you led when it counted, and that was at the very end. Congratulations on a good GTE win.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Kevin Siggy there for Team BMW Redline. That was pretty special. And how cool was he for that interview there, Lewis?
I mean, he's been sim racing for a very long time. He knows how to handle an interview. He knows how to handle a race. He knows how to handle most things in sim racing. There's not much you can put up against Kevin Siggy that will faze him. A fantastic driver, part of a fantastic team, and a very well-deserved victory from them. But like we say, I know we're not quite there yet, Nordschleife, and he was saying there, completely different target to set, and something which is a bit of an oddity for these teams and drivers. It's a circuit which is so different to many of the things that we visit over the calendar. Of course, Sebring's an interesting track in itself, Le Mans interesting, but Nordschleife, that's something just so wildly different.
Yeah, the 8 hours of the Nordschleife, the 13th of November. Be sure to join us for that one. And remember, the team of the day was voted to the number 1, 2, 3 Team Redline. They got voted the overall poll for Team of the Day. So thank you very much for being involved. If you voted, it does mean a lot. And let's now hear from Felix Rosenqvist, one of the winning drivers from that team. So, Felix, congratulations. We can see the smile on your face. Not only have you been voted the winning team, you also come away with a 6-hour victory from Spa. How do you feel after that?
Oh man, it's been such a long preparation. The whole week from building my simulator here in Monaco. Team Redline was kind enough to send me a Simocube and housing quell pedals and a SimLab P1 chassis, and I had to put it all together, and it was quite a struggle. And then I jumped on the server and I was like 3 seconds off, and at the time it didn't feel like we would win the race, but then we all put so much hours into it, and just have to thank the team for amazing strategy there with the fuel saving. I think there was some thoughts about rain, but it never arrived. So I think we pulled the right car. But man, it was so much fun. I mean, when you do these kind of races, there's so much at stake all the time. And when I did my 2 stints, I was just completely fried afterwards. I was happy to just enjoy the race from the couch after that.
Did you guys build your team strategy around the rain arriving at a certain point? Is that what you were planning on happening? And with the rain not arriving, did it affect it, and did you have to change?
That was the plan in the beginning, yes, that I would be out when it was dry and then it would start raining. I was also doing fuel saving, and I think we just kind of realized that it probably won't rain, and then Atse pulled out some 2 20-lap stints with really good pace, and I think that was kind of the key to to put the whole, we were pretty awake there with realizing where the race was heading, and we have some really good guys in the background, watching over all this. So yeah, we can just drive and enjoy and just listen to the instructions.
Well, the best. I mean, congratulations. It was fabulous to watch. Myself, Lewis and Chris enjoyed calling that race. And not only did I say you win the race overall, you also get the fan vote as well. So that does make a little bit of an extra kudos in the pocket. Congratulations. And we look forward to seeing the team at the Nordschleife on the 13th of November. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, two great interviews from two fabulous drivers there. It's fabulous. Lewis, I mean, I've enjoyed that 6-hour race. It went in a flash. And like you said, these things, it's like every race. Once it starts, it's like a steamroller. It just gets going. And that gave us almost everything, apart from one thing which we were all told would happen, the rain. It never came, but still, fabulous racing.
Absolutely superb. As I say, edge of the seat action all the way from start to finish. Anyone wanting an extra 2 hours in the race, we get to deal with that next time. We added 2 hours from Monza to here. We're up to 6. We're up to 8 next time.
What do you think Nordschleife is going to be like for some of these cars? It's a green hell, Jackie Stewart named it. What will it be like?
I don't even know. I mean, we saw a lot of LMP prototypes being a bit difficult on the curbs and stuff. Curbs are a big thing in at the Nordschleife. I think they are going to cause a lot of problems.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for being with us today. The production team, all you guys and girls at home, from Chris McCarthy, Lewis McGlade and Duncan Vincent here in the studio. We hope you've enjoyed it. Next time, it will be the 8 hours of the Nordschleife. Be with us here at the Le Mans Virtual Series. Until next time, enjoy this. Thank you.
The battle is on in all classes. Three-way battle now for the lead in GTE. Green flag racing into the closing stages.